Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 65. This episode is sponsored by SideShift, Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, Nuance.com, and Unstoppable Wallet. And we are live with Moonsettler, who lately has been calling himself the Doomsettler because the landscape in the Bitcoin world has become more gloomy over the last year. He has always been a big fan of Covenants, and he sort of settled for CTV, but also supported LNHANCE. I'm not sure what he actually thought about UpCat when it was popular, but the point is that we were supposed to have this Covenant soft fork at some point last year. There seemed to be consensus for it, but this year has been just madness, talking about all sorts of nonsense and wasting our time doing something which is called bike shedding, for those who are familiar with the term. And basically, we failed to improve Bitcoin. With Covenants, we seemed to be able to finally onboard a lot of use cases and a lot of developers to be able to deploy their work on Bitcoin and basically get closer to this dream of having everything on the Bitcoin blockchain. Now, not so much. It seems like, if anything, altcoins are more powerful than they were a year ago. So, hi, Mr. Moon or Doomsettler. It's good to have you. Backstory, we were supposed to do this interview like 2 years ago. You actually bought a microphone for this interview. And then I don't remember what happened, but we're finally here after 2 years.
Hello, Vlad. Hello, everyone. I'm Moonsettler, formerly. Um, um, we wanted to do this earlier, and I'm pretty sure that it was about eCash, like this whole phenomenon that everyone seemed to be pushing this custodial debit eCash means as the ultimate scaling solution for Bitcoin, and that was pretty upsetting to me. So that was the main reason we wanted to talk at the time. But
eCash never went anywhere. It's like this nerdy experiment that a bunch of people are running, and it never got any traction.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be what I feared, like the go-to method of people interacting with Bitcoin. Basically reinventing banking once again. But a lot of people still haven't given up on that idea that it would be good enough. Like this is the code that Bitcoin does not have to scale, it does not have to have privacy, it does not have to have anything because we can just use eCash, Mints, and Lightning, right? And originally I wanted to talk mainly about that. I think it's not as interesting anymore, but we can certainly touch on it.
I just want to call out Alex Berg, the guy who was working doing some marketing for some eCash project. Screw you, asshole. You were wrong. I want you to remember that you were wrong. Now you got a job at Alpen or something. Or no, wait, it's not Alpen. It's the other one that I don't really
Ark
like. It's so.
I don't know.
It's basically like, what's the name of the project by Burak?
He's working with TRO. I think he's working with TRO.
Okay, he was working on Ark doing marketing. I guess he's changing jobs all the time. But my point is that I remember when he was presenting this perspective that we don't need to improve Bitcoin anymore. We have everything figured out. We have scaling. We have privacy with Cashu, eCash, whatever. Fediments. We don't need to ever make any changes to the Bitcoin protocol. And like, screw you, asshole. We came here because basically Chaumian eCash was centralized. And Bitcoin was an attempt to decentralize Chaumian eCash. And the proof of that is that an early version of the Bitcoin white paper that was circulating in 2008 was actually called eCash.pdf. So Satoshi decentralized Chaumian eCash. Of course, it's not scalable and it's not private, but he was able to create a decentralized version of electronic cash. And suddenly, you have these guys who say, wait a second, why should we bother with self-custody? Why should we have any sort of freedom when we can have banks of this eCash? And that basically takes us back to square one. The exact thing that we were trying to decentralize. And people have lost the plot. I don't know what happened. This sort of is like a compressed version of the conversation we were supposed to have 2 years ago, I guess.
There is an undertone of like these fake Austrian economic fund people who are saying that free banking will solve all our problems. And the original sin is the Federal Reserve. And before central banks, everything was perfect and can be perfect once more. We just need to get rid of the central bank. I don't have any clue how they imagine to actually do that, but they seem to convince themselves that Bitcoin will do it by sheer virtue of its excellence and perfection. And these people are pushing for this free banking idea and this fantasy that they call full reserve banking. I'm just going to say about full reserve banking, and I usually say it about that I don't believe in fairy tales and unicorns and stuff like that. Although technically you could probably make a unicorn if you really wanted to, with some animal cruelty.
But you believe in the moon landing.
Yeah, at least that we should definitely do it. If we did not, if those recordings were fake and gay, then we should definitely do it for you. Anyhow, so these as far as I know, real Austrian economists are not really into this idea of full reserve banking. They were not really into this idea. They were not into the idea of a hard cap on the monetary supply or any of these things that people seem to be celebrating here. And generally, they are in more favor of an elastic supply on the currency used by everyday people and the credit-based system. In that regards, they are like much more closer to Keynesians than something like what Satoshi envisioned. It's not even comparable. But somehow this was all forgotten. We kind of culturally forgot the drive, the need to have something without trusted third-party intermediaries. I don't know how this happened, because everywhere you look in this world, you see constant reminders why that is very, very important, why the powers that be cannot be trusted to be benevolent and understanding to your privacy and self-sovereignty needs, to your autonomy needs. That like they want to control every aspect of your life, and if you give them the tools to control every aspect of your life by using trusted third-party intermediaries, big centralized things. I think there was some Liberty Reserve, or I don't know what was it called, but there was a centralized attempt at an electronic cash. Like they wanted to do this free banking centralized model before, and it was trivially taken down. Like it was one of the triggers for Satoshi to try to do something peer-to-peer and truly decentralized, because he observed that that was easily taken down, and the torrents and Napster, I don't know what it was before, these file sharing pre-torrent protocols. But the decentralized ones never really got taken down. They tried and they failed, and that was one of his primary motivations.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people don't realize how revolutionary this concept of verifying the supply really is. And I think I heard from Richard Werner, the economist, this story about London banks when they had to do their reserve audits. And all of them were claiming in the 19th century that they had the full reserves. And what they were doing basically was they would find out the date of the audit. So they knew exactly when the auditors were coming. And they were putting together, they were collaborating in a way so that they were putting all the gold in all of the banks in one of them, let's say Lloyd's Bank, so that the auditor would find all of it. And then overnight, they would move it to Barclays or whatever bank is in the UK. And then they would move it to Scotland, whatever. So they would basically move the same amount of gold to different banks to make it look like they hold the full reserves when in fact they were not. Just because they were able to bribe the auditors into telling them when they're coming. And they did not have to hold the full reserves. They were giving out loans beyond the reserves that they had. And they were operating on a fractional reserve, even if it was illegal. But it's just that this idea of, I don't know, how the libertarian mindset evolved over the years, where they find glory in the gold standard and they say this was perfect. There was never a better time to be alive. Your savings were always worth the same amounts of money. If you held your
retarded,
the prices were always the same, right?
Free banking was littered with long, multi-year, decade-long bank holidays and fraud and bankruptcy, where unsecured creditors got absolutely screwed. Like, fractional reserve banking is the natural state of banking, and long before central banks, fractional reserve banking appeared again and again and again and again for like 1,000 years. And saying that we can somehow prevent that sounds like complete bullshit to me personally. I think carrying gold with armored carriages in the dead of the night is very primitive. I mean, if today you want to make fake proof of reserves, you just have to buy a digital signature that says that you own this 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 bitcoins without any risk to the actual Bitcoin owner. You know, he can just say you the signature that says that you own it, and then you have proof of reserves. Like, this is so much easier to commit fraud with Bitcoin. Not that anyone is doing proof of reserves, really, that matters. And yes, it's a big coup, and it was a big coup around eCash too, that we could maybe do this. Everyone thought the proof of reserves is the easier thing because you just have to sign a message, right? I think we have touched on the limitations of what digital signature actually means, right? So cryptographers are trying to beat it into the people's head that a digital signature does not actually prove anything about the truthfulness of the statement or anything about actual ownership of the keys either. Like, it does not. You are just assuming a lot of things, but it's not an actual proof of that. Anyhow, I don't want to dwell too much on that. I just wanted to mention that for eCash, the proof of liabilities seem to be the harder thing to do. And it turns out that actually that's not as hard to do. Proof of reserves, proper proof of reserves, and external liabilities like legal liabilities. If you have a legal entity and that in the legal system owes to some other organization like JP Morgan a whole bunch of Bitcoin, and they get first dibs on that, legally speaking. There is no way to really have a cryptographic proof of that not existing, that risk exposure to the unsecured creditors. There's just no way to prove that. But proof of liabilities for Chaumian eCash is actually not impossible to do, and partly that's how I got involved with eCash. By the way, I actually find eCash cool and cypherpunky and all that. I don't like it as a coup that is an argument against developing Bitcoin and making stuff better. That's bullshit. But I do like eCash a lot, and I worked on these DLAC proofs for Cashu. I don't know how you pronounce it, Cashu. Which is called as a protocol, and I even got a bounty paid out for that because I helped them implement an idea. I found a bug in the mod, let's say, that they had tried to implement and corrected that and helped them with implementing that stuff. That was really my gateway drug to Schnorr signatures and blind signatures and stuff like that. I really got a taste for it after that. And then I really wanted to solve this proof of liabilities thing for eCash, and we found so many people were thinking about this, and they had ideas that almost worked but did not really work. And I'm pretty sure that I provided the key insight that you need to have finite epochs for these keys to be used that the server is using for signing. So the mint is using keys, and you have to retire them They have to be finite in their use. You have to retire them periodically and move people to new keys. And if you do this, you can do these virtual bank runs. Basically, you can prove that the mint is not fractional, so to speak, or has not been doing any shenanigans, but these only come out in retrospect, so to speak. So let's say every month you move to a new key set, and eventually you would figure out that the mint was fractional in the previous month. And then trust is lost and people are running the bank and it's over for the business. So in theory, it plays positively with this whole reputational idea. You know, the free banking, doing the work, investing the capital, having the reputation and valuing that reputation and the business should keep you from committing fraud idea, in theory. Like that was the... But again, there are serious limitations on this whole thing to work, and I don't think it really works. And there was another thing that I noticed and was also expressed, is that in the Cashu protocol, there is really no way for you to prove your innocence. Like if the mint is telling you, no, I don't accept this eCash token from you, you are trying to defraud me. That's what the mint is saying. He could say it two ways. Like he could say, this is not my signature. And for that, the delay proofs actually allow you to prove the mint. If the mint is publicly declaring that this is not his signature, you can prove them wrong, basically. You can call them out. Okay, that's fine. The other thing the mint can say is that you already spent this token, you are trying to cheat and defraud me and go away. And you actually can prove that to be false. You don't have, in normal Cashu protocol, you don't have a way to prove that to be false. But there are ways to work around that, I guess. For example, so the way Cashu works is you pick a number, a random number that only you know. You hash that number onto the curve. So basically you are hashing this number until you find a hash value that is the next coordinate for a point of the curve. That is a valid public key, a nums point that nobody knows the private key for, basically. So people familiar with nums points understand what this is. So you hash your secret to the curve, and then the mint basically multiplies this with their private key. But if they did that, then there would be no blindness in the whole thing. So there are additional components to it. First you blind it, then the mint signs it, then you unblind it, and then you have like a proof from the mint, basically another point of the curve that proves that the mint's key is having a relationship with this token. So, and you have the delay proof where you can actually prove out that yes, the mint actually signed it with their keys because no one else could have produced that. So you have these components as the basic Cashu operational blocks, and basically you spend the eCash token by showing the mint that you know the preimage for this point of the curve. So you show your point, your curve point, and the preimage. And the mint can see that, yes, this preimage, if I raise it to the curve and multiply it with my private key, then it matches that point that you injected and submitted, sorry, that is submitted. So they know if you are being truthful, but they also maintain a database. They maintain a database where they give the spend tokens, and they insert your, if they are honest, they insert your token into the spend database. They have to keep the spend database forever. It's like a negative ledger, really. So they don't have a ledger of the outlying tokens, the outlying liabilities. They have a ledger of their spent tokens. But the mint can just lie to you. The mint can just say, hey, this is already spent. I'm sorry, you are trying to defraud me, or maybe you were yourself defrauded. I don't know what happened, but I'm not going to accept this. And this also, if they are doing it in a weird way, so a very highly trusted institution, somehow able to infer who are the very vulnerable people using it, you know, people who are poorer, don't have a voice, and so network analysis, timing analysis, all of these things that eCash is not immune to, would allow them to be more targeted than just simple random statistical injection of errors, let's say. They could effectively issue more eCash tokens than what they have reserves for. And to solve that, you either need some scheme where you are not actually using any number as preimage, but let's say you are using hashes of public keys, because if you are using hashes of public keys, then you can also sign an intent with those private keys that belong to the public keys, the same as Bitcoin. Like you can actually sign that I am giving you this and this and this token, and for that you are, I want you to pay this invoice, right? And if you do that, then the mint would have to not just have to show your pre-image if you are like publicly, contesting their claim that you are double spending them. They would need to be able to show like a valid signature for that belongs to that pre-image, right? Cryptographically probably belongs to that they fulfilled, let's say, paying an HTS or whatever. And that is one way to go about it. That's not how Cashu works, by the way. They do have pay to pub key constructions, but I think that's not the default, and they don't have this whole proof mechanism baked into the protocol. I think that Fedimint actually went in the direction, but I'm not 100% sure how that project is. I'm not really following Fedimint, but I think that's what they are doing. The other possibility is that you are using a fraud-proof protocol. I'm not sure if this is the perfect way to describe it. This is how I prove it, and this is how I code it. Basically, fraud-proofs for eCash would be establishing and recording a timeline of events where you can prove that someone stopped cooperating at a certain point, because this is a negotiation. So when you are using an eCash mint, this is a constant negotiation. People are proving to each other stuff constantly. And if you have a recording of this, a reliable recording of this, like no story events or whatever, so you need to establish a time frame. You need to have a recording of events that is out of either party's control. So neither the user nor the mint can control this recording. It has to exist. Basically, like a miniature blockchain has to exist for this purpose. And if you have this added complexity, then you can prove who stopped, who is not acting in good faith, who is submitting false proofs, and who stopped cooperating at what point. This would be the eCash fraud proofs that I have been working on to figure out and try to shield it for implementation. But as far as I know, nothing of this has been implemented. So right now, the whole eCash thing is a very trust neutral. It doesn't matter who says what. It's actually the mint is 100% trusted, and they can defraud you. Aside from the obvious, where they can just rug you, like openly rug you, do an exit scam, right? Everyone always knew that mints can do an exit scam, but they can also defraud you in subtle ways. And fraud proofs would change that. Fraud proofs would make sure that they immediately lose their reputation if they do that. That's why I was really interested in that. Why is it interesting? Among other things, among the covenants that I worked on, and anti-X field nonce generation and blind signatures for Bitcoin, and hash-based post-quantum signatures and stuff like that. I also had this idea that we could have non-custodial eCash. Like if you are just trying to replace the normal Lightning wallet experience with something that preserves your privacy better, but you don't want a custodial relationship with a mint, then you could use what I call credit eCash. So normal eCash is more like a debit card. You give the bank your money, and they give you a balance. In this case, you get eCash tokens that you can use to authorize spends. You can spend them over the Lightning Network. That's how debit eCash works. And that's clearly custodial, and they can clearly rug you. If you take the analogy of a credit card, how a credit card works, a credit card gives you points that you can spend. And let's say end of month, you have to make that balance whole. So you basically have to pay after you spend. You have to pay them. And the credit eCash idea can work with some KC relationship, like traditional banking relationship. Like you are known to the provider, they know who you are, they can sue you in court if you are not paying them. You still get privacy over your spends. They still, if everything is going well, they still don't, they are not able to track your spends, basically, how you use your money. They are not able to track that. That's the main purpose of this proposal. But they can prove if you don't pay your balance, because you are not able to give them the appropriate amount of eCash tokens of the previous month, and you are not going to get your balance rolled over for the next month. So then they can come after you if they know who you are, if they have like a proper contract with you, like with your bank you have for a credit card. So that's one way to do it. The advantage of that is that it scales indefinitely. Like it doesn't really have a scaling limit. The other way to do it, a more cypherpunk way, is to have like an escrow. So let's say you want 10 million Satoshi credit card balance. You put 10 million, 12 million, let's say you put 12 million Satoshis into a UTXO that you share with the mint for custody, basically. So you have a 2 of 2 over this balance. And if you don't pay the mint, then you won't get that back, basically. So you have a very strong, how do you say, this motivation to be truthful and pay the mint, or otherwise this balance, you can take it unilaterally, and after a while it will be up for grabs, basically into a race condition, where you are going to bid it to the miners. If you are dead, then the mint takes it. That's good, because we don't want a situation where the mint has too much risk, where you just die, disappear, lose your keys, whatever, then they don't get their money back. That would be bad business, right? And similarly, if the mint is just closed down, the government cracks down on that, you can get your money back. And if you are having a disagreement, you can't solve it like gentlemen, and it's not such an event, then you are going to bid it to the miners. Nobody is winning, so everybody loses. That's also a pretty solid thing. And if you add that, most people are generally honest and don't want like bad reputation and bad taste and bad relationship with other people, you can price the risk into the service, and it can work like a very private, very cypherpunk banking relationship where you are not in their custody, really. Not outright, not in the way where they can just take the giant pot of money and run away and have a face change and live their lives happily after, right? It's not like that. It's just a lot of pain if they try to do that. There is nothing to gain there, everything to lose, really. So that's why I like this credit eCash thing. But for this to work, you really need fraud proofs. You really need to be able to prove out who is doing bad things. So that's my motivation for pushing it and shilling it and working on it. That I actually like the credit card the experience for daily spending. Like you have a monthly budget usually. You don't want to do a lot of transactions. You are just spending your money. You want privacy for that. At least I do. Not everyone. Like sadly, the vast majority of the population doesn't really care about financial privacy, digital privacy. But if this was a more popular thing, that people would probably appreciate that they can be tracked from vendor to vendor and what they are purchasing and everything like that. And they also don't have, again, a custodial relationship. So that's the short version of how I came into this eCash thing, and why I'm not really convinced that these Debit Chaumian eCash mints are going to save us from the horrors of traditional finance.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. We actually got a funny question in the chat from Jerry from OPTN Labs, and he says, eCash, is that the BCH fork?
No, yeah, that it's a bit problem. So eCash was a very generic term before Bitcoin, and Satoshi came out with this paper of peer-to-peer electronic cash, and electronic cash for short is eCash. But it had nothing to do actually with Chaumian eCash. If you think about it, they have nothing in common. They are kind of like polar opposites. But there was a fork of Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash forked is a UTXO fork of Bitcoin, basically. And if so, those that remember when it happened in 2017, everybody claimed to be the real Bitcoin, and there was a huge battle that they pretentiously dubbing the block size wars. I don't think it was a real war, but anyway, eCash is a fork of Bitcoin Cash because they got into a disagreement with their lead developer. So after the split, they had the lead developer, I think Henri Sachet. I don't want to butcher his name, poor guy, but he wanted to implement dev tax, I think. That's what the main point of contention. He wanted the development funded by a tax on the miners or something. And a lot of coins did that previously, I think. And he wanted formal funding, formal roadmap, more corporate culture maybe for Bitcoin Cash development. I don't want to strawman him, but that's what it felt like, that he wanted something more formal and more cleaner, aside from continuously begging for funding, in a completely Wild West open source landscape. And most of the Bitcoin Cash people rejected that idea. So he created his own vision, his own fork. And that is called eCash, I believe, with a small e and a large c. And that's also like a coin of its own on coin market cap, and not as much a technology, more like an amalgam of experimental technologies or Henri's vision implemented, but it has nothing to do with anything that we are discussing here so far.
Oh yeah, I think he did add something, so it's not just a fork of a fork. It also adds something that's called avalanche pre-consensus.
Yeah, but that also was something that existed before. That's why I said it's an amalgam, because there was this so avalanche is not his invention. He ported it from another altcoin, I think, and it's proof of stake, if I understand it correctly, or hybrid proof of stake, something like that. So they have this avalanche pre-consensus and also proof of work consensus. And he thinks that's actually like a very good trade-off overall. So he's implementing his vision. Good for him. I don't really want to talk about more of the project. It's not interesting to me personally so much.
Oh yeah, but it's useful to make the distinction because ironically, I think XCC, the altcoin, has more users than Cashu, which is Chaumian eCash.
Wow, that is surprising to me. It's so small and so obscure. I would have thought that it doesn't really have any users, but good for them. Yeah, at least that's non-custodial, I guess.
You just made me look to check. They had, so the trading volume over the last 24 hours is $3.7 million. So maybe if there are a bunch of eCash mints on top of Lightning that process, how much is $3 million in Bitcoin right now? It's like, how many Bitcoin?
It's like 40,000. I don't know.
No.
I'm bet that.
So the price of one Bitcoin right now is 89. So let's round it up to 90. So in order for, oh come on, CoinGecko. Okay, it works now. 3.7 million divided by 90,000. Let's see, 3.7. 37. 123 divided by 90,000. That's like 411 Bitcoin. So
I'm off by a magnitude. Okay.
I'm not sure what the liquidity is like and how many transactions are happening in the eCash ecosystem. And I'm not sure which one of the two is more popular, but yeah, it's a confusion that some people make. It's fine.
Yeah.
The way that I look at Bitcoin is like Linux. I'm not dogmatic anymore about.
I mean, I'm really strongly opposed to custodial scaling as a roadmap, and I'm naturally inclined to shit on everything custodial. Even again, admitting that eCash as a technology is cool, privacy is cool, I think, but custodial stuff I think, is a giant trap that will undo everything that is good about Bitcoin, everything that Satoshi tried to achieve, everything that subsequently the culture tried to achieve and later on capitulated on. Like it just undoes everything, including the 21 million limit. This is the biggest problem, basically, in my view, that a lot of people got psyoped into thinking that only the 21 million cap matters and all the other stuff does not matter. And they don't understand that the 21 million cap only exists on L1, on the blockchain. It does not exist anywhere else. It does not exist on books of custodians. Paper Bitcoin does not have any limit on it whatsoever. I try to tell this to people again and again and again. It does not stick. They don't understand how easy it is to debase them, effectively debase them, and have 200 million Bitcoins out there, Bitcoins quote unquote, on paper, on options markets, on paper products, on company balance sheets, or whatever else that people are buying instead of L1 Bitcoin. The scarcity simply does not exist. So they don't understand that it directly undoes the very thing that they care about most, but it also undoes all the things that I care about the most. So it's very bad for everyone. It's a very bad trend. I think we should really be more toxic against this trend, but somehow the toxicity is not at all directed in this way.
Yeah, maybe that your definition flies over a lot of people's heads. So let me explain this in a very easy way for anyone to understand. Let's say that a whale has 1,000 Bitcoin and they have had it for like 15 years or whatever. So to them, it's like $1,000 from a decade and a half ago. And they decide to open a 100x leveraged position on BitMEX. This means that if they're successful, BitMEX has to pay them 100,000 Bitcoin, which I don't think BitMEX has. So the fact that BitMEX accepts this position to be open means that there is paper Bitcoin, theoretically. Like the exchange is going to go bankrupt if this person is successful.
I'm not sure BitMEX is the problem, by the way. The way BitMEX works is you have a short that is doing really well and the other side is liquidated, then they are going to auto-deleverage you. So they are not going to go fractional, they are going to auto-deleverage. They are going to exit you forcefully from your contract as the liquidity pool disappears that you can be against. So I actually experienced this firsthand when I was trading on BitMEX. So they are just taking you out of your position. You can't just take all the money on the world with a good short. If something catastrophic happens, you are going to get something, but you are not going to get the payday of your life necessarily. For that, the liquidity to bet against you actually has to exist, basically. But BitMEX is very unique, I think. So most exchanges are actually like FTX. I think that explains everything that I think about it. So most exchanges are like FTX, and also I'm not sure. Like BitMEX could also just be a bunch of crooks. I just don't know how, or things could have changed since I was there, or whatever. So I'm not saying this is 100% the truth or anything. It's just my understanding that they are actually not necessarily doing this, but other exchanges for sure. They are absolutely I seen a lot of posts about how the Bitcoin Cash price always immediately reacts when they are having their bank runs, the little exchange runs, and they are always running into technical troubles. When everyone tries to withdraw their Bitcoin Cash at the same time, there is always technical troubles and excuses and delays, and the price reacts almost immediately and in a very showable way, and they are much smaller. So imagine what is going on with Bitcoin. It's crazy. And we sadly lost this culture of proof of keys days and bank runs and exchanges and stuff like that. Most of the ways that Bitcoin adoption is shared right now to people, and Bitcoin is like 2 steps removed from on-chain. So like it's not even an option for you to take it into self-custody. Basically, you are just owning some company stock, where the company is using a third-party custodian that allegedly has an account with Coinbase, who allegedly has your Bitcoin. Okay, so I think it's a giant bullshit, the whole thing, and I think the price actually shows that I have been saying that there is no cap on paper Bitcoin whatsoever. There is no cap on how much of it can be sold to people who are not willing to take self-custody on chain. And if that is how the world adopts Bitcoin, then Bitcoin is a giant failure. Like it's pointless, completely and utterly pointless and meaningless. And it's not going to be a liberating freedom technology, even to the people who self-custody. That's the worst part of it, because there is another quote that so long as self-custody, I'm not affected by it. Of course you are affected by it. Of course you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this
I
is
have
why
to
I'm doing
apologize to
so.
BitMEX, first of all, because I did not know it works like this. And I guess I just doxed myself that I'm not rich enough to basically trade against the whole order book. So I never experienced that to know that you get deleveraged. So more power to them if they're able to set the leverage according to the amount of coins that they can actually pay, as opposed to some exchanges.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just dive straight ahead, head first, and say Binance. Maybe that on Binance they're gonna let you open that 100x position, and they're not gonna have any issue with it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Binance. I was never on Binance. Maybe I registered to Binance, but I never had anything on Binance. I had an account on Mt. Gox too, but I never had a single Bitcoin on Mt. Gox. And T-Gox, I'm not sure how you I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but the Japanese famous Magic the Gathering trading site. So I don't know what Binance is doing. It's highly suspect to me personally. I don't really have a lot of trust towards them. They are probably not as brazen about it that FTX was, but this is only a matter of time. Like the longer an entity keeps getting away with it, I think the more the motivation grows to just do more of the same bullshit, because there is an insane amount of money you can make on this. Like selling people Bitcoin that never existed is really a good business if you can do it. And also it's a good user experience to users if they are not getting auto deleveraged and they feel they have more liquidity to trade against them that actually exists. That's a good UX that draws in people. That probably just makes the whole problem worse. Yeah, but also I have to say that exchanges are not even the biggest issue in my mind about this, because they at least have some relationship with layer 1 Bitcoin. Like they at least have some relationship. They need to watch themselves. They need to somehow source coins that people are buying if they want to exist. But when you start layering financial products, the financialization of Bitcoin is all about layering products and creating leverage and getting further and further and further away from anything that is real Bitcoin. I think that's where the real danger is. And again, I think the ability of these higher order, more leveraged products to create quote unquote Bitcoin that people can buy, Bitcoin exposure. Like people bullish on Bitcoin are not buying Bitcoin. Now, the vast majority of them are not buying Bitcoin. So how do you expect the price to go up based on scarcity, based on the 21 million meme, if almost all the demand does not go to buy Bitcoin, buys other stuff. Some of the stuff is like outright fraud. It's like Wall Street shitcoins, let's say. So it doesn't even have a relationship with Bitcoin that makes sense. And that's a bigger problem, I think. So I think unless people understand, and maybe it's too late. That's the other reason why I changed my name from Moonsettler to Doomsettler. Is it might actually be too late. Like, let's say people understood what is happening. What exactly can they do about it? Like Bitcoiners, what can they do? They take whatever trading balance they have off exchanges. That's not going to reverse course. That's not going to change anything. When you have TradFi adopting Bitcoin and on paper owning millions of Bitcoin and creating tens of millions of Bitcoins in paper products, you start to lose relevance, buddy. Sorry, it's already too late. And they can innovate much faster with these financial engineering products. They can even innovate and move much faster than we can move with Bitcoin consensus. So that's another reason for my doomish attitude nowadays, is that I think all these was the rush people royally screwed us, because there was a time when we could improve Bitcoin and we could have created more demand for on-chain Bitcoin, something that actually like interacts with the scarcity of the token in the protocol, and could have scaled to a wider user base. And there was a possibility if like a lot of people adopted Bitcoin in ungovernable ways, like not in walled gardens, but out in the wide free range Bitcoin, and they start to suppress the price of walled garden Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin that is free range is has a premium because you can do more stuff with it. You can actually use it. It has utility. You can pay with it. You can do stuff with it. It has demand for that, and it has an actual scarcity because these are low trust environments and not high trust credit layers. Then you would have an arbitrage, a powerful arbitrage vacuum that sucks Bitcoin out of the walled gardens any way it can. Any authorized participants could make a tidy profit by buying walled garden Bitcoin, withdrawing it to self-custody, selling it on the black market, and you would suck the Bitcoin out of capture. But if you do not have that, then the opposite happens. The Bitcoin valuation is all happening in walled gardens, and basically the Bitcoin that is free range is almost trading at a discount, because Bitcoin that you cannot deposit to exchanges is worth less. It has less utility to everyone than Bitcoin that you can just deposit into exchanges and not get you called the cops on or confiscated, freezed, ask questions, whatever. So Bitcoin right now in the traditional finance, in walled gardens, in exchanges, is kind of have more utility to people who want to buy Bitcoin than Bitcoin that cannot be moved to exchanges because they have a shady chain analysis post or whatever. They have been involved in coin joins, whatever, the eyebrow raising stuff. And this is the exact opposite of what we should have if we want Bitcoin to be freedom tech. Like, this is so lost.
Man, that's really depressing when you think about it. Let me present a couple of fads and then we can talk about proof of reserves and exchange runs and other stuff that used to be part of the norm, I guess. So first of all, since we talked about non-custodial stuff, I will tell you about Unstoppable Wallet, which is a non-custodial wallet that you can download for free today on pretty much every platform on mobile. And if you go to bitcoin.org and you go to that section that lets you choose your wallet, you're going to see that under the mobile section for Android and iOS, Unstoppable Wallet has the best scores for pretty much every criterion. It's better even than Blockstream Green. Actually, let me open the page so I can tell you exactly what this is about. Bitcoin.org. Choose your wallet and you go to, let's say, Android, and here you have a bunch of them. So it has green dots for control, validation, transparency, environment, privacy, and fees. And it seems like, for example, Blockstream Green has an orange triangle, which means caution for validation. And the only one that's comparable to Unstoppable is Electrum. And we all know that Electrum is OG and has a lot of cool features, but Unstoppable actually has swaps. So if someone wants to send you stable coins, you can actually accept them into Unstoppable and swap them for Bitcoin and some other use cases that you might find interesting. So check it out. It's free to download. It's free to try. You don't have to deposit any funds in it until you trust it. It's open source. I think it's good. Otherwise, I would not promote it. Also, since I spoke about swaps, check out SideShift, which is the place where I tell people to go when someone really wants to pay them in stablecoins. So, for example, let's say that someone offers to pay you $1,000 in USDT and you don't want to touch it. Like, what are you going to do next? Buy the gas token, which might be Tron or Polygon or something that you are not interested in actually buying. So, what you do actually is to go to sideshift.ai and you paste your Bitcoin address, and then you're going to receive a stablecoin address for USDT that you send to the person wanting to pay you. And once they make the payment, a swap will be made and you get Bitcoin to your wallet. And you can also do the opposite if you think that we are at the top of the bull market for some reason. You can swap into stablecoins and sit on your stablecoins until you can buy cheaper Bitcoin. That's also something that you can do. For low amounts, I don't think there's any KYC or registration. I'm not sure what their limits are, but it's an interesting tool that you can try and you can use. It's called sideshift.ai. And let me present one more and then we get to the topic. NoOnce.com, which is a non-custodial and also peer-to-peer marketplace that you can use for your Bitcoin, you can use for gift cards, you can use for a lot of stuff. What's really nice about it is that it empowers the global south. A lot of the users on this platform are from countries from Africa or from the Middle East or from Latin America. And you're basically giving them liquidity that they can further use to hustle within their communities. And by giving them access to coins, you're helping them actually protect themselves from the fiat currencies, which lose a lot more value on a daily basis than Bitcoin does. And they also have a spot market on their website and a debit card that you can use for spending, but I'm really not a fan of that. You do whatever you think is nice for yourself, but I would not get a debit card for Bitcoin. Anyway, the URL is noones.com, which is noones.com. Check it out. And now, Moonsettler, let's talk about this beautiful tradition that we used to have in Bitcoin. January the 3rd, it was called the Proof of Keys Day. And the recommendation for that day was to withdraw your Bitcoin from exchanges so that basically you make them panic a bit and you make them actually have the liquidity for the withdrawal. I think it was a very beautiful tradition that went away with the cancellation of Trace Mayer, who apparently was shilling some altcoin to a conference.
Oh, that's sad. One sec. About Unstoppable Wallet, I want to mention that I want to shield wallet scrutiny a bit. They have wallet scrutiny recommendation on their website. If you click into the link, however, you get a bit more details out of it. And it shows that the last reproducible build they had was on October 8th, and they had 2 failed reproducible builds since that. I would personally recommend that you use a reproducible build. Builds can fail to reproduce for a variety of reasons. It can be a misunderstanding, it can be some technical issue. It doesn't mean that it is malicious code, but it's a very good sign if the wallet you are using is open source and reproducible. Still, open source and reproducible things can have bugs in their key generation, signature generation, stuff like that. So it also pays to make sure that they are using good practices, standard libs, and using them properly. That's a bit problematic for most people, but you can also just make sure that it is like widely enough reviewed. So if you have reproducible builds, open source, it's reviewed enough, then it should be okay. These multi-coin wallets had issues before. I think Trust Wallet was at one time the most widespread maybe, and they stopped being truly open source. They moved more and more functionality to the back end. And they also had issues with seed generation. Like they generated very weak entropy seeds, I think, or some other brutal mistake. So I just want to mention this, that these things are something to look out for.
Yeah, I think it's variable to. So I'm looking at walletscrutiny.com at Android / the page for Unstoppable Wallet is called io.horizontal systems. And it seems like the version from October the 6th, 2025 was reproducible. And that was version 0.45. And then they updated to 0.45.2 and 1. And it seems like these are the ones that have issues. So the previous version was fine. I don't know what's happening. They need to...
It doesn't mean there is a big problem necessarily, but it's certainly like if you cannot yourself verify the source code changes to be safe and you cannot build it for yourself, if you want to download a binary, I strongly suggest to only download reproducible binaries that have been reproduced by other people and also checked out by developers who keep track of the changes, because otherwise you are exposing yourself to rug risk. Wallets are very finicky, very high trust computation environment. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I basically checked to see if other competitors of Unstoppable are in the same situation. It seems like Cake Wallet is also having some issues, and Edge Wallet too. I don't know. So in the case of Unstoppable, which happens to be the one that I promoted earlier, there's a version of it that is fully reproducible for Android, and you can get that one.
Yeah. I recommend getting that one if you want to get it. That's all. Don't want to waste too much time on it. I actually had a bounty of 1 million sats on reproducibility of seed signer. You know, the seed signer that was supposed to be open source and not trusted in any way, unlike a lot of more closed
but is seed signer open source because the Raspberry Pi board is not open source?
Yeah, I mean that's another discussion, but assuming that you got a Raspberry Pi board before seed signer was a thing, there is no reason to assume it as any specific code. You are not updating, you are not plugging it into the internet, and so let's say you have that. The shilling point was, I think, that that this is completely open source and you are not trusting them, but they actually released images that you can burn on a SD card that were created by making a backup of a live OS that was brought online to do the build process on the board itself. So they brought the thing online actually, and then they did something to it that is completely not reproducible. Live OS is not something that you can reproduce. It's in a state of its own. And then they took a copy of that and they published these images. And fortunately, they stopped that. So there was another way to make the builds and releases, and now they, as far as I know, switched over to that. And I paid out the bounty to their developer who made the first reproducible build for seed signer, because I really like the idea, but I had a serious issue, and I think seed signer even blocked me for a while. He was very upset that I called it out. But it eventually resolved amiably, and I like to think I contributed to them being better and more aligned with their ethos, hopefully. Okay, so yeah, open source is hard, especially small projects, like small projects with a few developers, not many eyes on them. Even if they do everything right, it's a lot of risk that you are taking on by using it or it alone. Yeah. Where were we? Where did we want to go from here? I'm sorry for the detour.
Oh, it's fine.
Proof of keys.
I like Seed Signer. I supported Mr. Seed Signer with every occasion, but he's been an asshole to me lately, and I don't understand why. The last time we spoke, he told me that I make something that's worthless, and I basically told him that the first lesson of economics is that value is subjective. So if all I do is talk and my talk is worthless, then there's some other market participant that thinks it's worth something. So this is where we disagree. But I digress. Let's talk about proof of keys, which used to be a big thing. And this is, I think, the era of Bitcoin that I liked the most, when everyone was running a node and validating and trying to mine from home and saying, look at me, I withdraw all the coins from exchanges. Look, I discovered how to do a coin join. Look, we're building this peer-to-peer economy where we have more merchants accepting, and it doesn't have to be Walmart. It's just somebody's socks shop or something. And it seems like we took many steps back from there. And I think the first moment when we took a step back was when they told us to stop running Lightning nodes from Raspberry Pis because we're making the
that was
network
not the
slow.
first step. No. Sorry to interrupt, but I really loved the Wild West feel of early Bitcoin. You could just send your money here or there, withdraw, do whatever you wanted with it. There was an element of risk. If you put it into some custodial pool, there was an element of risk that you can get right. We all knew that. But if you wanted, you could, and you could just withdraw, and you needed maybe an email address or not even that, right? And I think the original scene when everything started to go wrong was when exchanges were pressured into implementing KC, or your client, and people, instead of reacting very toxically about this, and this is something that I myself sadly guilty of, instead of saying a hard no and bankrupting any business that adopted a KC policy, we complied because it sounded like legitimization and more protection legally, and it was actually more convenient than to resist. But everything from that point on just got gradually downhill and much worse and much more invasive, to the point where now if you are asking to withdraw your own Bitcoins from an exchange, they get upset, suspicious, flag your account, whatever, demand some proof from you, demand source of funds, and you know this is how they react if you want to withdraw. So regarding proof of key days, I don't have my hopes up, because the people who have their money on exchanges, they understand that leaving the exchange is a lot of trouble, a lot of risk. They can get their account flagged, they can get their account frozen, they need to deal with a bunch of compliance bullshit for weeks and months. They can't talk to anyone human because there is no human support. There is only like retarded chatbots. A few years ago, at least, it was outsourced to India, right? There were humans, and some of them were intelligent sometimes, and there was a possibility that you could speak with a human. That's gone now. Like, it's all just chatbots now. You don't have real support. You don't really have any strong representation. It's not like your local bank where you can just go down and make a scene or whatever, and then the manager comes out and you can talk to them. It's not like that at all. You are completely at their mercy. If you ever try to deal with like a big exchange customer support, it's hell on earth. And you know that, and you know that's how they react if you want to withdraw. So now we have this crazy situation where if you started a campaign about proof of keys and people withdrawing from exchanges, it will probably have like zero effect. I have zero hope of any significant amount getting withdrawn from exchanges. So it's crazy.
Yeah, so about this KYC acceptance, I remember watching the documentary The Rise and Rise of Bitcoin, which shows events from 2013 and 2014. And there was this guy from TradeHail, if I'm not mistaken. He was the CEO of the exchange. And he was recorded in a casual conversation where he was saying, I don't care about all of this compliance stuff. I will just do whatever they ask me to because I don't want to go to jail for selling Bitcoin to customers. And I think this was sort of the general attitude. A lot of these early Bitcoiners who had businesses, they were very cowardly and they did not want to push back in any way. In the case of Coinbase, and maybe that there were others, they even self-regulated. So as a way of, I think for them, it's a way to push their competition out of business. Because if they are the ones to comply and they comply in ways that their competition cannot, they're trying to show the regulators what to demand from businesses from their jurisdiction. And therefore, in comparison, Coinbase is going to look nice and compliant and everyone else is going to have to sell their business. And that's how you end up only with Coinbase. And these guys were doing stuff before it was actually required to do it. Just because they were afraid that something bad can happen. And they were trying to prevent or preemptively take measures against something that did not exist yet. And they screwed us all, I think.
And we had an opportunity there. So if I had a time machine and I could go back, I would yell up to the sky that this is the moment where you make your stand. You have to bankrupt any business that is complying with this bullshit, and only the ones that do not comply with KEC can survive, because otherwise we lost. It's over. And I think the real wake-up call for me, because there was always this feeling, okay, they cucked out, they are trying to do this regulatory mode thing. You understand what they are doing. But there were exchanges like BitMEX that held out as long as they could. And for me, the real rude awakening was actually when BitMEX was forced into a KEC for all its customers. They really held out for a long time. They were not in the US. I think they were Seychelles, maybe. I don't know. I think they were out of US jurisdiction, and for a long time they thought that they can get away with it, and I think Arthur made someone very upset about with the coconut comment. I'm not sure if you know about that. So he said something along the lines that he likes the Seychelles because it takes like 2 coconuts to bribe the officials and not a whole bunch of money that it would take in the US. It seems like someone taken an offense at that, and they really went after him. And after a while, like BitMEX capitulated, and that was an interesting thing, because they did not have a banking relationship, as far as I can tell. They accepted Bitcoin. They created synthetic futures products on it. That was their thing. They basically had a Bitcoin on and off ramp, and they were in theory isolated legally too. So there was no way to pressure them from the banking and financial infrastructure side, and there was no way in theory to pressure them in a regulatory manner because they were out of jurisdiction. But they went after the actual owners of the exchange, I think, the controllers of the exchange, and they found a way to pin them legally. And I guess the deal was that you either go to prison for a very long time, or you are going to fall in line and implement KC. In a nutshell, that's kind of what happened. And when that happened, I realized that there will be no corner of this whole landscape that is used to be a Wild West that is going to be uncontrolled, unsurveilled, free of this fucking dystopia that is building out.
Yeah, so I did a bit of searching, and the person I was talking about is Jared Kenna. He was the CEO of TradeHill, which he launched in June of 2011 and shut down in 2013. Seems like they had some issues with payments processors and lost like $100,000 in chargebacks from Dwola, which was this startup that was dealing with payments. Anyway, OG stuff, OG problems, but they don't seem old in any way. It's just that this guy, like, he's the first person that I know of that was recorded saying this. If they ask us for more regulations, we'll just do it because I don't want to go to jail for it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I heard Ray Youssef. You mentioned Novans. He was at I don't want to say something
Paxful, yeah. And
Paxful.
It's the business that he abandoned from the US because he realized it's a no-go.
he was ranting about how much compliance has cost them. So maybe when they first started to comply, they did not comprehend, these companies did not comprehend how much it will cost them, that it will just keep on piling up because the compliance will never be enough. So for the control freak bureaucrats, no amount of compliance is enough. And there is this saying that you cannot comply your way out of tyranny. And I think we are seeing the absolute proof in front of our eyes that everyone who complied is now in an impossible captured situation. It costs them a lot. It really sucks for them. And sadly, compliance won as an adoption strategy for on and off ramps. So I'm not sure how to get out of this situation, but I always had a strong feeling that we should go back to basics, think it through. Like Satoshi was not joking about peer-to-peer electronic cash. He understood the problem. He understood how you can go after anything that is like big centralized custodial. That is a chokehold for the powers that be to strangle. That's just how things are. That's how our world works. And the only way to really avoid that is peer-to-peer, right? At least that was Satoshi's theory, and I don't think he was proven wrong so far. I don't think he was proven wrong, but somehow we lost culturally this insistence on no trusted third-party intermediaries. All I see all day, every day on Twitter is scopes and justifications for why more trusted third-party intermediaries are actually okay. That's all I see. Like it's beyond depressing, beyond infuriating. I feel defeated.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, we should not imagine that Satoshi was this ultra giga chad who was willing to fight with the central banking and the banking cartel and whatever, because when people started donating Bitcoin to WikiLeaks, he freaked out and he said, we kicked the hornet's nest and disaster is upon us. And not too much time later, he decided to leave the project, said he moved on to other things. Like, he freaked out when people started using Bitcoin for stuff that he did not approve of, or he thought it was too early and the project was not mature enough. And
I don't think he wanted to openly challenge the established order. I don't think he ever wanted to do that. I think he understood that that is a fight that you are not going to win. They are going to smack you down and hard and without any mercy. And they have the power, they have the tools, they can make the laws, they can change the laws. So it's not a fight you can win. The only fight that seemed to be winnable is if the retarded rules and regulations cannot be effectively enforced because the system is so damn decentralized and so resistant to top-down regulation and control that it's just not possible to effectively enforce it. Satoshi saw that those systems thrived and survived and basically forced the industry to change the entire strategy of how media is distributed. If you think about it, the old ways to distribute media are practically dead. And there are new ways to distribute media, and those new ways are actually sort of more convenient, more streamlined, more convenient, and much more cheaper for the consumer than they used to be before these peer-to-peer technologies. So they were forced to adopt. They couldn't kill it. They couldn't kill BitTorrent. They couldn't kill these peer-to-peer file sharing things. And I think Satoshi kind of wanted to do the same, and he never wanted to personally challenge the established order, I think. And he certainly did not want Bitcoin to make it an apparent challenge too early, because he probably understood that things are just not ready for it, and that's not the way he wanted to go about it. I think that's my read of the situation.
I don't know exactly what happened there, but historically, if we look at his reaction to WikiLeaks and the timeline of the events, he freaked out. And it was also Gavin's visit to the CIA.
Yeah.
which seemed unexpected. And then he just made Gavin maintainer of the repository, which was not on GitHub at the time. It was on SourceForge.
Yeah, I think Satoshi did not. So he obviously put a lot of thought and effort from the very beginnings into his OPSEC. But I don't think he trusted it to set up, to stand up to a direct scrutiny from a three-letter organization. Like if they started to look into it, like they started to look into
Which they did, let's be honest. It's not like just because he disappeared, they did not look.
I'm sure they did, but if you continue, so that's a very different situation. Okay, you may have been careless, you may have left clues. That's one thing. You can hope that you were good, but if you keep going back, like the hunter is out there and the animal keeps going back to the watering hole, it's going to get shot. It's just a matter of time. Like I think that's what Satoshi thought. Maybe I'm just post-rationalizing it or reading too much into it, but I have this feeling that he did not feel like it's possible to hide from these people if they are actively looking for you and you show up. I don't think I think he wanted to fly under the radar as long as possible, and when he saw it's no longer possible, he felt like he has to disappear. And it's entirely possible. There are conspiracy theories that he was actually killed and whatnot. So of course, I can imagine that I have seen enough spy movies and series.
Who's your favorite Satoshi candidate? Like, when you think about it, it seems like it was someone who seemed at the same time young and old. Young in the sense that he seemed foolish and enthusiastic and wanted to prove the cypherpunks that they were wrong in their assumptions of what you can and what you cannot do with internet money, but also seemed old in terms of coding style.
Yeah. Satoshi had this feeling of a young man's arrogance who don't take no for an answer, who doesn't accept that the problem is unsolvable. He had this feeling that he is a young guy, perhaps in his 20s, 30s, something like that. But also there are hints that he probably has an academic background and somehow connected to former academy. The thing is, I try to not speculate publicly on this. I mean, I used to love this speculation in a way, but it's just way too dangerous to the family of the people. I think I don't want to contribute to in any way to putting them into danger or putting them in the crosshairs or harassment or anything like that. So when I heard about how the relatives of people left behind have been harassed by crazy people, over these speculations, then I always decide that I'm not going to do it. So even though I would really love to engage with this topic and I have my own ideas, I think it's not prudent to do it, sadly. So I would like to refrain from it as much as I can.
Oh, we can just agree that it was not Craig Wright, and that's enough.
No, it was definitely Craig Wright. Please go after the asshole.
Yeah. It was funny. I had like a very early and bright person on my podcast, Daniel Kravis, who is a co-founder of the Nakamoto Institute and came up with the term hyper-Bitcoinization, wrote a bunch of excellent articles in 2013, 2014, was going to a lot of conferences, basically educating old school libertarians on Bitcoin. And at some point down the line, he decided that he's a big blocker, but he was not happy with BCH. He wanted to take it a step further, and he just embraced the idea that Craig Wright is Satoshi. And you talk to him and you realize, okay, this person understands how Bitcoin works, is very educated. And then you ask him, so why do you think Craig Wright is Satoshi? And he's like, oh, because he could teach me stuff about Bitcoin that I did not know. And I'm like, what didn't you know? Like, what could this guy teach you? Because the last time I checked, Roger Ver was having a conversation with him and realized that he doesn't know that addresses have checksums in them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's when Roger realized, wait a second, there's something wrong with this guy. He's not Satoshi if he doesn't know this.
Yeah,
And he,
a lot of people made this blunder, claiming to be Satoshi and not knowing trivial things that Satoshi must have known because he personally came up with them. So,
yeah. I mean, it's sort of beautiful to have a story of a creator who's unknown and
mm,
most likely disappeared or possibly died. It
mm,
would be poetic. It would be very beautiful if Satoshi was alive and decided to sell his coins. I think that's like the final step in
mm.
making Bitcoin
Yeah,
like bulletproof, right? Because once you get rid of this FUD and Satoshi actually gets rid of his
mm,
coins and there's a market for it and people buy them, that's when you can actually start over and say, okay, now there's no more concern about the founder selling anything.
mm. Yeah. I mean, if Satoshi is alive, then he is a bit of a god among men, right? So sitting on this world, sitting on his hand, not touching it, that must take like extreme self-discipline because
No, I don't think so because he could sell maybe a block reward of 50 Bitcoin,
mm,
but he would reveal that he's active and he doesn't want that. Maybe he's waiting for the market to have enough liquidity to absorb all of it at the same time. And maybe he's gonna sell the UTXOs or something or the
what I mean is when you have this much money, then you can actually affect real change in the world. You have the power to affect change. You don't have to personally spend the money. You can donate your money to affect change, and we all have opinions on how the world should change, and it takes extreme mental maturity for someone to have the humility to think that they cannot make the world better. Their ideas are not necessarily the best ideas. They should not fund Bitcoin development in opinionated ways and stuff like that. And I know Jack is not everyone's favorite character necessarily, but if you take a look at it, I'm not saying in any way, I'm not implying that the Jack Dorsey is Satoshi, but I think he internalized the way of Satoshi a bit. He doesn't seem to be pressuring developers to work one way or another. He is just throwing money at it, basically. He is just throwing money at both sides often enough. And again, I have this feeling that if Satoshi was truly a god among men and he was around, then he would do that. He would probably fund Bitcoin development. He would fund projects that make the world a better place, maybe, not necessarily spend the money for himself. Um, and this is way beyond like my level of maturity. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm much more opinionated person. I think I know better than others, much more arrogant and how do you say this? I'm not sure, but yeah, opinionated, I guess, is a good word for it. So I have ideas. I would definitely use funds to move those ideas forward if I had them available to me. I really like the idea of having the power to change the world for a better place to live in, and I don't think I could resist the temptation of moving these funds for that purpose. And yeah, again, it's weird for me. I find it much more likely that Satoshi is not alive or does not have access to the keys because it takes an inhuman amount of discipline, I think, to do nothing with it.
I agree with you. Just think about it. You could afford anything in the world. You could buy an entire nation. I did hear about this theory, like it's a libertarian slash cypherpunk dream to buy up an entire country and turn it into a
Mm,
utopia. And this goes
yeah.
way back to the pirates. The pirates, they were stealing gold from the Kingdom of England or the Kingdom of Spain, and they wanted to buy an island or set up their
Mm,
own pirate utopia somewhere.
yeah. Yeah, I mean the temptation is irresistible for someone like me to actually like make use of this research to move your dreams forward, to try to improve upon this sorriest world in some way. And of course, you think you are right. You think you know best. You think you have the correct ideas, even if you are flexible and tend to reevaluate your priors with new evidence. Even if you think that, you would still think that you can do something useful. I think this is a pretty basic human nature. So yeah.
Yeah, so as a reference to what I just said, there's Libertaria, which was a purported pirate colony founded in the late 17th century in Madagascar under the leadership of Captain James Mission.
Nice.
Not Mission.
Nice. Cool.
So these people, they had the same ideas, the same goals. They wanted to run away from the kings and have their own place where they could set up their own rules or live outside of rules.
If you think about it, the biggest sickness of this world that we live in today is that frontier culture got strangled out of existence. There is nowhere to run from the authorities, the powers that be, the innumerable amount of fucking regulation everywhere that just keeps being piled on. Back in our history, there was always a new land where we could run. We could expand, we could find new land, we could create this frontier culture that provided an escape valve for those that were suffocated by their society. They could move to the new world. And we run out of land, pretty much. I mean, maybe there is Antarctica, maybe. Of course, there are international treaties protecting it from this happening to it, but that is a large landmass that is not settled yet. Maybe we could settle the seas. I think that a lot of people are thinking about settling the seas because we have a huge surface area of the planet that is oceans. But right now, if I had to pick a direction where to go from these control freak technocrats, there is nowhere to run. And I think that's bad for the human soul. I think we always had people that just can't tolerate this incessant bullshit, that were suffocated by it and wanted to find new land. And maybe if we can, swarm out into the solar system, maybe we will have frontier culture again. But right now, we can't really have that. And this seems to be a recurring story in human history, that we are trying to have that. And we kind of run out of land. That's sad, because and also this whole digital revolution made the world a whole lot smaller, like a whole lot smaller. The EU can find an American company, which sounds like total nonsense, total bullshit, but they can just find an American company now, and you can't even properly use regulatory arbitrage anymore, it seems. It's very sad.
I don't know too much about this, but you can still have some exceptions. For example, think of Edward Snowden. He's able to stay away from the mandates that would arrest him. And he found basically refuge in Russia, where I don't know how much freedom he enjoys, but at least he's able to live outside of a prison. And he occasionally tunes in for conferences to talk.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I envy his freedom.
But maybe that they're just waiting for another trade option, and he's gonna get traded for some Russian spy who gets arrested in the US or something.
I mean, he is on a set for Russia now, whether you like the sound of that or not. They are going to take advantage of his capital, social capital, and I think he's kind of like a prisoner in a gilded cage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is free under any circumstance. Yeah. At least he's not in a prison cell. I'm not sure if it's much better to live in Russia. Maybe you know better. You seem to have a bit of a Russian accent.
No. I'm doing my best to stay away from Russia as much as possible. That is not a place I want to be.
Well, as a Romanian, I'm doing my best to keep Russia away from my country.
Yeah.
We have this
Yeah,
joke
so
that you
you
should visit
understand,
Russia
yeah.
before they
Yeah.
visit you.
It's always so funny when you see like North Americans like sucking up to Putin's regime and Russia, and how much they are these stalwart champions of traditional culture and no gender nonsense or whatever. Like, I think Eastern Europeans have a much more balanced view on Russian friendship. So we kind of know them better.
Well, my grandma told me some stories. Like, they're not even politically correct or historically accurate according to the narrative, because my country lived under German occupation and then Russian occupation. And my grandma told me that the Germans were actually polite and civilized, and they had to live in their homes. I don't know. They went to war and then they just went into people's homes to sleep, and said that the Germans had their own food and their own cans, and they were just polite. They would not do anything to you. They would ignore the family, just come to sleep and go to war in the morning. But the Russians, they're like, oh, you have something nice in your house, they would take it. You had like a beautiful mother, they would rape her. You had maybe a father who was aggressive towards their stealing or raping or whatever, they would shoot him down. So it was like this for that generation. And that's the impression that they had about
Yeah,
Russians when they
I heard a
came.
lot of stories like that. I want to add just a tiny bit of nuance as my general understanding, because there are stories pro and contra. There are all kinds of stories. What I understand is Russia is like fucking huge. There are a lot of backwards S regions of it, like those Manchurian savages that were set up on the Ukrainians and stuff like that, you know? So there are a lot of sort of savage backwards tribes, and also they have this tendency to take people from prison, violent criminals from prison, and throw them on the front line and stuff like that. So you have a lot of human trash in the Russian army. The officer cadre is more like the civilized Russians usually, but they tend to have a lot of their file and rank made up of literal savages. And I think that's why you have a mixed picture of how they behaved as of your occupiers, because they showed a lot of restraint and mercy at times, and you hear these horrible stories from people in rural areas how they experienced Russian occupation, when soldiers under no supervision, they just let out the worst of their human nature. So you have this mixed picture, and I think it was probably in the Second World War not an outright policy of Russia to let loose of these savages. They actually tried to keep a lid on them. Now I'm not so sure. So now it appears that in Ukraine they are actually like doing this on purpose. But I think in the Second World War the policy probably was more like to keep things civilized. But of course, not under direct supervision. A lot of this human garbage did all kinds of horrible shit.
Yeah, something else that is interesting about Russia and the Russian army is that when you have a country that spans across two continents, you have different ethnicities. And something
Yeah.
that they can use to their advantage is to send soldiers who look like Mongoloids. They don't look European, they look what I guess shallow people would describe as Chinese or something. And this is useful in some situations because if you send people from close to the European border, they're gonna look just like the people from the country that they're invading. And there's a chance that they're gonna feel sorry. And they're gonna be like, wait a second, they look like we could be from the same family, you know?
Yeah.
And they just leverage racism or tribalism or whatever, and they send people who look Asian or Mongoloid. And that's when you see someone invading you looking like that, and you're gonna be like, there's no way this can be part of my family, so I'm gonna fight him until death.
Yeah, I'm not sure they are not playing this on purpose now. I'm also not sure that they did this on purpose in the Second World War. I think that was a different situation.
And the Ottoman Empire did it way better, like 200, 300 years ago. Like they actually had a strategy to send soldiers that looked in a certain way, like a different way compared to the indigenous population.
Yeah, I think even today it is a well-known thing that your chances of recognizing someone from another race is much worse, right? If all Chinese look alike, kind of stereotype, for a white man. But of course, for the Chinese, it might be that all white men look alike or all black men look alike. So we have less empathy towards people who are more different than us, and we have a difficulty to recognize them as persons, I guess. So this is definitely a perfectly viable strategy if they are doing it on purpose.
Yeah, anyway, we should get back on topic for how we failed to improve Bitcoin. I'll present 2 more ads and then we can talk about covenants. It seemed like more people tuned in. We have Michelangelo, who said cowabunga and put an emoji of pizza, and I want to say hello to him because I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Anyway, let's talk about Layer 2 Labs, which I think are doing a great job delivering the software for Drivechains. And you can download their software at layer2labs.com/download. It runs on the Bitcoin Signet, and you can see that Drivechains aren't just an idea, they're an actual software implementation that you can run, and it can be a very fun weekend experiment. But what I will promote this time is not just the software, but also the fact that on their Twitter page, they have this live stream for Christmas. So if you go there, you can listen to Bitcoin Uncensored 24/7, which I have been doing for the last 2 or 3 days. Non-stop, even when I sleep, I listen to that because it's funny. And they also have a beautiful dashboard of what's going on with Bitcoin, like what kind of commits are being pushed on Bitcoin Core and what's happening with the hash rate, which mining pools are mining the latest blocks. I think it's a beautiful dashboard that you can run in the background during the holidays and also listen to the funniest show in the history of Bitcoin. Of course, after you finish with Bitcoin Takeover, you can get to that one. So yeah, check it out. It's called Layer 2 Labs on Twitter and also layer2labs.com. And last but not least, there is Bitcoin.com news. And I'm sure you remember, Mr. Moonsettler, that Bitcoin.com used to be this green website that was saying you should use Bitcoin Cash because it's faster and it has lower fees. And now if you go to Bitcoin.com and use.bitcoin.com, you're going to see that the logo is orange, which means that something happened.
Roger Ver used to own Bitcoin.com, right? And
I think he still owns it, but the editorial team is sort of independent.
Wow.
And they're able to just follow the market trends. And nowadays they recognize the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. And the reason why I reached out to them was, first of all, because I saw the rebrand and I was like, most people don't even know about this. And secondly, because I realized that they write some good articles. And they even have something about Cashu and eCash. If you look it up, they covered some of the drama mostly that happened with Bitstream and the fact that they got delisted. No, BitChat, not Bitstream. Jack Dorsey's BitChat.
And delisted from where?
Delisted from Google Play Store.
Fucking Google.
Yeah, I know. It's horrible. But we should build stuff that's not reliant.
Used to be free. Android used to be pretty free, and they are going to undo that now. So the trap is closed.
Yeah, I mean, nothing surprises me anymore, except for the fact that we don't build progressive web apps like before. Like, it used to be the norm that you open something in your browser as opposed to having an app. And the fact that we rely so much on apps means that we also trust gatekeepers, which should not be the case.
I really think we should, reform this whole thing. The way web browsers work, even for progressive apps, I think is pretty retarded and unsafe. But it's entirely possible that we could sneak in a new browser that works on kind of different principles. It works with signed packages that are immutable, not pulled from the web. Not I mean, they are coming from the web, but they are digitally signed. You accept the upgrades explicitly, like it ups. Have some secure browser environment for that. Have a very generic browser, and in that generic browser, we could write applications that are not directly under the purview of the application store. Maybe this could work. I'm not sure if this would work, but maybe this could work, because you can't really like justify the delistment of a web browser, even if it's a bit different from other web browsers. But they are certainly getting very frisky with applications that have anything to do with money or anything to do with end-to-end encryption chat and stuff like that. So you see an increasing pressure to squeeze these out or KC the developers. And maybe one way to break this would be to just create a new web browser plugin that is explicitly geared towards having like secure websites or web ops, let's say, secure web ops running in this browser, and the whole thing is just engineered towards this being safe enough to like use wallets and encrypted chat applications inside, and not worry about someone injecting malicious code, some dependency. You have heard this npm and whatever package manager exploits and malware uploads on scales unimaginable before, and the fallout of that can actually like be direct theft from cryptocurrencies and banking applications and stuff like that. So I think that this is something that we might try. I'm not sure that this would work with Google though. So like they might very well just ban this browser by some bullshit reason.
Yeah, that's possible too. But I do like some of these progressive web apps, especially for something as basic. So it doesn't, for wallets and stuff that's sensitive, I agree that an application is preferable. But for a lot of this stuff that can just be accessed from a website, it makes a lot of sense to just keep a web page that's clean, lets you access it. Of course, when you have an app, you can track more metrics. And
it's not secure enough. It's not. It does not have the integrity that you would expect from an app. A progressive web app is more about just having a website behave kind of like an app. That's what it happens. That's what happens. It behaves like an app. It is running more sandbox, as I understand. So it is separated from your other browsing activities to some degree of separation, but it's not perfect, of course, probably. It is running in some isolation, but it's still a website. Deep down, it's still a website with all the problems of cross-site scripting exploits and all the other stuff, right? So I think we should improve on that. The idea is good. I really like the idea. I just don't think that progressive web ops are it. I don't know if...
Yeah, maybe you know better. It's just that I've started to hate apps. For example, I do have a bank account and I hate that I have to use a bank account, but I need to use one to be able to pay my bills and stuff like this.
I hate that apps can spy on you way too much. Like they have access to a lot of intents, a lot of actions, a lot of events that they have no business of being action. And just because I want to use a compass app or a map app, it should not have to be able to fingerprint my whole digital life. Like that's bullshit. That's my main, and that is why I like actually web ops very much, because you know that the browser is a very limited environment. I think not limited enough. I think we could really tighten this up and make it more sandboxed. But yeah, apps. I don't even like to install apps anymore.
Yeah, but the modern Android and iOS have a very good way of separating applications so that they are not aware of each other, right?
I don't really trust that. I don't really trust any of that. These big tech companies are not building freedom tech. I don't think their schemes for obscuring your identity from the app developer is good enough to obscure it from them, and them logging everything that you do and stuff like that. I don't know. No. I think we should actually make our own very isolated environment where we can run safe and signed and vetted and reproducible built packaged applications specifically for these purposes, like end-to-end encrypted chat and various financial products that we want out of the control of the overlords. I think this is something we should try, but this is like a project way beyond my capabilities and the scope of what I can hope to accomplish. So it's just something I wish someone like Jack Dorsey got in his head and like pushed for it with his capital and connections, because this is not a one-man project. This is not a small team project. This is a gigantic project.
Yeah, I sort of respect Jack Dorsey, but at the same time, I'm not gonna simp for him. I'm not gonna try to idolize him or give him too much credit for it, because he is funding all sides of the battle, including the Bitcoin not side and the ocean mining side, and we see how much terrible propaganda came from that camp.
You know that meme, the this is your money and somehow this is also your money and taxpayer money.
Yeah. So there's this meme with missiles striking, I think it's Tel Aviv, and it was Iranian missiles that were striking Tel Aviv, and there was the Iron Dome that was sort of striking back to defend the Israeli territory. And basically, the meme says that the Iranian missiles are paid for by the US taxpayers, and also the Iron Dome, which is defending Israel, is also paid for by the US taxpayers.
Somehow also your tax dollars, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's a similar situation with Bitcoin, where you see people fighting with different mindsets and ideologies, and both sides are financed by Jack Dorsey. And it makes you wonder, like, what's his plan here?
Is funding some very sketchy shit, but like I said, you can put a positive spin on it that he's spending his money in a very unopinionated manner, like something like you throw money on it and you are waiting to see what by trial by fire comes out in the end. You don't really care. You don't want to like control it, the process. You are just throwing money into the chaos, and the chaos engine will spit something out that is useful, hopefully. So you can put a spin like that on that, and if that is so, then I kind of respect that in a way. But yeah, I understand why you don't want to sing for him. I used to think that he really screwed us in many ways, by selling Twitter, for example. Yeah, whatever.
I don't think he sold it per se. I'm not sure what percentage of shares he held, but he was definitely in favor of Elon Musk taking it.
I don't
took
know
it
what
private,
happened
so it
there.
was a publicly traded company, and then Elon Musk came and bought all the shares at an overvalued price and took the company private.
He had a lot of control over Twitter, and he kind of handed it over. It had that feel. I don't know what happened exactly. I don't know what the exact relationships were, but it felt like he handed control over it first to basically the state censorship machine, and then to Elon Musk, who is more this Silicon Valley Twitter mafia kind of guy. And what Elon did with Twitter is absolutely fucking horrible. Like I kind of hate to use it nowadays, but that's just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people are big fans of Elon. I'm not.
I decided that I sort of like having a blue check mark, and it is because of that blue check mark that I can live stream my podcasts now. So I would say it's a net positive for myself and for my podcast, because it's performing pretty good, and people who are following me on the platform can see that I do these podcasts, which before, if I was uploading videos, so first of all, the streaming service was much worse under Jack Dorsey, as far as I remember, and uploading videos did not have the same reach as it has now with these live streams. So for this show, it has been a net benefit. Overall, I think that the algorithm got much worse. And I used to use Twitter for seeing what's happening in the world. and now the algorithm was changed so that it keeps you in your own bubble. It only shows you news that are generated by AI. And this AI basically figures out what you like and makes up pieces of news about what's happening in
Not
your
necessarily what you
bubble.
like. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's much better at finding out what makes you upset. I mean, it doesn't really care about if you like it or not, but if you engage with it, it will amplify it, and this can lead to it amplifying such absolute horrible shit that you like lose your faith in humanity. Um,
I
and
mean, yeah, I guess the purpose is to keep you as long as possible on the website. And if the stuff that makes you upset makes you interact and makes you block and makes you complain, then it's just gonna show you more of that.
Yeah, so I only use the following tab, to be honest. Every time I try to use or accidentally switch to, or it switches to the For You tab, I notice that I'm like fucking miserable and I go away from that. That's what I noticed. Um, but yeah, I think overall Twitter got worse. It has a bit of a pay to win feel to it, but the most upsetting thing is that you can't really pay without doxing yourself. Like it's pay to win, but you can just pay and have the better experience. That's not an option. You have to like actually link your real identity, as far as I know, or find someone who will do that for you, but then they have some link to your actual identity, just one step removed if they want to come after you. So yeah, I don't like the whole thing. On the other hand, sadly, Nostr still does not um, feel meaningful to that does not feel like meaningful engagement on Nostr. I don't know, it for some reason it doesn't click for me. Like I used to like how Twitter worked better in the old days. I kind of like that the people you are following are much more likely to be in your feed, and the people who they are following and they are interacting with, and you could kind of create shape the bubble that you want to be in, because there are a lot of stuff out there that I'm absolutely not interested in, and I most definitely don't want to see like paid for odds and other engagement stuff, you know. So I think it used to be better. And in Nostr, in theory, it's exactly how it works, but in practice, I just don't. I don't feel like it. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I totally accept the possibility that I'm just using Nostr wrong. But to me, it's not really, engaging.
Yeah, so something that I want to point out too at this point is that in 2021, I think, still under the administration, quote unquote, of Jack Dorsey, but I think it was the Indian CEO of the company. I don't recall his name. But what was happening at the time is that you could actually set your profile picture on Twitter to an ERC 721 token, which is an NFT. And you had this mania of people trying to show off how rich they are by putting multi-million-dollar JPEGs basically on their profile picture that they could link to an asset on Ethereum. And that was at the time a sign that, first of all, the director board of Twitter was not pro Bitcoin. And there was a long battle, I think, for Bitcoiners to cut through, to be able to become visible to the mainstream. I think for a long time, every account that was posting about Bitcoin was shadow banned on Twitter. And you could only see tweets within your bubble. So the
Wow.
algorithm, I don't think it was ever favorable for Bitcoiners. It was not back then, and maybe it's much worse now.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think your social bubble based on your followers and what they are interested in work better at a certain point. That's the feel I got. Maybe I remember wrong, you know, who knows. But I don't really like how it changed, and I don't think Elon got rid of the bots at all. I think they are much more brazen. I think you see a lot of pay to win behavior and paid engagement and AI bullshit all over Twitter. I really think AI ruined the internet. I used to like funny animal videos, surprising, interesting things that you can see animals do. And you could actually kind of believe them if they were good quality, because it would have been very expensive and hard to fake. But now AI bullshit is everywhere, and I just don't believe anything I see on the internet, and that's kind of ruined the internet for me. So that's another thing that happened in
But
the
that's the
past
way it
years.
should be, right? You should not believe anything that you see on the internet.
Yeah, I know, but there was a class of these animal videos that I really liked, because it was a very high likelihood that it was an actual footage at one point of time, and there was always some surprising thing that you didn't know. It was always something. Oh wow, they can actually do that. Like a bull can actually jump through a 1.5 meter fence, and stuff like that. But now, if I see a video like that, I just assume it's AI bullshit.
Yeah, like a cat that can say words or something, and it sounded vaguely like a word, and you're like, wow, that this cat is smart, can talk. Now you can do that with just a prompt in Sora or whatever the AI software is called. But anyway, we have been avoiding the main topic for almost 2 hours, and we didn't get to covenants. Let's talk about covenants.
Oh yeah, covenants. Okay, very good. Okay,
Let
so
me retweet this once again to be sure that fresh people are joining in so they can listen to what we're talking about. We have different layers to this. There's what is a covenant, what is OPSEC, and why OPSEC of all of them.
okay, so let's start with what is a covenant. I like to think of a covenant as a promise in the Bitcoin context, or in general too. So it is a promise that you cannot break. Let's say let's give covenant that definition: a promise that you absolutely cannot break. In the Bitcoin context, this is provable. So if you have a covenant contract, you absolutely cannot break it. They don't have to take your word for it. You can show them the contract, you can show them the contract is funded, and they know that you cannot break your word. Exactly what you are saying is going to happen, because it's a covenant. It's not like a digital signature where you say, yeah, I'm going to sign a transaction totally, I'm going to send you a whole Bitcoin if you do this or that, but you may or you may not, right? You have that discretion where you can just do something entirely different, but with a covenant you cannot. If someone fulfills the conditions in a covenant, then that is going to happen, and it is provable. So it just makes everything a lot less interactive, in case you want to emulate covenants with pre-signed transactions, because there is a possibility of that. You can do multi-party computation, key aggregation, or multi-sig, and you can pre-sign stuff, and you can kind of come close to covenants as we are talking about it. But another name that people use for covenants, and I think this is a problem, that there is a misunderstanding here, but introspection is a relevant phrase to use, because what covenants tend to do, and again, I define the contract, the whole contract as a covenant. So for me, the entire script or a series of scripts that the funds flow through is a covenant. But the actual script, what we use is some introspection feature. Introspection means that you are inspecting the transaction and making a decision inside the script that is executing to unlock the coins, to authorize the spend. You are making a decision based on properties of the transaction. For example, you are checking that the funds are flowing to the right public key in the right proportion or something like that. That is an introspection, technically, but the contract is a covenant because it is a promise that you cannot break if the Bitcoin system keeps functioning as as designed and as implemented. So covenants are enforced by consensus, and promises in general are something that people can nag back on. The people usually, when you are talking about IOUs and all kinds of social agreements, people give their word, and we all know that they can either keep their word or break their word. Covenants, you cannot break your word. It is going to be enforced by Bitcoin consensus. So the answer to the question what covenants are, it's a promise in Bitcoin script that you cannot break. in that sense, no primitive is a covenant, really. So no covenant primitive. We still call them covenant opcodes or covenant primitives, but none of them are actually covenants because you can do anything with them. You can create a script that does not really enforce anything. You can use CTV that takes the template hash from the witness stack. And that means you can put anything in there at spend time and it doesn't really bind anything. It's not a covenant. You can use CTV in a way that is not a covenant. But of course, that's not the intended purpose of the opcode or the imagined way to use it. We like these because we can actually create covenants with them. So these have been discussed, I think, since very, very early days. I don't want to say something dumb, but as I remember, covenants have been discussed definitely since 2015 or earlier, 2014 possibly. In the early days, of course, there was a lot of FUD around them that sadly stick around because there is a concept of permanent encumbrance that Bitcoiners really don't like. Like everything is getting a bit skittish when they hear permanent encumbrance, that you can permanently encumber coins to behave in a certain way, to be different from other coins. The people imagine this as something that breaks fungibility and something that can be used coercively. Like some central actor can encumber a whole bunch of the Bitcoin supply and they can force people to adopt it somehow. I would file this under FUD, like complete FUD, because Bitcoin has a few properties that just make it very impractical and unlikely to be used like this. And those properties, first thing is that the receiver sets the spending conditions for his coins. So when I generate an address, that address will encompass all my spending restrictions that I set on in my own wallet. Addresses are generated by our wallets. We decide which wallet to download, which wallet to use. So we have that power to choose. Our wallet is going to generate the address. There is no way for anyone to change the spending conditions, to change the log script that logs our coins, other than us. If they do anything to change that, the coins will go to another address. So what happens if someone, when you give them an address and they pay the Bitcoins to another address, what do you say? Go fuck yourself, right? You did not pay me. Like that's your response to it. I don't know who you paid, but you did not pay me. Give me my money, asshole. Right? That's your reaction. And that will be your reaction if someone like this send your pub key but set additional spending conditions and not send it to your address. That would be your exact reaction, whether a covenant is involved or not involved. So the other thing is, while it is possible to make complicated enough covenants that in some meaningful way restrict your spending habits, it would be extremely hard to maintain these conditions and it would be very expensive. But let's say we can, if we really want to, we can come up with covenants that do that, in theory. The simplest form of control, if someone wants to control your spending habits, if they want to decide who you can pay, what you can pay for at moment's notice, if they force you into multi-sig with themselves, if you have a Coinbase wallet, and Coinbase only allows you to withdraw to the Coinbase wallet, and this Coinbase wallet is actually implementing a 2 of 2 with Coinbase, then whenever you are trying to make a transaction from this quote-unquote self-custody wallet, and let's say it's a 2 of 3, not a 2 of 2, let's say there is some backup mechanism, let's say the judicial branch somewhere is getting a key, so Coinbase can steal your funds. They can't really take your funds. In that sense, it's self-custody, but you are still kind of forced into a relationship with them where they can be used as an enforcer for the surveillance state and this technocratic dystopia. because they are going to comply, of course, with all the regulations that can change at a moment's notice, and they can immediately check out your payments. So every transaction you make, they can inspect, and they can update their blacklists and whitelists at a moment's notice. And they are not bound by trying to figure out amounts beforehand, like how much you are going to pay for in a flower shop next week or anything like that. They don't have to figure out. They will just see your transaction. The flower shop is not banned. Okay, they will sign the transaction. It's almost like unnoticeable that you are. The only thing that you would notice as a user if you were forced into such a relationship is, of course, that if Coinbase dies for whatever reason, their API is down, then you are unable to move your coins. That's the only difference you would see. And of course, if you are trying to send funds to any blacklisted entity, then you would get some error. Maybe you would get a technical error, like if they don't want to be overt about it, you wouldn't even get an error that says you are trying to send money to a blacklisted entity. You would get a temporary outage error or whatever. But this is just dead end. Okay, so back to this. So the easiest thing is to force you into 2 of 2 with some third party having a say-so in what transactions you can make, and they can do this without any introspection or Covenant primitive. They can do this right now. They can do it in a way where it's not even operant on chain. So Taproot with Schnorr signatures allow for signature aggregation. So to do a 2 of 2 MUSIG, it's called big M and big S, capital M and capital S MUSIG. With MUSIG 2, all you would see on chain if you inspected such a transaction is that it's a Taproot spend to somewhere else, like a Taproot keypad spend. You would not know that this is a multi-sig with whatever provider or whomever that you have been forced into. There is no fork that can specifically like forbid them if the developers wanted to do something. So this is already possible today. So all these worries about covenants making things less fungible or more controllable are totally misguided. They don't understand how complicated and inefficient that would be. They don't understand what you can already do. They don't understand today what guarantees that you are getting paid under the conditions that you want. So to the address that you want, how this entire thing works. People are just ignoring all that. And in my experience, usually when face-to-face, you explain all this to someone, it suddenly clicks to them and they understand that they have been speaking bullshit. And then there are 2 kinds of people. One that doubles down and starts using ChatGPT and just flood you with nonsense. And the other is like, oh, sorry, my mistake. Now I understand. Okay, wait. So if they alter any spending condition, then the others changes and then I did not get paid. I understand now. So that's kind of the situation with covenants from the fungibility discussion perspective. What do we want to do with covenants? So generally what we want to do with covenants is to decrease trust. When we are trying to have something that is on-chain expressible, not necessarily happening on-chain, but can be settled on-chain. When we want to have
Hello? I'm not sure if you dropped out or there's some issue with your connection. I see that you stopped talking. Anyway, this conversation about covenants is possibly the most advanced we have had so far. Because, you hear me now, Moonsettler? Previously, we were talking mostly about what we can build if we get this Covenant soft fork. And I've had a lot of people who want to build various layers of Bitcoin on top of a Covenant soft fork. But we did not spend too much time explaining what a Covenant actually is and what it does. And the various types of Covenants, because but when Moonsettler comes back, he's gonna explain the difference between recursive and non-recursive covenants and why he's a fan of CTV. Yeah, he dropped out. Let me message him. Are you back? Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are back. I was trying to fill in for you, and
how long did you hear me? When did our technical issue start? Because I was talking nonstop.
yeah, I know. So you're talking about what we're trying to build with these covenants.
Good. Okay. I'm happy. So what we are trying to build with these covenants, yes. So we are trying to remove trust from peer-to-peer relationships like free range, unregulated, uncontrollable, out in the wild, real cypherpunk use cases where you would want to use your Bitcoin in more complex, more creative ways. Perhaps you want to use something like an Ark or whatever Covenant pool that interacts with the Lightning Network that solves a lot of issues with the last mile Lightning experience for people. Something that is not outright and clearly custodial, something where you actually know that every Satoshi is accounted for on chain and that you have a unilateral exit, right? So a non-cagged way of interacting with Bitcoin. If you want to decrease trust and interactivity in those relationships with other people, then covenants are super useful. And also one thing to add, we are going to, I imagine, get on to quantum eventually. So if you want to use signature aggregations like music-like protocols for emulating covenants to a limited degree, that is going to break under quantum, post-quantum assumptions. So that's not going to work. Post-quantum signatures are not big on key and signature aggregation. They are also much bigger, and if you use multi-sig, they just get multiple times bigger. And so in that world, covenants are suddenly like super desirable for anything that you would use such a pre-signed multi-sig structure for, whatever you can imagine, Ark or Lightning or whatever, where you have these on-chain settlement pods that you can either make or move on to a new state, right? So you always have your ability to cut through states and settle a much later state, but you can always just settle the current state on chain if cooperation breaks down. That is how this whole thing is freedom tech and not custodial. And in all of these things, covenants are super useful, and they are absolutely super useful post-quantum, because introspection and hash functions don't really care about early quantum computers, right? So we are not really worried about SHA-256 breaking. And most of the Covenant proposals are either direct introspection or they are using hash commitment, basically, instead of a digital signature. That's the short recap on them. And for that reason, we really think they make everything much more efficient, less interactive, cheaper, and more secure and less trusted. That's the short. So that is why we want covenants. And the various types of covenants. So the simplest is really just CTV or OPSEC template verify. That's kind of like the entry-level covenant to get acquainted with. What it does is basically it takes your outputs and a few other transaction parameters, but not your input outpoints. So your transactions input outpoints stay out of the commitment, unlike a normal, unlike like a Zcash hole, which would commit to all inputs. This only takes the outputs, so the distribution that your transaction will take, and a few other fields like sequence and lock time. So you basically can have baked-in time locks inside a single check template verify call. You can also enforce relative or absolute time locks, and you can enforce the coin distribution amounts and addresses to the bit. So it's not, there is no flexibility in it. You have to specify every output the change, everything to the Satoshi you have to specify. You can generate a hash that will commit to this distribution, and you can use check template verify to verify that this hash is correct. So when you are executing your transaction, if the transaction outputs would have a different shape, then it would fail to verify. And so basically, like I said, anything that has been done with pre-signed transactions would be cheaper, because this does not involve an elliptic curve operation. You are not verifying a digital signature, and you are also not interested in directly in where the funds are coming from. So you are not dealing with the inputs, and that has a very, very profound consequence later on. So a lot of times, like I said, you want to have some off-chain protocol, some layer 2 protocol that can condense like 1,000 state changes into a single step, a single on-chain spend. That is how we try to scale Bitcoin. Around 2015 to 2017, it was decided that we are not really trying to brute force scaling of the Bitcoin system on chain by just sheer increase of the transactional throughput on chain, partly because Bitcoin is a system that is fully permissionless and thus very prone to spamming. So if you make the blockchain, the block space very cheap and abundant, and also I mean affordable. Let's use the word afford. So you make the block space very affordable, then it's expected that there will be and also highly replicated. Like the Bitcoin blockchain is very highly replicated, and basically like a forever storage. And if you make this too affordable, then the worry was that it will get flooded by spam. That was, I think, the main argument, or one of the main arguments for keeping the block size smaller. And there are ways to spend Bitcoin that are more harmful than others, but generally nobody felt like in the small block camp that we should provide a lot of space for spam. I guess if I want to summarize, that's not the purpose of the system. And this is something that just got another go with the notes debate. We can get into that. I'm not that keen, but this is a recurring theme in Bitcoin anyhow. So after the big detour, so basically we are trying to take spends, transactions off the blockchain, and just let's say settle a cut through of 1,000 transactions or however many transactions on chain. That's what Lightning is trying to do. That's what Ark is trying to do. That's what layer 2s are trying to do. And each state would have like a signature. Like you would sign a state, and that state can be brought to on chain. So and then a state spending a state that has been previously signed, and so on. And basically, if you want to play out, let's say in case of Lightning symmetry, if you want to play out, let's say someone submits an earlier state and you want to spend it with a later state, but these are not states after each other, these are not the final states. But what you have is a situation where you cannot really predict the inputs. You don't know that the transaction that will hit the chain is going to have specific input transaction IDs. It can have 1 million different transaction ID that it spends. And when you have that situation, suddenly CTV seems like a really, really good idea, because CTV doesn't care about the input transaction ID. It doesn't care where the funds are coming from. It just enforces a distribution. And that's why you are signing the transaction, to enforce how the funds are flowing, right? So by removing the input problem, and also you get into a hash cycle if you are trying to, like, if you are trying to use a signature in your log script. So if you are trying to put a signature in your log script and have a covenant that way, then you run into the problem where you cannot actually do that. you run into an impossible situation. You would have to predict the hash of your transaction that spans to an output that you do not know the script of, but because you are trying to make the script with a signature in it, and it's just an impossible situation. Maybe a quantum computer could solve it, but we do not have quantum computers. So by classical means, this is impossible. Covenants are trying to, I think I really got too much into the weeds and got too messy with the explanation. I will try to clean it up. So, so covenants are trying to make sure that you get the funds flowing in a certain way, that is the intent of the application, the contract, without necessarily having to deal with what states follow each other in an on-chain settlement negotiation. I'm not sure if that is a clear way of defining it for you. Feel free to interrupt if it's hard to understand, but that's kind of what we are trying to do. So pre-signed transactions have limits, have serious limitations, and they are really inconvenient and interactive, and we are just trying to make Bitcoin better for these applications.
Yeah, there are some comments from Crev23 that I want to read out loud in the chat,
Okay.
but also I think the best definition of CTV, or the simplest that I got, was from Jay Berg, who was on my show, and said that most scaling solutions are trying to scale Bitcoin in terms of space, but CTV tries to scale Bitcoin in terms of time. So if we activate CTV, we're going to have a situation where your transaction can get broadcast in times when, for example, the fee is very low. And you can actually make use of the Bitcoin blockchain in such a way that if you're not in a hurry, you can have like a consistent stream of transactions. But I think it's interesting that Crev23 said this in the chat. He said, it goes from potentially everyone. Are you still there?
Okay, can you hear me now? Because I had microphone issue again, I think.
Yeah, you dropped out and you came back in. So
I noticed that when my screen blacks out, that's when I have this issue. If I don't move my cursor around and my screen blacks out, then I lose my microphone. Sorry about it.
okay, so you should make sure you don't go into screensaver mode or whatever.
Yeah.
So this.
So I think I understand what he's talking about, because one of the earliest things proposed for CTV as a use case was the congestion control. So you can actually define a tree, like a Merkle tree-like structure, where the funds get distributed, and this is immutable, like I said, covenant. Of course, you cannot neg on that promise. So you can set the funds to distribute eventually exactly how you want it, but you do not have to push that entire settlement state, final state on chain at the same time. So you can sort of buy time by only committing to the eventual settlement on chain. You are just sending funds to a simple bare CTV contract. We are calling this bare CTV because it does nothing, just logs into the coins with a certain template and the CTV operation. And that means the coins can only flow in a certain direction, have a certain distribution, and those distributions can have CTV distributions of their own, and the whole thing can span. And let's say you can pay 10,000 people with like a bare CTV contract that is like 34 bytes or something like that. So you can pay 10,000 people in 34 bytes, but it takes time. So I think that's what he meant by this analogy, that the CTV scales through time. That's my best guess.
Yeah. And we have a comment from Crev23 in the chat who says, okay, where does this even begin? Because he wrote a long rant. He says Bitcoin goes from potentially everyone processing the transactions to you processing someone's transactions, and this turns you from a minor network participant into a money service business or money transmitter.
I don't understand what that is in reference of. To be honest, I don't really understand that. But if they are talking about like an Ark service provider, maybe, then not sure what to make of it.
So he says, what recourse do you have? Are you going to complain to the miners, to the government, if there's a spike in transaction fees that messes up in the case of an unforeseen event?
Okay, so if we are talking about a congestion control tree, like let's say we added CTV to Bitcoin, and someone would actually start sending out payments, withdrawals, start batching into CTV. Let's say you can fee bump your final distribution hitting on chain yourself. In theory, you can even cooperate with other people. I don't think these have applications defined or specified or built out, but in theory, multiple people can chip in fees and can contribute to it. I would say that while I like to not sure the right word is on, but I like to belittle a little bit mempool policy work as opposed to consensus work. I strongly feel and believe that earlier we should focus on fixing consensus and making sure that Bitcoin is ready for the long haul, and then we should work on mempool policy after basically consensus ossified. I mean, we can still work on that, but that doesn't mean that the people who work on mempool policy are not doing useful work. And for example, ephemeral anchors are great for CTV specifically. So CTV, like I said, specifies a distribution and the exact fee amount to the Satoshi. And if you have an ephemeral anchor on your CTV distribution, then that could be used to CPFP, child pays for parent. That could be used to add fees to this transaction, to fee bump this transaction without altering it. So you are using a zero Satoshi branch. You are not paying fee from the distribution. The distribution is fixed. Alice and Bob and Dave and everyone else is going to get their exact amount, and you are going to use an ephemeral anchor to fee bump this transaction if it does not get confirmed. If that's what he meant, that you are kind of baking the fees into a naive way of using congestion control trees, and the fee market can move away from you and you can get stuck in the mempool forever. First of all, you can fee bump a whole chain of transactions from your leaf. So you can do that in theory. You can pay from your UTXO, your virtual UTXO that will eventually become UTXO. You can just make a transaction. You can child pays for parent, fee bump the entire thing, and it will hit the chain. That you can do. You can also just add fees through the ephemeral anchor. So that's another way to do this. If you want something more cooperative or more flexible, you would add an ephemeral anchor, or alternatively, let's say you have two taproot. You have two tap leaves in every step, and one of the tap leaves, let's say, have a CTV with ephemeral anchor, and the other has without ephemeral anchor. And it's up to you which one you want to use. And that is another way to do this. So you have the power to unilaterally move your funds to final settlement on chain, but then you have to pay the fee for the entire branch. So this is a Merkle tree-like structure. It's a binary tree-like structure, probably, or some n-order tree. It can be like a 4-order tree or whatever, or 10. Doesn't really mean some log n number of transactions you have to put on chain. I think I really like 10-order trees. So I really like every node having 10 child. That means you can settle 1,000 people paying getting paid in 3 transactions. Log 1,000 log 10 is 3, right? So 3 transactions you have to put on chain, and you only have to deal with your branch. So yeah, you are only going to deal with your branch. The other UTXO, someone else have to continue. that's kind of the answer. So it's perfectly in your control to do this. Probably going to be some form of cooperation because multiple people want to get paid. They have different urgency. Someone having a larger amount and having more urgency is probably going to get you on chain, by the way. So if you have a small amount in such a construct, but someone has like an entire Bitcoin and he really wants that Bitcoin, then he's just going to, you can just piggyback on him and he's going to get you on chain, and it's not going to, you are not going to get stuck in the mempool forever, ideally. Of course, it's always a possibility that your amount in such a construct is not economically sensible to express on chain given the current fee market conditions. So everyone who is intellectually honest admits that with a fixed block size and no control over demand for block space, we can never make that promise that you will absolutely be able to express your virtual UTXO on chain, or your desired payment on chain, or you will be able to spend, even if you can bring it on chain, you will be able to economically spend it. Maybe spending your 1,000 Satoshi UTXO is going to cost 10,000 Satoshi. This is an inherent property of small block Bitcoin that nobody can make that guarantee. There is nothing I can do about it, but what we observe so far is that Bitcoin is always going to, so far always had these absolutely empty block fractional sat per vbyte fee regime moments. That I think we are currently, I did not check, but I think we are currently in a subset per vbyte regime right now. Even when the fee market runs really hard, that usually only lasts like a few months tops in a 4-year cycle. And most of the time, we are spending in a time where you can do consolidation. Not sure if that answer was satisfying to the person.
No, I think it was really good enough. And I was thinking what's useful at this point is to talk a bit about a short history of covenants. Because the first time when I came across the term was, I think, in 2022 or 2023, but I think it was 22, when Jeremy Rubin wanted to go to speedy trial with OPSEC TV.
That was 22. Yeah.
At the time, I remember I was reading about it and I saw all of the, toxic types of Bitcoin maximalists saying, well, this is an attack on Bitcoin, we should reject it. They're trying to activate something that we don't even understand. There's always this fear of the unknown. And I wasn't sure at the time what this is about, but Jeremy was very bold. He said, since we were able to do Taproot the year before in the same fashion with a speedy trial, we should also try to do CTV because it's useful and the time for it is now. I think it's a final piece of software. He was proposing even an operating system that's called Sapio for it, and he had a bunch of people building all sorts of applications for CTV. And there seemed to be a lot of momentum for it. And then it got killed off by Adam backfighting it on the CTV Telegram channel. And the name of the channel is...
And on Twitter, he did a big rebel rousing on Twitter, rebel rousing campaign. Yeah. And meanwhile, he still claims that he tried to help Jeremy, that he actually was giving Jeremy good advice and Jeremy was not taking it, and he tried to claim it. He's still not accepting responsibility for what happened, by the way.
Yeah, I lost a lot of respect for Adam Back, and you can still find that on the Telegram chat that's called Cult of the Covenant. Look it up. I think the URL, so for those who actually want to search for it, the URL for it on Telegram is t.me, and it's up_CTV. You can actually find the whole history of conversations in there. Go back to 2022 and see what happened. It was
I lost my Telegram. I think I was in the group, but I lost my Telegram. It's not Freedom Tech. I don't know who's smoking what. But, anyhow, so it was 2020, I think, that put activated. So it was 2 years. A lot of people.
No, it was 21. I remember it very well. I think it was 21. August or something that we got Taproot.
Okay, so a lot of people told Jeremy that back off and let Taproot happen, or they are going to like very actively resist his proposal. So he has been working on CTV since like 2016, I think. That was around the time 2016 where Ccash no input, any prev out, and back then it was not even called CTV. At first, I think it was OPSEC the bag. I think that was its name. So it has underwent a lot of evolution, and Jeremy got a lot of feedback. Like he got the usability, minimal usability together for his Covenant primitive, like what it should commit to, what it should not commit to make sure that you can predict the transaction IDs, but you are not bound to it, that you don't always have to predict your transaction. It's up to you if you want to or not want to predict your transaction IDs. And basically the difference is if you only have one input in a CTV contract, because it commits to the number of inputs. It doesn't commit to a specific inputs, but it commits to the number of inputs. If you have only one input, then you can predict the transaction IDs, basically the TX IDs. You can predict for the whole chain, and that might be useful for applications. Like if you know what transaction IDs you can expect to hit the chain, that can be useful. That can simplify things for you, right? You don't have to track the funds. You can just check for, let's say, a certain transaction being in a mempool, and then you have to react to it or something like that. So certain cases you want. And for example, for Ark, the old Ark, the original Ark from Burak, you really wanted the transaction ID predictability. The Encore constructs would have broken, the Ark Encores would have broken if you don't have transaction ID predictability. And for that reason, for example, Burak said that you can use APO, which is any prevout, Ccash no inputs successor, is not actually able to do Ark or do anything for Ark, really. That was an interesting tidbit. I think I noticed that first and wrote about it in the mailing list. At least I don't remember anyone else noticing it before. So that was a big pro for CTV for a while, that it can actually do Ark and APO can do Ark, because there was a lot of debate around this over time. If you do CTV plus checksig from stack, or you do just APO, and which one is better. And we felt like that Ark not being implementable with APO very well is a big pro for CTV and checksig from stack. Where did we came from? I'm trying to find my way back.
So I was talking about the history of covenants, and we had this proposal for CTV speedy trial activation in 2022. So just to fact check myself, it was in November of 2021 that we activated Taproot, and I think it was in the summer or spring, like late spring of 2022, that I heard for the first time of OPCTV, BIP 119, that's also trying to go for speedy trial to get activated. And the response that it got was very hostile, but it was hostile on principle. It was not hostile based on technical facts.
No.
What happened over the next year is that people discovered that this guy is actually onto something. And I think over the next year, people accepted that Bitcoin would benefit from some Covenant soft fork. It's just that we spent the next 2 years trying to come up with something that's better than CTV. Because some developers said, well, it's nice, but it's too limited. Like, I wish I could do more with it. And they said, how about we do CTV with something else on top? Or how about we do an entirely new covenant that I'm proposing? I think there was something called any prevout, and there was
that's BIP 118, so it has a lower number actually. Like I said, the Ccash no input, Ccash any prevout is an old proposal, and we have this joker about it's impossible for a developer to resist the urge to reinvent CTV. Like the core developers just can't resist the urge to reinvent CTV. This is a bit insulting because Jeremy Rubin spent years on kind of honing this to perfection, and that means they just ignored this work and effort and research that he put into it. Like there was a time that he was probably the #1 researcher of the Covenant topic. Like nobody else engaged with this topic on his level. He was the expert to go to, let's say, and they were like, just no, I'm going to go from scratch and figure things out for myself. Like I said, it's a bit of an insult and a bit of a dismissal. On the other hand, it's like kind of a human thing to do. Like it's not surprising from developers of that caliber to have that, I really can't hold it too much against them, although we waste a lot of time on it, like years. We literally waste years on it, but I can't hold that too strongly against them because I perfectly understand this desire to check things based on your understanding and trying to implement something better and see if you can. And if you can, then you can really get behind it. It's not a horrible thing in theory, but like I said, it costs us years in this process. CTV is limited for a very good reason, and we can expand it a little bit more. But as a lot of people have learned, when you are starting to relax CTV in a certain direction, you are starting to enable behaviors that can be used to make script interruptible exogenous token protocols better, which is something colloquially called a shitcoin on Bitcoin. And if you do that, then it's very predictable that these scammer types are going to have renewed hype cycles on Bitcoin, which makes the Toximoxy crowd very miserable. So weirdly enough, by opposing Jeremy Rubin and giving ground to these other proposals that are more lax, less strict in certain sense and more capable, people are risking actually that the most miserable thing they think can happen to them is that shitcoiners are going to have a good time on Bitcoin. They just really, really increase their chances of that happening. And so I find this very ironic, and it would entertain me to no end if I didn't feel like that we are wasting too much time on this nonsense. So yeah, CTV is very conservative and limited on purpose. As a developer, I would like full introspection. I want Cat. I want great script restoration.
Okay, just a second. What is introspection and what is full introspection?
Okay, so introspection is when you can take a piece of the transaction and put it on the stack. In this Bitcoin has this kind of fork-like weird, bespoke, limited script language, very unique to Bitcoin. It's not a proper formal language. It does not have formal specification, but it is what we have to work with. It's Bitcoin script. Everyone just calls it that. And if you add an opcode that can put, let's say, the first input's log script hash on the stack, then we consider that an introspection. Or you can put the end input amount or the end output amount on the stack. We consider this introspection because you can check in script whether the first input amount is larger than the first output amount and stuff like that, You can introspect the transaction. And basically, full introspection means you can inspect every bit of the transaction. You have full introspection, you can check out anything you want. You can basically reassemble the transaction on the stack and do whatever you want with it. That's what full introspection means. And OPCAT actually gives us that in a very roundabout and inefficient way. OPCAT allows us to have full introspection because partly because we have this funny little hack that Andrew Poelstra wrote about. I think he discovered it, that if you are using some very specific and normally nonsensical public key. Like let's say you are using the generator point as public key and you are generating a signature for it, then that would have as all zeros and a single one as private key. So you have a private key that is all zeros and just one at the end. That is not good entropy. That is not a good idea to use in general. But what it does is when you are checking out this elliptic curve mod and how the signature is constructed, is you are actually multiplying something with the private key that is a transaction digest. You can call it an envelope or a SIG hash or whatever you want to call it. So something that commits to the transaction is multiplied by your private key. And of course, you would have some nonce, but you can also use one for the nonce. So no security there. So basically, you have something that where you have a transaction hash that the last 2 bits are somehow altered, but that's something that is not meaningfully altering the hash, and then you can have that as a signature or part of a signature. And that allows you, with a little extra steps, to basically construct a SIG hash on the stack that you can match to a signature that will also check out for your transaction. I'm not sure if I'm explaining this in a way that is understandable or accessible. Tell me if not, but basically you can create a carefully crafted signature where you can basically read the SIG hash out of that signature. And if you can do that, then you have OPCAT. Then you can also put pieces together. So you can have a piece of hash and you can put together with certain bytes, and you can have a signature and you can match that signature with another value that you can, or you can just call checksig on it, and Bitcoin script will ensure that your transaction is matching the signature. And with that hack, you can actually inspect pieces of this SIG hash commitment, because this is just, again, concatenation. So the way SIG hash is computed is you have a lot of hashing and concatenation. So these are the 2 operations that you have. It's a structure. It is in some way that makes sense for validation. Pieces of it are hashed together, and then the hashes are hashed together, and the whole thing is concatenated and hashed together. So you use hash hot and opcat, and you can just have your transaction hashed into something that you can call checksig on. Is that okay as an explanation for the cat trick with Andrew Poelstra?
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of articles published on,
yeah,
I think it's the Blockstream blog, and he wrote about how you can use OPCAT, which already exists on Liquid. So they have been experimenting with it on their own federated sidechain. And you can use it. I think there's one that explains how you can use it to obtain quantum resistant signatures. And there's also another one. I don't want to talk out of my ass right now. Let me look it up. So Blockstream.
You're probably right.
Blog.
Yeah. You can do both of those things with Cat. And this Poelstra trick, coupled with Rinda's, who is going by at Rot13Moxie. So Rinda's.
Oh yeah, he was on the show last year.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Very funny.
He works for Taproot Wizards nowadays.
Yeah, very much hated by the Moxies. Yeah, so he knows a lot about Bitcoin. He could teach that stuff definitely. And he made this built upon Andrew Poelstra's introspection cat trick, which allows, again, full transaction introspection. Really, he built it one step further with his caboose. You can inspect, because the input out point that you are consuming is also a transaction hash. So you can inspect your parent transaction if you really want. And if you can inspect your parent transaction and you can inspect your own transaction and you can interact with these pieces in your script, then you can have what we call state carrying. And basically, Caboose unlocks the most advanced type of covenant, the state carrying covenant, with full introspection, which means just with OPCAT, you are capable of having something very close to native tokens on Bitcoin that are interactable in script, which means you can write automated market makers for contracts that interact with these tokens, because right now we have client-side validation and client indexer-based token protocols parasitically attached to Bitcoin, right? That's the current state of the art for Bitcoin tokens. You have runes in OP-Return, you have BRC20 in inscriptions, you have various colored coin schemes, RGB, stuff like that, taproot assets, right? But these all require client-side validation, and Bitcoin script is not aware of these things happening. So there is you can just make an automated offer or anything with it. But the moment you have state carrying, you can create tokens that enforce their replication and can be interacted within script. And at that moment, you can have DeFi on Bitcoin. This is, I think, again, points to the fact that more capability in the sense of how traumatic that would be to Bitcoin maxis. Like from that perspective, like how much this will make the maxis cry, more capability is usually more. Like it would make more Bitcoin maxis more miserable. That's kind of the way it goes. And this is very ugly and very inefficient. And if we ever unlock OPCAT, I really hope that we are going to unlock more efficient ways of state carrying so that we do not have the blockchain full of this bullshit and just cat spam everywhere, right? We could have stuff like check contract verify from Satoshi. I think he works at Ledger. I'm not sure. I think he works at Ledger. And
he's the only Bitcoin developer at Ledger.
Okay. I'm good. So Satoshi is really shilling his proposal, which really just takes this state carrying and makes it as clean and efficient as possible. And if you have OPCAT and OP-check contract verified, then nobody is going to use Caboose to have state carrying bullshit tokens on Bitcoin and other stuff, because you have an explicit primitive for state carrying. So in the direction, if you go into the direction, it's better to go all the way. It's better to have fully introspection, EX hash, or the elements introspection of codes that also something similar also exists on OpCash, Bitcoin Cash. So Bitcoin Cash has their specific element style opcode set with full introspection capabilities, so they don't have to do weird hacky ways of introspecting the transactions. So does Liquid with the Elements project. They don't need hacky ways to introspect their transactions, because they have the good opcodes for it. And if Bitcoin goes into the direction where we add something like OPCAT that practically, no, let's not say practical, let's say theoretically makes Bitcoin computationally complete. Computationally complete means you can carry out any computation whatsoever in Bitcoin script from that moment on. Because you have state carrying, you can just make your computation carried out over a number of transactions if they don't fit into one. So you can just basically calculate anything in Bitcoin script with OPCAT, very inefficient, but it's basically an everything update. And if you do that, if you let the genie out of the box, then you should go all the way. You should restore all the opcodes like opmul and big number, big integer arithmetics and everything, so that we are not using cat for everything, like lookup tables and hacky ways to assemble large outputs of various bitwise operations and whatever you want. So that is why I think the great script restoration from Rusty Russell is a much better idea than just adding cat and stopping there.
Yeah, that's actually beautiful. I hope it happens. It's such a nice idea, like the great script restoration to add all the codes that builders can use to come to Bitcoin, and we can have all the use cases. By the way, I want to mention two slightly unrelated facts. First of all, we exceeded 1,100 views during this live stream, which is amazing. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Wow.
Secondly, there's Nicholas Gregory in the chat, the CEO of Mercury Wallet, and what's the name of his company?
Nick, yeah. What are they doing now? I know they were doing Mercury, and he was with Ray. I think he was doing
State Chains.
Yeah. But I think Mercury is now over. I'm afraid they gave up on Mercury when Spark. I think Spark just elbowed themselves into the space, and they were better funded and took their research and said, "Thank you, we are taking over." By basically.
Yeah, so the name of his company is actually Commerce Block, and he's
Yeah,
the
Commerce
CEO.
Block, yeah, and they were doing these. They were doing sidechain stuff as well, I think, with Commerce Block, and they had multiple products. Yeah.
Anyway, Nicholas Gregory is in the chat, and he said that he misses conversations with you.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Hi, Nick. Hi. Yeah, Nicholas. Hi.
It's fine. I guess you can call him Nick. You guys know each other. Anyway, the stuff that you said about OPSEC sort of fuels my conspiracy theory, even though maybe you have different opinions about what's going on. But I do believe that if CTV was written and proposed by Blockstream, it would have passed in 2022, if not earlier.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why we were in this phase of bike shedding is actually due to the fact that they were trying to come up with their own proposal. And maybe that for a while OPCAT seemed preferable, and a bunch of people from Blockstream actually supported OPCAT.
No, that was a misdirection, Emo. Right? That was just a branch. They knew perfectly well that
Andrew
OPCAT
Polstra still says that OPCAT is the best way to go forward.
This is just a branch because they know very well that OPCAT, like I said, blows the scope up of what you can do with Bitcoin. So it blows up the scope so much that it is bound to be extremely controversial. Even though I personally agree with that we should have OPCAT, I have like zero faith in that you can sell this to the more conservative Bitcoiners in any which way. Like they are saying that OP-Return makes Bitcoin more like Ethereum. These are the people we are talking about. They think OP-Return makes Bitcoin more like Ethereum.
But that's crazy. Satoshi used OP-Return to write Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks for mining the first Bitcoin block. And that was way before Ethereum.
Yeah, but still, like, OP-Return does not add any capability to Bitcoin, really, aside from putting inner data on the chain that does not even go into the UTXO set. That's all it does. Compared to that, OPCAT, like I said, is capable of enabling DeFi on Bitcoin. It is technically capable of any complex covenant, vault construction, state carrying contract, token protocols, all the jazz, just OPCAT. And the Blockstream guys are not stupid. They know it perfectly well that this is an extremely controversial proposal. They throw it in every time that something other than that, something more conservative seems to gain traction. They throw it up, but they are never pushing it. They are never pursuing it. When things die down, they let things die down. So if you want to talk about conspiracies, I'm game because I really love conspiracy theories. I think OPCAT is from them, it's a diversion. There are people who genuinely want to bring OPCAT to Bitcoin. I don't think the Blockstream people are among them, but of course I could be wrong. Like this is just my read, my personal feel of the things. I think that's more like a diversive activity than serious push for CAT. And in a way, it would be a blessing if the people who are these ultra conservatives and you know, the people who sleep with the Bitcoin standard and only eat meat fried in cast iron and their contribution to Bitcoin is doing push-ups in the jungle. If those people somehow found the courage
I
to
love it.
make Bitcoin pure and just fork the fuck off from Bitcoin and had their own pure chain, the real Bitcoin, with 2% of the hash rate, if that were to happen, then maybe we could seriously talk about activating OPCAT. That was just a rant, sorry.
No, I love it, but at the same time, these people are sleeping on the fact that Counterparty is still being used. You have a bunch of people making rare Pepes on it. And until recently, you still had USDT on the Omni layer on Bitcoin. And that's also something that uses upper turn. And they're
now
just
they are
so
going
oblivious.
to RBG, right? RGB. I don't know which one is it.
RGB,
So
yeah.
we now have socially acceptable ways of shitcoining on Bitcoin. The important thing is that it has to happen on Lightning, preferably. So if the shitcoining happens on Lightning, then it's good. If it happens on chain, it's bad. And of course, all these Wall Street TradFi companies that LARP about having Bitcoin are also issuing their stocks, and that is a socially acceptable way to have like a higher beta or whatever on Bitcoin, which is basically shitcoins used to do, you know. So these are all socially acceptable ways of shitcoining, and these are perfectly fine. But you know.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand how this morality is determined. I guess it's just the company backing it. In the case of a lot of these guys, they're paid by Tether on Tron, and they're aware that Tether on Tron basically is financing their little pet projects, and they never mention it, but otherwise they're very Puritan about it. And indirectly, in the way that they support use cases of Bitcoin, they're also supporting Tether on Tron, because some guys are not gonna have any time to wrap their heads around what's going on, and they will say, screw this, I'll just use Tether on Tron. And ironically, all of the dreams that we had about mass adoption and entire nations, or not nations, citizens of these nations taking themselves out of poverty with Bitcoin, it's actually happening with a tokenized US dollar, which happens to be Tether on Tron. So congratulations, Bitcoin maximalists, you made it happen with Tether on Tron. What
Putting
can
the
I
Fed
say?
on life support, right? It's putting on the Fed on life support, because now stable coins, of course, have to have US treasuries. So the US is now can print money and export its inflation to the third world and ruin other countries' monetary systems. So that's good. That's great, right? We are winning so hard.
Yeah, we're winning so hard. And then you should not use your Bitcoin for any transactions. You should actually take a loan in stable coins against it, because why not? It's a speculative attack.
Not
There's
even
no
that.
downside.
You should hold a company stock where the CEO is LARPing about buying Bitcoin, and you should hold a leveraged position on that stock and then take a loan out of against that stock, and not even touch Bitcoin. Like that's not good. Bitcoin is too sacred for that. Like you should just buy a MicroStrategy and LARP about being a Bitcoiner.
Yeah, but at least that's actually a company that builds a product. Like you have a lot of these treasury companies that build nothing. And
Yeah.
if you ask them like, what are you actually making? You're a company. You have a stock. Well, what's your business? Well, we buy Bitcoin and then we borrow money against our Bitcoin. And you're like, okay, but do you have a product or a service that keeps you on the market? No, they don't. So what's the point?
Wasn't it Svetsky who is the archetype of this toximoxy meat eating Jim Bro?
I would not give him too much credit. Maybe that he took elements from everything and turned it into his lifestyle, and he was loud enough, but he did not invent anything.
But I remember like I couldn't stop laughing when in a podcast I heard him saying that he's doing his own treasury company, and they asked him how it is different from other treasury companies. It doesn't even hold Bitcoin; it holds stocks of other treasury companies. That was his giant innovation, and I was like, couldn't stop laughing.
Like, why not make it as meta as possible? Build layers on top of layers, which
Triple Moxie.
triple maxi. It sounds exactly like the subprime mortgages that caused the 2008
Oh God. Yeah.
financial crisis. When you think about it, it was just loans and bets against money that did not exist. And it was just a bubble that grew bigger, and now we're gonna have treasury companies that actually build nothing, and they are valued on the stock market, and then you have another treasury company that basically has reserves of stocks from other treasury companies. And of course it can be genius if you can run it for a while, but at some point it's just gonna blow up in their faces. And
I think these things are not a speculatory attack on the fiat system like they are claimed to be. They are a speculatory attack on Bitcoin. I think all these paper products are going to suck the upward volatility out of Bitcoin even faster than it could have happened before. And they are going to kill the very thing that they are supposed to be bullish on. They are just going to kill NGU completely. And the lesson that people learn, in next cycle, people will look back and they will look that the people who made money were the ones who made leveraged bets on these Bitcoin derivatives at the good time and exited at the good time. This will be the lesson that people learn. So, you know, if you want to alter a bit that song, the "Got to Pump It Up," I think the slogan of the next cycle will be "Got to level up." Don't you know? Got to level up. That is going to be the lesson that.
what do you mean the next cycle? You mean that this one is over?
And
They say that the 4-year cycle is dead.
I don't really care if it's dead or not. In the next 4 years, I think the lesson people will take from this is that NGU is dead. The only people who made money were the ones that exit scammed properly with the Wall Street shitcoins that are Bitcoin affinity scams, in my eyes. And that's what everyone will try to do, because that's what you do if you want to make money, and you see that you cannot just even keep up with inflation if you are holding Bitcoin, cycle to cycle nowadays. Again, I don't have a strong opinion if we still have a cycle thing going on or not. I don't really care about that. I kind of have this 4-year period. I always assumed that there will not be a 4-year period where you are wrecked on Bitcoin. And I think that's over. Like I can no longer tell that people, you just have to hold for 4 years and you are going to be okay. I will no longer tell that to people. I don't think that's true anymore. I think that's probably not true. And especially again, if you adjust for real inflation, this is just shameful. And again, some people made a lot of money. Some people who were better connected, understood the trends better, they timed the market better, had the capital to move the markets. Perhaps the scammers, the people who shield these treasury companies and dumped on the retards that came after them made a lot of money, and people will see that these people made a lot of money, and they will try to replicate. And of course, it won't work. Like it can never work for the 95%. It always only works to the 1 or 5%. It's not going to work, and as a side effect, it kills Bitcoin's upward volatility completely. It just demolishes it, and now hodlers are completely screwed, and they don't understand why they are screwed and how they got screwed. They don't understand it, and you can't really explain it to them. Even if you explain it to them, they don't want to believe it. They will cope, they will find excuses, they will say, 2026 is going to be different, right? 2026 we will finally pump. When the options expire, we are going to reap whatever. You know, there is always a cope, there is always a hope film that people can stiff, and kind of think it's over. It's game over. We have been captured. It's done. But that doesn't mean
That's why you call yourself the Doomsettler, right?
Yeah, right. But that doesn't mean that I should give up necessarily. I think, like, I'm very stubborn. I am just going to do what I believe in. I'm just going to push for the change I want to see anyhow, because that won't make things worse in my book. And while I don't see any hope of success, that doesn't mean I should stop fighting for what I believe in. So that's why I'm still here.
No, but if you recall, 2 years ago, there was this piece of, at the time, fake news that came from the Cointelegraph that the first Bitcoin ETF is going to get approved. And the price went up. Everyone was expecting something magical to happen. Then it turned out that the news was not true, but then a few months later it turned out to be true. And we had this euphoric February, I think, of last year, when everyone was thinking that we're going to get rich and it's going to get to millions because we had the first ETF approval and then the next one. And then it was the most successful ETF of all time with huge volumes and a lot of, what's the term for it? Inflows. A lot of inflows going into Bitcoin ETFs. And it seemed like everyone's going to get rich and it's only a matter of time until we cross 200,000.
Coins are leaving the exchanges because, ETFs are not traded on exchanges. It's not the same liquidity for people who just trade the price on one platform or another. Now, coins are leaving the exchanges. The exchanges keep dropping, but inflows into the ETFs are also celebrated, but the connection is never made that people are just trading the Bitcoins and the derivatives on these platforms, and basically are just flowing Bitcoin from something into another thing where it's traded with leverage and with more capital intensive financial manipulation and financial engineering. That's all that happened, really. So
we had Adam back doing like a daily analysis on ETF inflows and saying, well, this is how much money it went into this. It's only a matter of time until it goes parabolic. We're bullish. We're so excited. You're not bullish enough. Like $500,000. What is even that? We're going to go to $1 million this cycle. It's going to go.
So if you look at the Bitcoin price, like just a price chart, and you don't know what this is, just looking at the shape of it, then you will say that this is a textbook distribution top. Like, this has been going on for years. It's textbook distribution top. And kind of now people are coming out of the woodwork and are saying that OGVs have dumped millions of coins, really, slowly over time. Millions of coins got dumped. And that is also a definition of a distribution top. So if you ask me which is more likely, that we are just going to rip when the options expire or we are going into a full-blown bear market, then I'm going to say the bear market seems much more likely. But that's just my opinion. I don't like to trade for other people, but like this.
But once again, you're the Doomsettler. You're not the Moonsettler anymore.
No, not anymore. No, I don't think Bitcoin's on-chain scarcity has any bearing on price discovery anymore. I literally don't think that's true. I don't think there is a reason for it to be true in this setup. People are simply not using Bitcoin on-chain. They are not owning Bitcoin on-chain. They are not buying Bitcoin on-chain. So the scarcity does not exist. There is infinite amount of bullshit. Infinity divided by infinity can be anything. Like anything.
I don't think that's even possible to divide infinity by infinity. It's like division by 0.
I literally just think of it as it can be anything. Like it's up for people with the capital to move the markets and how they feel. If they want to create do they want how do you say this, competition for their other financial products that are 10 times the size of Bitcoin or not? Right, that's what will determine the Bitcoin price and the future hype cycles, what they want to do with their other products. Anyhow,
So where we came from, I think, was OPCAT. So we were talking about covenants, and we were talking about how OPCAT is an everything upgrade, although incredibly messy and kind of disgusting to have just OPCAT spammed in Bitcoin scripts like crazy. But you can kind of do everything with it. There is CTV that is very limited, and a lot of people had issues with it being very limited. There are various variants. So there are CTV-like proposals that are less ultra-conservative, less limited in other ways, but maybe more conservative in some ways. So there is op template hash is a good example of that. It's like some people like to present op template hash as a clear improvement over CTV because it doesn't do mildly surprising behavior that comes from the way CTV is implemented, is that it can do certain non-intuitive sibling input commitments because it behaves differently with legacy script, what we call legacy script, and with SegWit based and P2SH stuff. And so basically with legacy script, it actually commits to the script SIG. And that allows you to have weird sibling commitments because CTV can, again, have multiple inputs. That can be used, for example, in Ark. So you can create more interesting constructs, Covenant 2 constructs, if you take advantage of this little known fact. But this got certain core developers really upset. Like they were like, if we want to do this, then we should specifically enable that, and we should make our own alternative that does not do this. But they did, however, and it's a pretty clever and clean and simple and good way that they implemented op template hash. But there is one quirk of it, and that is that Taproot got something added to it called the ONX. And the ONX is basically the perfect place to inscribe arbitrary data in Bitcoin because it gets the witness discount. It does not have the non-contiguous problem. It's a contiguous byte, it gets the witness discount, and it gets committed to by the signature. So if you do a Taproot transaction, it does not require a pre-commitment to have an immutable data stored with the transaction. So it's like op return, but with the witness discount, and you don't have the contiguous problem. So literally the perfect place to inscribe arbitrary data. Any exogenous token, meta protocol, aka shitcoin on Bitcoin, any inscription, whatever, the best place for it is in the ONX. And right now the ONX is not really used because by default relay mempool relay policy, it is not relayed. The transaction is not relayed if it has an ONX, because the developers are thinking of it as something that they put in for future updates. When they figure out what they want to do with the ONX, they will relax mempool policy to relay it. That's the idea. So template hash commits to the ONX. What that does is it kind of creates an incentive for nodes to start relaying non-empty ONX, because if you want to implement with the, I call it HICS, but also called fish sticks proposal, when you have template hash, check sig from stack, and internal key. These three, of course, if you put together the initials of them, then you can make fish sticks or ticks or whatever. It does not have a catchy name like LNHANCE, but it's a similar proposal to LNHANCE. It does LN symmetry, it does everything that we want, except for Adamant's cool any order signing channel factory proposal that he had for LNHANCE that makes a good use of pair commit, op pair commit, which is my opcode proposal, by the way. It still have not been merged into the BIP repo, even though I first, I think it's over a year ago that I actually tried to get it merged to the BIP repo, but it at least got a number. It's BIP 442, op pair commit. Check it out maybe if you want. So he makes use of op pair commit, which is a very simple opcode. It just takes two stack elements and hashes them together in a way that it's not really possible to manipulate the bytes between the hash elements in such a way that you get a collision. So it's a safe way to hash two elements on the stack together. It's a safe way to do a multi-commitment, because if you can chain them, you can actually commit any number of elements. Like a Merkle branch, as you go down, you pair commit, you add one operand each time, and you commit to the previous hash, and you can commit any number of elements, really. But usually we just want two. That's the most likely. We have a very good use case for it in LN symmetry, but Higgs does not need pair commit because it has this ONX thing. And you can actually put the Lightning symmetry recovery data that allows you to reconstruct the script of any intermediate state being spent on chain. So if anyone pushes an intermediate state, some state that you don't know, it's not the latest state, you only have the latest state, some state gets pushed on chain. If you want to spend to the latest state, which you can, because you have the signature for it, you need to be able to reconstruct the script. And to reconstruct the script, you need this little piece of data. You need to be guaranteed that you will see this little piece of data. It can be put in an op return, but that's 4 times more expensive. It can be done with pair commit, which is LNHANCE proposes, or it can be put into the ONX. And Higgs makes it very likely that people will start putting this data into the ONX because it makes perfect sense. It's very efficient, very clean, no fuss. You have the data guaranteed available. LN symmetry works perfectly. Okay, nice. What happens when you start relaying by mempool policy non-empty ONX is that runes-like protocols are going to start using it for their own little shitcoin games. And that's kind of guaranteed. And once that starts happening, then any limitations that you have placed on the size of this ONX is going to get broken the same way where full RBF and op return limits were broken. Like Peter thought is just going to tell everyone to run Libre Relay, and they are going to run Libre Relay, and core developers will see that these transactions get to the miners without any issues, and they are having compact block propagation problems, and they are just going to relax the limit, and then you are going to have another shitcoin hype cycle with the ONX. So that is why we are saying that while on paper, template hash looks very nice, it's very, very likely that it's going to cause additional trauma to the Toximoxy crowd, and we are just going to have the same shit show that we had with op return all over again. So we are calling for, I don't know, we are just putting it out there that you can do this, you can ignore CTV, you can ignore LNHANCE, you can go ahead with your own opcode, it's perfectly fine, no objection, but this is what's going to happen. If you want to subject yourself to another 3 years of crying over the ONX, then do it. That's basically the gist of the state of these two proposals. I think they are both good technically. Like if you are completely ignoring the shitcoin stuff, like you don't care about, you only care about making Lightning better, making better Covenant constructs, they are both good. And in a lot of ways, template hash makes a lot of sense. I have to say that I really like how cleanly it is implemented. The code, the CTV is kind of messy compared to that. CTV is not a complicated opcode, but it's like 120 lines of code or something. I think template hash is like 20 lines of code or something. I did not check. I may be completely talking out of my ass, but it looked cleaner to me. But it has this issue. It's taproot only, so you will not have op template hash. You cannot have any opcode that alters the stack. Op template hash puts the template hash that is kind of seek hash like digest of the transaction, it puts it on the stack. That is a very good idea, by the way. A lot of time you put a CTV template hash on the witness stack just so you can run CTV on it. So the CTV opcode is going to calculate this hash. It will check it with the top of the stack, and it will call basically internal equal verify on it.
but it does not remove the top item from the stack. It cannot alter the stack. Remember, in legacy script, you only upgrade NOP opcodes, not an operation opcodes, in a way that they cannot alter the stack. Otherwise, it would be like a hard fork. I mean, if you want to do a soft fork, you cannot do that. With a hard fork, you can actually do that. So if you want to do a soft fork that is backwards compatible, then you cannot alter the stack. And so CTV is bound to have this template hash in the script or on the witness stack, but it has to be there. You have to put the bytes there. If you just want to run a checksig from stack on a 32-byte hash that you can get from the transaction with a single byte opcode, then you win that 32-byte. You don't have to put on the stack. Your transaction is that much smaller. Is that understandable the way I'm explaining it? So in a lot of contracts, template hash is actually better. It's more efficient. A lot of times it doesn't matter because you have to commit to the transaction hash in your transaction either way. And like I said, template hash only works in Taproot. CTV works in legacy script, pay to script hash, and SegWit version 1. Sorry, version 0. I think we are going from version 0. Yeah, version 1 is Taproot. So it's going to work everywhere. Of course, the other 3 opcodes of LNHANCE cannot work kind of everywhere. They are Taproot only anyhow. And we are expecting LNHANCE opcodes to be mainly used in TapScript. Like we are really expecting that if we get LNHANCE activated, then the use of CTV in other script types other than Taproot is going to be probably minimal. So there is that. And if you take all that into consideration, then you see that it really comes down to personal preferences over nuances that probably nobody really cares about aside from core developers. Which one you like more or which one you consider better? Like they are pretty equivalent. Again, I think the mistake with template hash is that it commits to the annex. It should only commit to the annex being present or not, and they should add either pair commit, or if they don't like pair commit, which I understand, nobody likes pair commit, not even me. If they don't like pair commit, they should add another multi-commitment. Let's say you add the tagged SHA-256 hash. That is an opcode that takes a tag from the stack and takes a message from the stack and just makes a tagged hash of them. And you can optimize it. The most likely tags being used can be actually like have a built-in optimization. Basically, if you want to if you want to use it in a GSR future, if you want to create any Taproot related tagged hash, because I think tagged hash is only started to be used with Taproot. Before that, Satoshi did not thought about tagging the Bitcoin hash functions, and this kind of causes problems. So we have these issues where a 64-byte Bitcoin transaction is indistinguishable in an SPV proof from an intermediate node. I'm not sure if you heard about this. And there are these issues with Bitcoin where Satoshi just hashed everything twice and he was done with it. He did not really care about domain separation all that much. Taproot was engineered by people who were kind of more professional cryptographically, let's say. And they introduced this wonderful concept of domain separation. And the way you do that, one way you do that is you tag your cryptographic hashes in a safe and acceptable way. And if you create an opcode that calculates a tag, the SHA-256 hash, then you can have 2 elements on the stack, and they will be committed to in a very safe and not as efficient manner as upward commit, but fairly comparable. So technically, it's more expensive than pair commit. Pair commit really makes this operation as efficient as kind of we can safely do, but it's good enough, and it has more uses in a great script restoration feature. So they should just add something that can do pair commitment to ticks, and they should push for that. That's my personal opinion. A lot of people don't agree. A lot of people don't see the problem. It's their funeral. I don't really care about shitcoins. I don't care about the op-return drama. It's not me that is going to be harassed for 2 years about the annex. So let them do that thing. I shared my opinion, and I'm happy with that.
That was a long explanation, and I respect the fact that you basically realized that we were off topic and then you switched on topic, and I love it. And I also want to take like 2 or 3 steps back in our conversation tree when we were discussing conspiracy theories about Blockstream. I do believe that the Great Script Restoration is their attempt to basically manipulate and capture the whole movement and narrative and say that, of course, it was Blockstream that also proposed the next soft fork for Bitcoin, because it was them who were the champions of SegWit. It was them who wrote the entire code for Taproot. And of course, they're not going to allow someone called Jeremy Rubin, who right now is also in the Epstein files, ironically. Like, seriously, if you look up the Epstein emails, you're going to find that Jeremy Rubin sent him a message from Japan saying, hey, I'm teaching some students about Bitcoin at this university, which is funny. Of course, Blockstream are not going to be happy with that, and they will want to push a soft fork that they designed themselves. And
so just one sec about this. So it's not a surprise. So we already knew that Epstein was embedded into the MIT Media Labs and that whole thing, and Jeremy came from there, and he was also heavily involved and with this digital currency initiative, or what they had going there, where CBDC spawned from, and all that stuff. So we knew that Jeremy was involved. We knew that Epstein had an incestuous relationship with MIT Media Lab. We knew that. So they had to kind of knew each other. That was for sure. That they were on like first name basis, that was new from that email. Like they actually casually exchanged emails. That was the only new thing there, really. It was nothing scandalous in that email, but it did surprise me, to be honest. And I was not super happy about that coming up. Yeah.
I mean, you would expect Gavin and Vladimir and all the bigger developers to have conversations with the guy who's basically financing them at MIT, but it turned out to be Jeremy, the guy who was saying, hey, I'm in Japan teaching these university students about Bitcoin. It was pretty successful. Are you also in Japan? Want to hang out? It's so funny.
That was the crazy part to me. You want to hang out, because if you want funding in that relationship that Epstein had with the Media Lab, then you kind of expect that you had to beg the sugar daddy for money. You had to suck up to him, right? Like, you want to hang?
We don't know what that means, but Jeremy is a nice guy. I wish I could get him on my podcast, but he seems... At first he was not interested, and then he said he's interested only if I meet him in person for an interview, and we never went to the same event to actually meet in person. And that's a challenge.
I would definitely listen to that. I really like Jeremy. He's a super smart guy, and I think it's a travesty that happened to him, the way he was personally attacked.
I think he was the subject of a full-blown character assassination, and people were trying to find all sorts of reasons to paint him as a bad actor. And this was in 2022, 2023, mostly. And then it seemed like people finally realized that he had the best idea. Like, you could come up with a new proposal for a Covenant, but it was riskier than what Jeremy proposed. And they finally realized, okay, this guy was right, but what do we do now?
But publicly admitting he was right is not something certain people will do. But I want to say, by the way, I want to also just outright admit that what we call LNHANCE and the software package that I am personally pushing, because I think it's the most controversial, not controversial, the least controversial and most conservative proposal on the table of the serious proposals. So this is going to have the least disruptions, the least chance of having any shitcoin high cycles following up with it. This is going to be the least likely to cause any social trauma for Bitcoin maxis. That's what I think personally, and we have spent years looking at these opcodes and their combinations. So We have an educated guess on this, and for other proposals, we know exactly how they can be used to do this stuff. For these opcodes, not really. So the best people could come up with is CTV plus checksy from stack can be used in theory with the deleted key covenant component that we already have on Bitcoin. You have to have deleted keys to form a covenant with checksy from stack. You can close the loop and you can create weird contracts that have to run forever if you really want. But you would only put your money into something like that if you absolutely wanted to. Like if you wanted to food gun yourself, you could. People have mentioned this, that this is possible. This is the thing that they could come up with, but nothing really practical related to DeFi or tokens or anything like that. I have not seen anything like that. So this is a very conservative proposal, I believe, and I personally think we should have the capacity to have consensus on it because it is so limited, because it does not do everything. We should have the capacity to have consensus on it. Really, equal amount of people are saying it does not go far enough, and equal number of people are saying, although they are absolutely tech illiterate, that it goes too far. So it kind of feels to me that it hits just the right spot, you know. It's a good compromise that doesn't make anyone super happy, but it is kind of acceptable. And in that sense, in a social sense, in a technical sense, it's an absolute minimum. Like we should only think about stuff that do more, in my personal opinion. But again, we don't want to like cause a huge trauma by going all the way first. We want people to get used to a more capable Bitcoin script and the more off-chain L2 future that is still like not as cucked as custodial bullshit that we discussed before, and does not have a chance to debase people in various subtle ways, because every Satoshi is accountable on chain with these proposals, these covenant constructs. I digress. So I am pushing for this LNHANCE package. It has been pushed by rear-end code before. So LNHANCE was 3 opcodes: check, template verify, check sig from stack, and internal key. Before I added we added the sort of per commit to it, because we knew that with those 3 opcodes you need to use op return for LN symmetry. And when we did the byte crunching, it turned out that LN symmetry with an op return is just shit, and you can save a lot on that. And so we try to figure out a way of doing exactly what we need and not much more. And this is what we came up with. Nobody is very happy with it, but all of these opcodes actually are things that I think all of them, without exception, are things that came out of Jeremy Rubin's brain. Like, he has been talking about these things for years. I can't even take credit for per commit, because in that roughly a year, I spent a year on trying to neuter Cat, which means that I wanted to have Cat, OpCat, but without it unleashing absolute hell on Bitcoin from the Moxie perspective. So we wanted to prevent Cat from introducing arbitrary computations, tokens, introspection, stuff like that. We try to limit it in various ways. And I remember Jeremy asking in an offhand comment, why not just op per commit? He did not explain what that means. He didn't have to. The name kind of explains everything. I understood it perfectly immediately what that is. I wrote my first implementation of it. It was fairly complicated for what it does, for bespoke reasons. And when I submitted that bit thing to Inquisition, then Anthony Towns asked me, why make it so complicated? Why fuck around? Why invent my own bespoke hash function and all that stuff? If you change a single bit in a message, in theory, 50% of the bits are going to change on SHA-256 hash. So you should just simply commit to the sizes of the elements and put the elements on it and hash it. And he basically showed me a one-liner against my 15-line function of pair commit implementation at first. And I had to grudgingly admit that if you think SHA-256 is secure, like cryptographically secure, then there is absolutely no reason not to do his version as opposed to my very elaborate version that tried to make sure that the maximum number of bits changed in the pre-image if you try to mess with the bytes between the messages. If you trust SHA-256, there is no reason to do that. That was my own idiosyncrasy. I accepted Anthony Town's wisdom. I simplified pair commit. I finalized the BIP and submitted it, and I also made the implementation. We added it to LNHANCE. That's kind of the story of pair commit. But again, check template, verify, check sig from stack. It was not, I think not Jeremy Rubin who came up with check sig from stack. I think it was someone else. I'm not sure about this. I don't know for a fact, but I know that CTV and check sig from stack together was something that he had been talking about and thinking about for years. He was the one who said that you can implement L2 or now known as lighting symmetry with these opcodes. And as far as I can tell, internal key was also something that he came up with, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Rearden code and Jeremy co-authored the first version of LNHANCE, and later when Rearden backed out of this because he did not want to get involved with a controversial fork effort, he wanted to go through core, the proper channels, more politely, taking his time, letting everyone talk things through. I still troll him with this to this day because years has passed and nothing improved. Everything just got worse. Then his strategy really did not work out too well. Not that mine worked out too well, but his strategy is really looking funny now. But he really believed that he was playing nice with core developers, then he could get something done, accomplished that way. And so he kind of backed out, and I took over the role of LNHANCE maintainer, let's say. And I'm maintaining a soft fork implementation, actually, with an activation client for LNHANCE, so it's out there. Technically, we are past the min activation height. So if miners decided to activate LNHANCE, if they downloaded the source, they built it for themselves, and they started running it, they could activate it within 2 weeks. So if miners really wanted to have LNHANCE, the code is there. They could just activate it in 2 weeks because we are over the min activation height. It's been a year, really, and time just flies by, as we mentioned. And I did not feel like there is a strong need to keep kicking the can down. So it feels like if I alter the activation parameters of the consensus rules, then I should change the version bit. But since now we have other alternative proposals, and it would be like bad taste to start using the version bits, and it's hard to keep track of everyone's version bits and stuff like that. And the miners are also using the version bits for entropy. So I think Paul Stotz created a website, or his circle created a website where you can track the various arbitrarily decided version bits for software proposals. And it seems like pair commit is actually very popular with the miners. A lot of miners are signaling for pair commit because, again, the miners are using these bits for entropy. So they are just randomly flagging them. What is the name of that website? I don't know. If anyone knows, please put it in the comments if you know what site I'm talking about. There is a tracking site for software quoting, and we were having a laugh about why pair commit is so popular that it's leading among the software proposals when it really doesn't do anything in itself. Maybe something like softfork.fun or something was like that. Consensus.fun. I don't know. The point is,
yeah, I'm searching for it.
The point is that of course this is just random signaling. It doesn't mean anything. By the way, miners signaling for a soft fork doesn't mean they are actually running the soft fork. They can just be fucking with you. I think the whole debate about that happened in 2022, the whole nobody cared about CTV. I'm not sure if you remember it, but nobody actually cared about CTV. The whole drama was about the activation state machine, let's call it. Let's say that the speedy trial is a specific activation, BIP9 activation state logic, which Taproot used to successfully activate, and everyone was super happy with that. And not everyone, that's not true, but the public perception may have been, if you just watched Twitter and ignored, let's say, Luke Dasher, then you would see that everyone is pretty much happy with how Taproot activated, and that was fine. But suddenly, 2 years later, when Jeremy said that, hey, I was thinking about these parameters, what do you think? So it's not like he just released a binary and talked to miners behind everyone. Like he asked people's opinion for feedback. That's how I remember it. And there was like this giant backlash led by Adam Beck, who accused Jeremy of trying to force something down against consensus on people's throat and going behind the backs of the developers, which is bullshit because, again, Jeremy has been actively communicating this and campaigned for merging CTV into core for years to no avail. And he has been given guidance, sort of, or advice by the core maintainers that kind of painted the picture that they would merge CTV if it gets activated. Like if you can get it activated, of course they will merge it because Bitcoin Core is the reference implementation, so it cannot not include every relevant Bitcoin consensus rule. Probably they would have merged it the moment it gets logged in, so they wouldn't even wait it for activation. If Jeremy could get CTV logged in, they would have merged OPSEC. That's for sure, I think. And somehow that was the feedback, that they are just not going to merge it because it doesn't seem to have consensus across the people that they are looking to have consensus with. Most of them didn't care to engage or do anything before this thing happened. Once Jeremy made a suggestion of the activation parameters and methods, and this shit show started, a lot of people looked at CTV. A lot of people try to find a fault in it. A lot of people try to find an error in it. Of course, people can be motivated to engage by two things. First one is curiosity. That is very weak, I think, but exists. So intellectually curious people can be motivated to engage with a subject out of curiosity. These people like Rusty Russell and a few Lightning devs and core devs here and there that will find something interesting. They will look at it honestly. They will evaluate it, ask questions, talk in a cultured manner, and give feedback or ask questions, whatever. That's curiosity, I think, and the much stronger motivation that gets people engaged is annoyance. Like if you can annoy people, then they will engage with you, not necessarily with good faith, but they will really start engaging with you if you annoy them enough. And that's a much stronger motivation. And it has the sad possibility of having this adverse reaction at first. People are getting annoyed, they get riled up, they are very easy to mobilize, especially the people who don't know what the fuck is it about. There are people who like to add to this chaos by taking quotes out of context. There are always these instigators. There is a famous video from Antonov.
Andreas Antonopoulos, yeah.
Yes, Andreas Antonopoulos. Sorry, I couldn't.
You mean the one about covenants where he basically promoted the most common FUD about it?
No, that's a cut job. So that's a propaganda piece that was cut to shit. If you look at the original video, which nobody does, but I did, he made very few mistakes. He was very very he made a very reasonable evaluation given this whole thing caught him unprepared. I looked at the original video. It was not explicitly not saying that this is dangerous or anything. He explained that yes, while permanent encumbrance is thought of as something that can do this and this and this, CTV is specifically designed to not enable this, and when a propagandist gets a hold of this, then he can make something really nasty out of it. And that was the, I don't know, 2-minute clip that really circulated, where they just cut this to pieces and taken his things, his saying out of order and out of context. And at first I was super upset with Andras. I was very mad at him, but then I understood what happened, and I just watched helplessly how this bullshit propagates. And there is nothing really you can do. The only thing you can do, is you can create like a frequently asked questions and answers type of thing that just deals with every piece of FUD, and every time some motherfucker tries at it again, then you just link to it and tell him to go fuck himself, maybe politely. Because there is no way anyone has the energy to just actually engage with all this bullshit and hunt down all the fraudsters and just convince them one by one that they are being stupid and they are taking things out of context and they are victims of propaganda. It's just too hard, and it doesn't really work. Of course, it takes effort to maintain something like this. So without funding, with other stuff to do personally, I just couldn't get around to it, but it would be a nice thing for a community, Covenant-friendly community, to start maintaining some wiki site or something that deals with Covenant FUD specifically and with citations and methodically just dismantling every piece of FUD and dealing with it. That could be something that helps. But this really died down. So after a while, like I said, people started engaging with CTV, and the developers at least understood it. There was a moment where the developers understood it and they started calling people stupid who spoke nonsensical bullshit, and then a lot of it died down. We still have a few retards that hold out to the end. Like we have like 5 people maybe that I just had to mute because they were so fucking goddamn deranged and stupid about this.
Can you name them just for fun?
There is this, I mean, a lot of them are Justins. I don't know why, but a lot of them are Justins. For example, Justin Shocknet, I'm not sure if you are familiar with that deranged individual. Just when I mute someone, it means that I value their input less than what an LLM can spit out. That's when I mute. When I see that there is absolutely no value there, it's just a waste of time to even read it. Then I mute someone. Another famous retard that I muted is Konza. Like that guy is just yeah.
Oh, so Justin Shocknet, yeah, this guy who works. He calls himself a Lightning Maxi, and he works on Shock BTC.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not even aware what this is.
So he is Uncle Jim Moxie kind of guy. He thinks the way Bitcoin is supposed to scale is that everyone in a custodial relationship with Uncle Jims who are sovereign, and that's his vision. And anyone that tries to argue for anything else is like a shitcoiner and a scammer, and he's viciously attacking like a fucking rabid dog. I don't have anything nice to say about him, and anything nice to say about the Uncle Jim model. It's just
he has
not.
a nice beard.
Okay.
Just for
Okay, so
the people waiting to see this. He has a nice beard. I mean,
Well,
I just
his
said
face-
something nice.
His face looks like a guy you could have a beer with, but I hate this guy so goddamn much. He's a deranged retard. When it comes to CTV,
A
at least,
deranged retard.
deranged retard, yeah. When it comes to CTV covenants and lightning symmetry and stuff like that, Ark and all of this, then he is a deranged retard. But maybe he's a very nice person in real life.
Okay, so this is one. Who are the other 4 that you muted?
I don't even remember them, most of them, but similar. There is one guy that was going by some handle like Mars the Gov, and he is like Covenant deranged to the max. I also muted the fuck out of him because after a while I realized that he's not engaging in an honest manner where you can actually convince him. He is just spouting his bullshit bias, and he is tech illiterate, and so I muted him. So there are a few people like that. But generally, what I noticed is that people who are not deranged to this level can actually be reasoned with if you are a bit patient with them, if you explain to them how Bitcoin addresses are generated. It's very weird, but really that's what you have to explain to people. How they are receiving Bitcoin, how their addresses are generated, and how these covenants work. If you explain, they understand that they are barking up the wrong tree most of the times. Not always, but when I have the patience for it, I have a decent success rate. That's why I think really we should need like a FUD dismissal knowledge base. That would be nice. We had, I think there is a site, Covenant FUD. Maybe someone tried this once. I think there is a site called Covenant FUD. But it's not maintained, and it's not. So a lot of people try to create a knowledge base of covenants, but a lot of it is biased bullshit. Some of it is outright blockstream propaganda. I have been accusing of this the guy Stephen Roos, I think his name. Stephen Roos. He used to have a goose as his profile picture. He is actually a great guy, and I'm a big fan of his now. I used to think he is a Blockstream stooge, but it turns out he's not working for Blockstream for a long time, and he's actually not. He did not spread misinformation on purpose and to disrupt things. He's a really cool dude, and by the way, he's now supporting LNHANCE and Checksik from Stack as far as I know. His proposal was one of those that was just a red flag, red canvas in my eyes. His was the TX hash. I think he was OpTX hash that was trying to improve on CTV, and I really felt like that this is the usual diversionary attack. Just trying to blow up the scope to a level where we cannot have consensus on it because it introduces too many weird and controversial behaviors, but also training the attention. That's what it felt like to me for a while. And he also maintained a knowledge base on covenants, and I had issues with some of the stuff. We told him that he is factually wrong and he was not correcting them, and this was another big red flag. But again, I'm a big fan of Steven now. I think we are buddies, and I love the guy. But there was a time where I thought he was the enemy. Things happen.
I also found this interesting resource that was created by Floppy, or FDev, whatever you want to call him, or 144,000,000 bytes. And it's on the Bitcoin wiki. It's called the Covenant Support Table.
He's not one guy. He has two very different modes of operation, the sober floppy and the drunk floppy, and they are completely different. Not for most people, the drunk floppy.
Anyway, there's a list of 20 plus developers here, and it shows what they think is acceptable and what they prefer or what they don't like. We have CCV, Cat, CTV, CSFS, Bearcommit,
I know what site you're talking about. Yeah.
Upvault, OpTX hash, and SigHash _APO.
I remember being very mad
at Floppy for making that site in the beginnings. It didn't even show the packages for the proposals. It just showed individual proposals, individual soft fork opcode pieces that often make 0 sense in themselves. So imagine making a table of comparison and having something like op pair commit in it as a standalone piece. Op pair commit is fucking useless. If you just activated op pair commit, there is nothing truly interesting for scaling Bitcoin that you can do with it, just with that. It's a piece of the puzzle. It has a very specific function. It does a very limited thing. It doesn't make sense to compare op pair commit with op CTV or checksig from stack or TX hash. It just makes no sense. And I was very mad at Floppy for doing that side.
But there are 3 people who like it. There's Chris Guida or whatever from Lightning, who is a big shill of knots nowadays and filters. There's Ben the Carman, who finds it acceptable. And there's also Steven Roos from Ark.
Yeah. Steven Roos, the most based goose. Yeah.
The most based goose?
Yeah. Like I said, his profile picture was a goose. Geese, I don't know how you say it. And I think he's a great guy. Like I said, I used to be pretty antagonistic and said very nasty things about him. And I want to apologize for that. I think I misjudged his character. I was just a victim of these red flags popping up left and right. But so not many people like pair commit. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, interestingly, if you look at it, if you look at the row that says opcat, not too many people are against it. Actually, if you compare CTV with opcat, I think there are more green squares for opcat than opCTV.
Yeah. So the problem with this is, again, it does not show you how controversial a proposal actually is, because none of them are truly controversial from a technical level. Like, developers from a technical perspective should not have much problem with any of these proposals, except for maybe APO. I would understand someone necking APO on like a developer perspective. Even though I don't think it's a bad proposal, I just think there are better ways to do this. That's all. But like, if you like Cat and then you say no to pair commit, what does that tell you? That you are a deranged retard, no? Like, pair commit does not do anything that Cat does not do. Like, literally, it does a tiny subset of what Cat does, a tiny, very harmless subset. A lot of times it's like more efficient and simpler and safer to use. So if you prefer Cat and you are necking pair commit, that just tells me that you are not really looking at these proposals like with any intellectual honesty. I don't know.
It's funny because there are only 2 people in this table who prefer opcat but nothing else, and one of them is 100layer who's doing wrapped Bitcoin on 100layer.io. They better pay me for this endorsement. Secondly, there's, where was he? Another guy who's doing runes or something. Oh, RSM, Rune State Machine from rsm.network. He only prefers opcat and pretends to be evaluating everything else. So these guys who are doing runes and ordinals, they want opcat. But there's also Salvatore Ingala, who says he's evaluating everything. So he doesn't like anything, he doesn't dislike anything. He's like evaluating.
Satoshi just did a shit post. He doesn't even like his own proposal, which is the first one. Actually, his proposal is the first row, and he's evaluating his own proposal like an absolute fucking troll.
CCV?
Yeah, CCV is his child. I really like CCV in a sense of like, if you are, again, ignoring the shitcoin stuff, like you are completely ignoring spammers, scammers, and assaulted shitcoiners trying to use Bitcoin for their affinity scams. If you put that all aside, then CCV math makes a lot of sense to me. Like, it should really be part of Bitcoin script. The rest of Bitcoin script should have something like CCV in it. You can emulate CCV, like if you have something like OP3CAD or something. Like, I think 3CAD was part of the Great Script Restoration proposal. It's some of the opcodes that Rusty wants to add. And so basically, technically, he enables math. He's not explicitly adding CCV. CCV is without all the other stuff. If you want to do this specific thing, then you can use this specific opcode for it. So Salvatoshi is trying to like limit the scope, but if you are just adding a few primitives like opcat and tweaked and stuff like that, then you can have math. Is Merkleize all the things. That's what math means. MATT, Merkleize all the things, and it's really cool. And I'm a big fan of his work, and he's putting his own work under Envoy. I think that's crazy. Yeah.
I also want to add something from this table. So for the people listening on Spotify, it's en.bitcoin.it/wiki/covenants_support. You can look it up on any search engine. You just search for Bitcoin Wiki Covenant support, and you will find this.
So
what I find very fascinating is that the person who wrote opcat for Bitcoin using TapScript, which is Ethan Heilman, he says that he prefers all three. So he prefers opcat, he prefers CTV, and also CSFS, and also internal key and upvault and txhash. Like, he's not biased. In comparison,
I can totally understand someone that says let's do cat, CTV, and CSFS. Like that is a perfectly reasonable position to hold, in my opinion.
There's also Jeremy Rubin, who is the person who wrote and did a lot of the work for OpCTV. He says that opcat is deficient. He prefers CTV, CSFS. He wants op internal key, and he doesn't like SIG-hash APO.
One thing means, I mean, it's funny that Jeremy said no to pair commit. That's funny because, like I said, it's his brainchild originally. One thing means that you want it, but you don't think it has sufficient support. So it's kind of weird thing where it's on your wish list, kinda, but you don't think it should be an immediate priority necessary, and you don't think it's ready for getting a preferred status. That's kind of what one thing means. Like it's a weaker preference or something that is only not acceptable because you don't think people support it enough. Something like that.
I see that you're also on this list as Moonsettler before you became Doomsettler. You put wanting on CCV and also put wanting on opcat. You put prefer on CTV and CSFS, and also pair commit, and also, what's this? Internal key. And the rest of them, you said that you want upvault and optxhash, and you think that SIG-hash_APO is weak.
Yeah, it got a lot of weak, and I think it's well deserved. That's my personal opinion. I think APO is not the direction. It's not a wrong thing. APO is not wrong. It's not the direction we should be going. It's not as efficient and flexible as it should be. I think it's weak. I have a weak preference for it. I would accept it if there is nothing better we can do, but I'm not opposed to APO, but I prefer just about anything over it. And my caveat to the wanting on CCV and vote is that these kind of do the same thing. Like CCV and vote are kind of the same thing, and they both have the same issues, sort of, which is they are explicitly state carrying covenants, which again will introduce new token protocols, I believe. So if people are saying that we don't care, good, bring it. Like, let's have vote, let's have CCV. If you are saying that you are not going to come to me crying 2 years later that everyone is just using these for token protocols, and we have another hype cycle, then let's bring it. I'm not opposed to them. I think they are more controversial than I would want them. And again, this one thing is a weird thing. Like, one thing means that you might want it if others want it, you know. Yeah, it's an idiotic evaluation concept, to be honest. It's like your you are expressing an expectation of controversy. Anyhow, the caveat I want to add to my own evaluation, and this is the other reason that I hate this table for, is that there is no nuance here. So I set preferred to the LNHANCE set of opcodes because I think we can have consensus on them right now, and I prefer them for immediate activation. That doesn't mean I don't like other opcodes more. That doesn't mean I don't prefer, like in the abstract, I don't prefer PXhash over OPCTV. Like if I would just make Bitcoin script for myself, if I made my own shitcoin, I would add OpTX hash immediately. No questions. I would add OpTX hash to my own shitcoin. OPCTV can be upgraded later to OpTX hash. So for immediately, for the next update, I prefer these 4 opcodes because I think we can actually have consensus on them. But if you ask for my ideal set of opcodes, I really like C4. If you scroll a bit up, you see C4 is CCV, Cat, OPCTV, and OPCSFS. Those 4 opcodes, the first 4 rows, I really like that. I think that's a pretty good package. I would be very happy with either CCPO or C4. I would be okay with. I would be okay with LNHANCE, of course. But for the next fork upgrade, I really think we should go with LNHANCE for the reasons I explained many times. I think it is the least risky, least controversial, least upsetting way to upgrade Bitcoin for the next step. But my ultimate goal would be not only to restore script. So I want great script restoration. I want everything that Bitcoin Cash has, like all the goodies, full introspection, loops, functions, everything. I think that is the direction Bitcoin script should evolve. That's my personal long-term preference. Plus, zero knowledge proofs. Like some OPSEC verify or something like that. Like
I was gonna get to that basically because the conversation keeps shifting and we moved from covenants to something else, and I want to get there. But before that, I just want to look at 2 more people who basically responded to this questionnaire about covenants, and they're people that I respect and I find their answers interesting. There's Paul Stortz of Layer 2 Labs, the creator of the Drivechain, and also one of the first people to create prediction markets for Bitcoin. The only one that he prefers is Upvault.
That's interesting.
For the others, he finds them either weak or acceptable. For UpCat and UpCTV, he says they're acceptable. He says he's wanting CSFS.
And
And
I wonder if Paul prefers Upvault because you can implement Drivechains with Upvault. Because Drivechains is the hash rate escrow, one component of Drivechains. The 2 components of Drivechains, blind merge mining and the hash rate escrow. Blind merge mining you can do on Bitcoin in any which way. There are just innumerable ways to do blind merge mining. That's not an issue. Hash rate escrow is the simplest fucking state carrying contract that you can do with just about anything state carrying, and Bitcoin script in general. So you are just counting down or counting up to a number and then using a hash to restrict the final distribution. That's all you are doing really with these things. So I wonder if that's why, or maybe he thinks that vaults would be like a really good addition. Like Upvault was not made for necessarily this stuff. You know, the original idea was that we can create sort of like on-chain hard vaults for our stuff where we can reverse any unauthorized spend. You know, there is a time lock, a relative time lock, and we can reverse a spend that someone that stole our keys made. So let's say Luke Dasher, if he had his coins in a Upvault, then he wouldn't have tweeted at the FBI. Instead, he would have issued within his 2 days or 2 weeks of period where he can reverse the transactions. When he saw his coin going away, he would just make a transaction that that takes the coins back to his backup hard vault whatever setup instead of those keys. So to explain the use case, that is the intended use case. You see someone compromise your keys, they cannot hide it from you. They have to initiate an unvaulting to start the timer. So they literally cannot hide the fact that they compromise your keys unless they do absolutely nothing, but then they can steal your funds. And when you see them going away, you can claw them back. That is the preferred use case of vault. Satoshi argued that check contract verify is a simpler, cleaner way to do the same thing. They are kind of doing the same thing with little differences in complexity and how exactly they are executing. And I remember that James O'Byrne, right? I don't want to. So
Oh yeah, James
Jonathan,
O'Byrne, the guy who proposes
O'Byrne,
also
yeah.
the block size increase. He was on the show.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I really like him too. So he said that he is happy with CCV. So if we implement check contract verify instead of upvote, in fact, he might be preferring that now, as far as I know. So maybe this evaluation was not updated, but as far as I know, that he changed his preference after workshopping with Satoshi and other people. He changed his preference, and he is now would be very happy with OPSEC. Like I said, upvote and OPSEC is kind of the same thing. And if you look at my remark there, the note that I and Reardon did is that only one of CCV and vote should be implemented because they enable nearly identical constructions. So these are the same thing. The same way, yeah, I'm not going to much further into that. I just wanted to add that these guys wanted to tackle very similar things. Satoshi was more generic in his approach. He said, okay, we can do vaults, but he had a more generic look on these contracts and constructions. And upvote is very application specific. It's very geared towards a certain UX, let's say, a certain user experience workflow. Upvote and unvote, actually, those are a pair of opcodes, I believe. So it's just called upvote, but those are two opcodes. And the CCV, I think, is also two opcodes or one opcode with some designator that says you are checking an input or an output. So it's either op-check input contract verify and output contract verify, or you are having some variable that designates if you are checking an input or an output. You are basically checking the taproot link on that output or input. That's how it works. And you can make sure that you have, let's say, propagating the same script to an output from an input. You can easily write a contract with that you are moving coins to the same script. You can enforce that covenant, let's say. Okay, and then of course you can also tweak that output, that external key. You can tweak it with a state that you carry explicitly. So the way check contract verify works is you are propagating your script. You have the same contract, but you also have an additional data tweak. And what you do with the data tweak, it's just a hash commitment. It can be a hash commitment of anything that you can interact with on the stack. And check contract verify is very simple, and it only commits to one piece of data. But if you have op pair commit or op cat, then you can have any number of pieces of the state that gets carried, right? So you can have any complexity to the state that gets carried over. And I think upvote is implemented in a way where you can specify how many pieces of the state you carry. So it's like kind of like has a built-in vector commitment in it, upvote. And it makes it more complex in implementation. So that's kind of the difference between them, but they do the same thing. And it's very interesting that someone would reject OPCCV and prefer upvote. Again, this just tells me that the person doesn't really understand these opcodes at a sufficient depth to evaluate them, or maybe has an axe to grind or personal preference or whatever. let's say he doesn't like the way one of them tweets or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to present the case of Robin Linus, who is the creator of BitVM and part of the reason why covenants are so popular, because he sort of enabled new ways in which Bitcoin can be used. And he doesn't like OPCAT. He prefers both CTV and CSFS.
Yeah.
And he also prefers, what's this?
He used to like OPCAT. I think he used to like OPCAT.
Yeah, he had a cat emoji next to his name for like a year.
He changed his mind because of probably the Taproot Wizards, if I had to guess. Like, I think he was kinda in a flame war with certain people that like cat. That was the story there. As far as I can tell, of course, he may have another reason for changing his evaluation, but as far as I can tell, it was a bit personal.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted by Jimmy Song tweet that says you're either a Bitcoin maximalist or a clown. There is no in between. Anyway, from
Jimmy,
one clown.
I used to think that guy was more intellectually honest than the crew that he hangs with. He seemed to be the one that acknowledges nuance and stuff, but I guess he hung out with Tom Waits too much because
No, nuance doesn't pay. I'm sorry. If you're not an extremist in something, and you don't post the edgiest tweets ever, and you don't go to podcasts saying that everything is going to zero, you're not cutting through, and you're not getting invited to conferences. So he found success as an extremist. Good for him. I feel sorry I mentioned this, but I
am
got
going
distracted.
to forever hang on to his picture with his shirt on Monero, Litecoin, and Decred and stuff like that. That image is forever going to live on my computer, Jimmy.
He's not listening to this, don't worry.
I know you were a shitcoiner. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that he likes a bunch of these alts and he finds them interesting. But if he spoke about them, there's no money for him to make. So he's not gonna threaten his brand, basically, which he built over the years for just a bit of honesty. But basically, we talked about all of these covenants, but the conversation in Bitcoin, mostly due to the Bitcoin nuts camp, has shifted away from covenants. Like, this is a solved issue and we shouldn't be talking about it anymore. We left it behind. Now they talk about BIP 444, which they rebranded under a different number, I think. I'm not paying attention to that anymore. And Luke Dash Jr. says that
110, I think the official number. The issue was there, I think, is that Luke assigned of 444 and people knew that he's the original author of the idea, at least. Like the wish list of the fork points or rule changes came from a tweet of his, or maybe no, a mailing list post. He was responding to Portland Hodl. Portland Hodl suggested that we should limit the script pub key size to 520 bytes. That was his proposal, I believe. And then Luke, who previously said that nobody is in a position to propose a soft fork currently, he saw this on the mailing list and he slapped on his shopping cart of changes that he feels prudent, and then that's what B444 sort of been born out of someone else has kind of formalized his wish list and submitted it, but Luke assigned the number 444 to it because it has some meaning in Christian numerology, I think, and it was supposed to be free, and the other BIP maintainers did not much like that. I mean, at first they probably did not care what number is that, but everyone was saying this is bad optics, and then the end result was that officially it got renumbered for 110, but the fans are still calling it BIP 444.
Yeah, anyway, they're proposing this, and Luke was able to agree that there needs to be some sort of ZK verifier opcode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did mention that, but in the context of verifying if something is spam. And basically, he envisions a future where everything before being broadcast to minors is gonna be verified
Yeah.
to be sure that it basically is vetted. Like
The
I don't know, this
problem,
is madness, but
the
this is where
problem
we're
with
heading,
these,
and this is an
yeah,
actual conversation that's being had in the Bitcoin space, and it's both the fault of those who propose it and those who take it seriously and give it enough time and attention instead of focusing on something that actually makes sense.
yeah, I agree. But one funny thing about this is, let's say you want to do a star proof because we are going into a quantum resistant future, maybe. So you want to do a star proof of non-spamminess on a transaction, which I guess would include something like you are proving that you know the private key for the public keys, which means they cannot be arbitrary data, something like that. Okay. So you want to do a ZK proof on these. So an OPSEC proof, as far as I know, is basically like Merkle inclusion proofs, which means that's similar to the control block of the TAP script spend. And not sure if you know about the Labibus. Labibus were these little digital Labubus were made into a collection, and they were inscribed inside the Taproot control block, where you can have 4 megabytes of contiguous by contiguous data if you are carefully crafting a tap leaf, because the sibling hashes, the unopened sibling hashes, can actually be arbitrary data. So when you have a Merkle inclusion proof, almost all of it can be arbitrary data. So if you want to make a star proof that proves that you are not including arbitrary data, that star proof itself is a bed for arbitrary data. That's just a fun little.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, we seem to be heading towards ossification, unless
Yeah.
I guess so. The only way in which I can see this playing out that we actually improve Bitcoin and we accept that we have fallen behind with development is that we get the threat from another altcoin. I don't think that a split in the community is gonna push development in any way. It will just have this Puritan version of Bitcoin where everything is checked before it gets published, which is gonna have like 2% of the hash rate. And then there's gonna be this other version where people are bike shedding and fighting indefinitely. And when you think about it, SegWit was a much more massive change to the Bitcoin code,
Yeah.
and it got consensus. And this was in a time when it was a much more conservative, like increasing the block size had fewer trade-offs than SegWit.
My take on this, by the way, is that people are lying to themselves and to others about how Bitcoin consensus worked in the past. That's my primary. So it's a big lie. The truth is, it worked on social capital, personal follow the leader preferences, and social capital and reputation, and not on the merits of the proposal whatsoever. That's what I think. And that's how it worked in the past. And the people who were able to carry that out all stepped back. They got scared. They got scared of their own power or the responsibility or any backlash from nation states or whatever. I don't know. But they stepped back, and now there is a vacuum. The people who could pull it out are not in play right now for any consensus fork. And so we are a bit stuck. There are multiple ways out of this, by the way, but that's my take on it. Just, I'm not sure if you agree or not.
One way would be for the price to go so low that the institutions exit and there's no more pressure from anyone to do anything. And therefore we are free to improve Bitcoin in any way. We might as well break it and hard fork and fix it afterwards because nobody will care. We just have to rebuild from scratch. And that's, I think, one of the situations. I don't think that's very likely to happen at this point because there's a lot of invested capital, and you even have the sitting U.S. president who is pushing his sons into having these funds and whatever that they're doing with World Liberty Financial. So there's a lot of interest in Bitcoin and a lot of capital. The way in which I see this working out is if Bitcoin actually has competition. So if something like Zcash, or I think Ethereum has become weaker at this point and just accepted that it's like a Bitcoin sidechain with extra steps. And the
If
token.
something puts pressure on Bitcoin that way, I really hope it will be Bitcoin Cash, because the way I used to imagine Bitcoin evolving is almost indistinguishable to how Bitcoin Cash looks like today. There are a few things, of course, that I greatly disagreed with at the time, but if I just look at the work they did on the script VM and how I imagined Bitcoin to look like in the past, I did not imagine this situation with this ossification narrative and a full capitulation on everything Bitcoin it was really that we are witnessing. So I just, if you told me in 2020 that this is how we end up, I would still be dismissive of that. If you told me in 2017, I would have told you that you are retarded. There is no way we are going to end up like this. So it took me a while to accept that we really just lost something fundamental in the culture, if you can say that. What I wanted to say, but I forgot, is that let's put the tinfoil hat on a bit. let's put the tinfoil hat on. And what do you think that some people are trying to force ossification by just spamming us with bad ideas, like bad consensus fork ideas until exhaustion? What do you think about that? How likely that is going on, or how likely that people are just naturally retarded?
I mean, we did have like a couple of weeks ago this proposal called the Cat, which was basically a way to freeze UTXOs smaller than 1,000 Satoshis under the assumption that everything that small is an ordinal inscription, and therefore you're confiscating their assets. And it's a very nasty precedent if that one actually passes through. Of course, it's not gonna pass through. Of course, we're not crazy to let that happen.
It's not a new idea. It's just packaged in a way that is obviously retarded, I think. So this is not a new idea, and obviously wrong. Like you can't do it this way. Like if you want to prevent people from making small UTXOs and just littering the chain with them, in the expectation that they will be hanging around forever, and you draw 1,000 Satoshi line, then all the spam will be 1,001 Satoshi. This is a non-workable solution. It's retarded. The more workable ideas were something like Peter Todd's demurrage idea. Not sure you are familiar with demurrage, yeah. Where you are just basically decreasing the value of outputs or increasing the number of slots they have to pay in fees, and just make them unspendable if they reach like 0 remaining slots or anything like that. So any idea that wants to solve this would have to solve it in a way where 1,001 Satoshi UTXO just lives a tiny little bit longer than 1,000 Satoshi. So if you really want to make sure that Bitcoin is used for monetary purposes only and transferring its native token and not as something, then you cannot make a proposal as retarded as the Cat is. So that's what kind of makes me think that the person who did it is obviously not tech illiterate enough to make this mistake. So maybe this is something that is just made for provocation and to exhaust people, like again with bad ideas.
Yeah, it's a distraction. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place, but it's a good example of something that is to come. Some people even commented that the whole BIP was quote unquote vibe coded or AI generated.
I mean, it alone was a denial of service attack. Like just reading that, I scanned it through and I decided that I'm not even going to read it, because this is a denial of a service. I don't know. Like, this is a waste of my time. This thing. But I got the gist of it, and from key points that determine that this is a troll. Like, this is not a serious proposal, in my opinion. And you can, like, with AI, you absolutely fucking can just spam the mailing list with retarded ideas, like 300 a day. And you can generate fake engagement, and you can absolutely paralyze this entire process. And force Bitcoin to ossify if you want, I think. And the entire idea was with the core gatekeepers, let's say. So there are people who admit that there is gatekeeping going on in Bitcoin core, and there are gatekeepers, and they are gatekeepers of consensus changes and Bitcoin improvements. The idea was that they will let the good proposals through. Like, they won't let the zombie horde through the gates. They are protecting all of us from the zombie horde, but they will recognize good proposals and they will let them through on their merit. That was kind of the deal for those people who acknowledge that this is a thing. And I don't think that has been working. So that has not been working since Taproot activated. And again, I think it's because the people are lying about how Bitcoin consensus worked before Taproot. They are just outright fucking lying. And maybe they are even lying to themselves. Maybe they are just fucking propagandists. It's hard to tell, but that's not how it worked. When it worked. And this whole idea that you can have rough consensus without someone having the power to call, hi, cat. There is the cat, the real cat.
The real cat, yeah. His name is
So,
Jerry.
hi, Jerry. So the idea that you can have rough consensus without someone being able to call rough consensus. Like someone saying, okay, this thing has rough consensus, and he is just absolutely ignoring the low quality noise. You know, if you do not have that, if nobody is in that position, then this whole idea that rough consensus works is just, I think it's a lie. Like, this is not how it works when it works. And it's not how Bitcoin worked when it worked. The truth is, Bitcoin worked in a way where even core developers outsource their opinion to people who they deem more respectable than themselves. They outsource their decisions to people like SIPA and Greg Maxwell, and they are not really willing to go out on a limb without these people. That's what I think personally. So this whole thing of meritocracy and proposals evaluated on their merits and good proposals making through, this is all a big fucking lie. That's not how Bitcoin works. It's just a lie that we tell to other people and to ourselves. Maybe I'm done with that. I'm not going to pretend that this is true.
I was also shocked because for the longest time, the story about how a BIP gets merged was that you search for the best idea and it's a meritocracy. And when I spoke with Andrew Polster last year during the interview, I asked him why OPCAT and not something like any prevout. And what he said about any prevout is that it doesn't have a strong champion who's active. Like, why should an idea need someone to push it, like a champion? If it's the best idea, then it should be acknowledged.
Because it's not about the idea. It's about social capital. It's about, there is a closed group that is not even invite only. You just can't get into it. There is a closed group that made these decisions, and even in that group, people followed leaders. Like, that's the truth. And these leaders all resigned, and now there is a vacuum. And the group is powerful enough to hold the gate shut, but they don't have the capacity to, or the will or the social capital to let anything through. So we are kind of stuck. And now that we have this flood of really, really bad ideas coming at us, even people like me who would think that we should have a much more aggressive approach to Bitcoin development and let a lot of good ideas through, even someone like me would think that maybe we should just ossify before something incredibly fucking stupid makes it to Bitcoin consensus, or maybe something that Trump is pushing for. Like that would be like a worst case if mainstream politics could pressure developers into making a change to Bitcoin that the mainstream wants. that would be absolutely fucking horrible. And even ossification would, which is I think would lead to Bitcoin dying, but even ossification would be preferable to that, right? So there are the, it can always get worse. That's what I try to, and people are kind of reminding us right now. I think like this is a public reminder that things could always get worse, and you should be more happy with what you have, because we can make it a hell of a lot worse. I don't know.
Well, going back to your statement about Bitcoin Cash, which I found very funny and interesting, because for the longest time we were pointing out to these guys saying that they're stupid and they're
Yeah.
trying to accomplish something which is not possible, and on-chain scaling is stupid. And of course they were aware of it. They figured out, okay, BSV is the one that's actually stupid. They decided that 32 megabytes or whatever is reasonable. And then they started restoring some of the opcodes that Satoshi disabled. And now they're building a ZK rollup. And
Yeah,
that's really amazing.
They did a principled development approach, methodically, thoughtfully, making Bitcoin whole as a contracting system. That's what they did. That's what I thought we are going to do with Bitcoin. We did none of that, and they did it. And of course, you can say that it's much easier. Like if you have a small group that is ideologically more aligned, more coherent, then you are going to be able to move better. And even they are aware that if they ever gain mainstream adoption, this would probably end very quickly. Like there is no way to do the same with the same user base as Bitcoin has now. But they were able to make very good use of the same years that we wasted, absolutely fucking wasted, with pointless, idiotic debates on Bitcoin. And they are now in a much better position technically. And really, like, I am impressed. I used to be one of those people who were absolute toxic ass clowns to cashews. Like, I admit that I was wrong. I was very nasty with them. Even maybe in 2011, 2021, sorry. Even in 2021, I was still like a toxic ass clown, and called them the most retarded in all of crypto and stuff like that. But like objectively looking at what they have accomplished, how they tackled their challenges, how they move forward, I have to say they did the work that I thought we will do. Like they did exactly the work that I thought we would do on Bitcoin, and we did not. There is nothing else I can say. And there is a lot of baggage from 2017. It's very hard. Sometimes it's very hard to remain civil with them, especially when it gets to the usual topics, you know, the non-technical bullshit about SegWit and ZeroConf and RBF and stuff like that. You know, it's kind of hard to be civil, because I still think we made the right decisions about a few things, or at least we were directionally right about a few things. But if I look objectively at what they have accomplished, their consensus changes, the state of their code base, the way it works, I can't say anything other than they did the work. This is how Bitcoin should have been developed, and it's not.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they were so right about development is also reflected in the fact that now they're like a top 10 coin on CoinMarketCap.
Nice.
Which hasn't been the case for a long time. I mean, the price did not go spectacularly up, but it went down less than others, so it's holding its price much better than others, and that's why it's rising. And I dismissed them for a long time, and I tried to minimize their merits and pretend they don't exist and say that this is an attack on Bitcoin. But now I'm sort of happy that this is out there, and it's
I mean,
maybe
it felt like an attack. Like in 2017, some of the narratives that were really loud from the camp. Of course, we did not see the separation of BSV and BCH back then. Like they were one blob, and the most retarded, most loud people were later on ended up on BSV, and it was kind of indistinguishable. So you did not actually see a clear picture of what's up, but the CSW deriding that was going on in 2017 and his boasts and threats and the stuff that he wanted to push for in the narrative space was like absolutely fucking abhorrent, and it did feel like a fucking attack that is part regulatory, part some nation states books must be sponsoring this bullshit, and it was all just a big no. Like a lot of the stuff that they were arguing for was just a big no. And the way the picture they painted for governance, I really remember that they were all about miners decide, hash decides, you can go fuck yourself, you're just going to have to deal with what 10 people decide at the table, right? That was the narrative, right? We didn't find that very palatable at the time. I clearly remember. And even as they said that, they very early did capitulate, because they forward in this emergency difficulty adjustment, which basically admitting defeat. Like literally, when you do that, you acknowledge that you are going to be the minority fork, most likely. Not certain, but it's kind of like admitting defeat. And so they clearly created an altcoin. They clearly changed consensus in a way that is not Bitcoin anymore. At least that's how I thought about it at the time. Yet they were still spouting nonsense about them being the real Bitcoin and all the stuff. And I still clearly remember how off-putting that was, and that it actually felt like an attack. And I remember the way we fought back was also like nasty. Like we were just throwing any argument at the wall. It didn't matter if it was true or false or whatever. The important thing was scoring a point, decreasing the voice of the other side, making them look retarded or not having good answers. It didn't matter if it was truthful or not. It was just point scoring, the whole thing, you know. That was a nasty period, I think. And I'm personally ashamed for my contribution in that period. And it's still very hard to let some of this go. Like it's not easy to approach them with a completely open mind, but I did not regret doing so. I actually participated in their Blaze 2025 hackathon and won second place in the innovation category. I think that's what they call the chipnet category. So they're going to have this Lila update in May. It already logged in, but they are going to activate it in May. And this is going to add functions and loops to their script. So functions and loops make a lot of contracts much more compact. That's what they do. They don't introduce actually new behavior, because you can always roll out loops and you can always just copy and paste code. So you know that it does not introduce new behavior. It makes contracts more efficient, more compact. And I entered the race with a Lamport signature implementation. I actually wanted to implement Lamport signature for Bitcoin first, when this whole Cat thing came out, that we are going to have Cat in Taproot. Then I wanted to have an implementation of that. I tried to make it so with Cat only, and it was a huge script. Like I think it was around 5 kilobyte, the signature and the script together, and basically that 5 kilobyte would not fit into the VM limits of Bitcoin Cash at the time. So I had this idea that, okay, Taproot does not have Cat, it doesn't look like it will have Cat, and so I'm just going to run my Lamport signature on Bitcoin Cash, and then I realized Bitcoin Cash has these 201 opcode limits still at the time. So I'm not going to run on Bitcoin. I'm not going to be able to demonstrate a Lamport signature anywhere. And later on, they had VM limits relogs, and they added this fun, and then I just had to take another look. I have another look on this thing, and I kept putting it off, but they kind of like goaded me into giving it a try, and I gave it a try, and it was absolutely fantastic. So that's what I can say. It was very efficient. I think it was like 50 something bytes, I think, of locking script that implemented a long port signature check, and only a 3.5 kilobyte long port signature. So it was a lot of efficiency gain. The code is a lot more cleaner. It is more reusable. You can actually do multiple signature checks with the same code, kind of. And so I was impressed with their work, and it totally changed my look at what should be included in the Great Script Restoration fork as well. By the way, I already like figured out a few ways to optimize this whole loop thing. If you ever want to add, I think there are better ways to add than how they did, but the difference is like a few bytes. Like I can make the Bitcoin script a few bytes more efficient with a better, more suitable loop of codes, maybe to tailored needs, but it's not a huge difference, especially for them. They have 32 megabyte. They had 32 megabyte block limit for a while, and now they with Obla, I think, made it dynamically adjusting. So I don't think Bitcoin Cash has like a fixed block size limit anymore, but it has a limit on how fast it can grow or something like that. So basically they did everything that they set out to do or wanted to do, like in 2014, 15. They pretty much completed their work. And now I think the only thing that they are thinking about in consensus change terms is the block times. I'm not a big fan of that personally, but they think that by reducing the block times, they are going to reduce the variance of how much someone has to pay for a proper confirmation. Like same amount of hash, same amount of time is going to give you the same confirmation strength, obviously. Just by tweaking the block times, you are not going to get more secure or less secure. What one confirmation means is going to change, but the UX is supposed to improve because the variance is going to be much lower. Like 1 minute block times is going to give you much faster first confirmation on averages. I think that's obvious, and they think for some reason that this is a very good UX, a desirable user experience, and I kind of think it changes Bitcoin too much, so it gets too far away from Bitcoin. There are reasons to prefer larger block times for mining. I think there are arguments about mining centralization and block times and ORFR rates and stuff like that, but they allegedly did the math on that and they were not impressed by those arguments. So my understanding is that among the caches, the 1 minute block times are not very controversial. So that's all they have left with because they kind of completed their work. Yeah.
I find it interesting that their hash rate also doubled over the last year. It was at 3.6 exahashes and now it's 6.69 exahashes. If you look at the all-time chart, their hash rate is at an all-time high, which I think their highest point was in March of 2024, which was 5 exahashes. And before that, it was at 5 exahashes in November of 2018. So they were in sort of a hash rate bear market for a while. It seems like some miners, some SHA-256 miners are directing their hash rate to Bitcoin Cash because I'm not aware of any increase in community or user base. I think it's just industrial miners.
Last time I heard that they are talking about they are seeing some life coming to the chain, and also they are now targeted by the BS retards who did the ordinal stuff on Bitcoin. So even to Bitcoin Cash, this is another thing that I did not care a lot for. Like this is something very alien to me. I literally can't give a flying fuck about DeFi and tokens and stuff like that. But they have this cash token system. And actually it can be used for very smart contract state carrying stuff. Like this is, again, something purpose made for a lot of token use cases that they observed on other chains, and you can do NFTs with it, which I literally can't understand what the point of. And you can do fungible tokens with, which is possibly more useful for stuff, but you can also use them to carry your state and to control your more complex smart contracts that interact with multiple UTXOs as they execute. And you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with that. Like you can do donations where you can refund your donation specifically if the donation target is not met. Like if the donation milestone is not reached, then you can just take back your money after the fundraising period stops, and all kinds of stuff you can do with it. So you can, cash tokens have smart contracts use cases that should be interesting to me for votes and all kinds of stuff. But of course, primarily they are just doing these fungible tokens and NFTs with it right now. But if you have something as carefully designed to be efficient, and you don't need an indexer to interact with it, and it's really like top shelf in this sense. So if you are into shitcoin stuff, cash tokens is a very well thought out system. You don't do ordinals on that. You don't do ordinals. You don't do any kind of token protocol that requires a sequencer, or not sequencer, what they call it, an indexer, or anything like that, because that's just silly. Like that's like, I don't know a good analogy to that, but it's willfully retarded. So I'm pretty sure that they are BSV people, because only BSV people can be this willfully retarded. And we will see how that goes, but that can actually send their blockchain utilization sky high if the BSV people start spamming them. I'm not sure what that means, what kind of adoption metric that will be, but maybe they will start seeing a lot more transactions coming their way just for that. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, there is someone in the chat. Just a second. I want to read his name. Connor McGregor 2547. He says, I wonder if Justin Bonds is on the Doomsettler block list.
Justin Bonds. I'm not sure. I will check it out. Any other comment?
There is no such thing as spamming crypto. It's all other people's transactions.
Okay.
And that's the other comment.
I see. Justin Bonds, he's an Ethereum guy, no? He's like an Ethereum Moxie.
Ethereum,
yeah.
I'm not sure. He's more into Solana.
Oh, he moved on. I see. Yeah, he's actually a monolithic on-chain Moxie. Yeah, sorry. He was into Ethereum, and when Ethereum went layer 2, he ditched Ethereum because he's monolithic L1 Moxie. He doesn't think we should use L2s. He thinks we should just brute force scaling on L1. I got it. Yeah, I don't think, no, I did not mute him. He's not as annoying as certain people in Bitcoin.
Wow, that's something. Anyway, we talked about covenants. We talked about proposals that are beyond covenants. We talked about the current flaming wars in Bitcoin. Not flaming,
yeah.
flame wars. And we also talked about
We did not talk
Bitcoin
about
Cash.
quantum too much.
Yeah, exactly. That's the next big thing, because you see people like Nick Carter and a bunch of other VCs who are very concerned about quantum computing suddenly. And there is this initiative that's called BIP 360 that's currently being refined. I'm not sure if that's the way to go or if it's the best way to go.
BIP 360 has been reworked. So originally it was a specific selection of post-quantum signature schemes and new ways to construct Bitcoin scripts that are very tailored to those specific signature schemes. And fortunately, Hunter Beast has been convinced that the way to go is just do taproot basically without the
the key pot spend. So we are not doing an SC point tweaked with a hash. We are just going to put the tap3 hash into the log script, and that's it, because that is quantum resistant to a great degree. So you can still have alternative spend pots. You can have weighted or balanced trees of leaves that can may or may not have quantum resistant signatures in them, because we kind of don't know when Q day comes or if it ever comes. Like, we don't know for sure from the information available to us, and for us mere mortals who do not really understand this quantum stuff on a level where we have like a very strong intuition on what the state of things and the possible future is here. For us, the available information points to that there is a strong possibility that all those people who say quantum computers are coming are not talking out of their ass completely, even though a lot of people I respect and like are saying that they are just talking out of their ass. It's all bullshit. It's all a fugazi. Let's say I can't, from the information available to me, I can make up my mind. I can see both of those being possible. So it's possible that we will have no quantum and the SC6 will be fine. It's possible that EC6 will break in a classical way and not a quantum way. That's also possible. It's also possible that quantum is going to come within years. Like, this was the last cycle, literally, and we are not going to have another bull market. Sorry, we are not going to have another bull market because quantum is coming and it's just going to wreak havoc with the price. That's also a possibility, as far as I can tell. And if you add all this together, then to me the obvious solution is to do something, but not do something that commits us to a much worse experience with Bitcoin. Like, a mandatory migration to post-quantum schemes is going to leave Bitcoin in a very shitty state where user experience degrades a lot. Like, your wallet experience will degrade. These post-quantum signatures are not as nice to work with as regular signatures. There is also no hardware wallet support for them, right? So you can feel that this is just going to make all the past 10 years of development, take it and throw it out the window and start from scratch, and it's all going to be shit. And it's all going to be very expensive because these post-quantum signatures tend to be larger than EC signatures, either by a few times or by a few magnitudes. So it's like they can be very big. And if you add all this together, then I think the prudent thing to do is do the things that we wanted to do anyhow. So people have thought about, we should have just had Taproot without the key pot, at least as an option. We should have that. We can do that. That's BIPS 360 currently. So BIPS 360 is Taproot without the key pot. We should restore script, because if you restore script, if you go the direction that Bitcoin Cash went with the script development, you have a generic, powerful scripting language that allows for all kinds of things. Then implementing post-quantum signature schemes in that for treasuries and people who really believe in it is going to take like a day or two tops. Like, we are not talking about years. We are talking about, you have restored script, and within a day or two, someone will have a wallet with post-quantum signatures, right? That's the level of difficulty of implementing this if you have generic script. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that people can continually evaluate the risks and the state of things, and they can decide if they want to migrate or not migrate, or even retain the option to use EC only, or on a different tap script pot, they can use EC sig signed by a post-quantum signature. Because if you make an EC signature immutable, it doesn't matter if they get the private key from the public key. They can change a bit of the signature, and the signature commits to your TX image, so your TX is immutable. There is nothing they can do with it, right? So you can have an EC sig. Let's say you are kind of suspicious about quantum algorithms. Let's say you don't trust them as much as ECDSA or Schnorr or whatever. Let's say you are one of those people who think that we are being psyoped into weaker cryptography. Then you would really appreciate the fact that you still have the old trusted signature scheme. You are just signing it with a post-quantum algorithm. And that way you basically have increased, probably not decreased your security and possibly greatly increased. So all these people that are just trying to create FUD and panic around this need to understand that you can stack cryptography. You don't need to replace your cryptography. You can stack them and make them stronger. Whichever piece breaks, if you stack two crypto protocols on top of each other, whichever piece breaks, the other is still going to make your transaction immutable. So I think that's the direction to go. That's my personal preference. I think since we don't know when quantum becomes an issue and we want to use Taproot as long as possible and want to use EC signatures as long as possible, we don't know what amounts will be stealable by a quantum thief in a cost-efficient manner. Let's say it's 1,000 BTC at first. Let's say 100 BTC a year later. Let's say it's going to always be about 10 BTC. We don't know really. But maybe one day it will be trivial and literally will be no reason to keep EC6 around. This is going to probably change over time, and we don't know where we will start. So I don't see any reason to just mandatorily forking post-quantum signatures for everyone and force a migration with the threat of confiscation. I think people should individually assess their risk and their exposure and their safety, feeling of safety or unsafety or whatever, and just let them make decisions based on that, and let application developers deal with it. Like let application developers discover the best ways to do post-quantum wallets. Don't try to paternalistically top-down direct this in a core development perspective. At least that's how I feel right now. Especially, again, I just want to reiterate, we don't know if quantum will be a problem. We don't know if quantum will not be a problem. As far as I can tell, we don't know shit. There is a possibility that within 3 breaks, EC signatures break, and there is a possibility that in 3 decades, they are still going to be fine. So if I start from that perspective, I say we should just do what we would do anyhow. Like restoring script was a proposal that was floated way before this quantum FUD, let's call it. Right now, you might argue that there is a quantum FUD campaign going on. By the way, I'm very much enjoying it. So some people might take offense. I think it's a good thing. I tweeted that be annoyed, motherfuckers. Like, go ahead and be annoyed. That's good. At least you are paying attention. Another thing that got me upset, by the way, Vlad, I think I heard from you in another episode that you said post-quantum signatures would be a hard fork, or something like that.
No, I said it would be more elegant if we hard forked instead of soft forking. It's a better transition.
Why? Can you elaborate on that? Because I have issues with that statement.
Okay, first of all, it's much easier for anyone to claim their UTXO on the new chain.
Wait,
there is a
you are
snapshot.
saying hard fork as in a chain split, or like a dead chain and the new chain continuing?
Yeah, exactly. So you leave the old chain behind, and then you continue on the new chain. And also you're going to have information about the attack. If there's going to be an attack, it will be able to attack the dead chain, and you're going to get some information about what's going wrong in there and whether or not we were right about the migration. Of course, there's a cost attached to every attack, so I guess there's not going to be any financial interest in destroying the abandoned version of Bitcoin. But I think the soft fork approach, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you basically have to move your coins to quantum resistant addresses. Is that correct?
You don't necessarily have to. So soft forks and hard forks are something that people don't seem to agree on the meaning of. My definition for soft forks and hard forks is actually the same as Luke's, by the way. as far as I can tell. So hard fork is a consensus change that makes previously unspendable coins spendable. So it makes transactions that were not valid before valid. And that's a very bad idea in general, especially when it comes to quantum. A hard fork would be forking out the ECDSA and Schnorr signatures in a way where they no longer do anything. Like they no longer fail the script if they are wrong. That's a hard fork. That's a bad idea. But of course, there are multiple categories of hard forks. For example, a hard fork would be to reintroduce opcat into legacy script. If you reintroduce opcat into legacy script, then you are changing the stack in a way where all the clients that did not update will fail the transaction, and therefore you are creating a chain script where the newer clients are going to be on a different chain. So that's how I think about hard fork. If something that was previously not valid is now valid, that's a hard fork. If something that was previously valid and now it's not valid, post fork it's not valid, that's a soft fork. And I think there is no question in my mind that the soft fork is superior for any quantum migration proposal that I have heard discussed so far. Like we want to restrict behavior and not loosen it. And in that sense, it absolutely, I think, has to be a soft fork. Like BIP360 is a soft fork because right now, if you make a log script that is taproot SegWit version 2, it will just verify. Doesn't matter what you put into it. If you put into it fork your mother if you want to fork, then it will verify and the coins will be spendable, right? And BIP360 would change that, and it would restrict it in such a way that only like valid pay to TypeScript hash script spends will be spendable after it activates. So that's a soft fork, right? You are restricting something that is unrestricted, an upgrade hook that existed. You are restricting it to have a specific behavior you want. And taproot script TypeScript is full of op_success opcodes. Op_success opcodes, if you have an op_success opcode in your script, then your script interpreter will just say, this script verified, I'm not even going to execute it. This is true. Like it has op_success, it succeeds. That's how your Bitcoin node works. So we are not locking our scripts with op_success codes, of course, because that would mean we have absolutely no control over them and anyone could take them and spend them. Any miner could just take our coins, ignore our signatures and take our coins and spend them, right? That's what it means. But it also means that if a soft fork update activates and some op_success opcode is now restricted to a specific behavior, then you introduce the new opcode, let's say an op check VOTH 160, let's say. So you have an opcode that will check a winter needs 160 with signature on the stack, and your script will only verify if the signature was correct. You just introduced post-quantum signature check capability with a soft fork. So that's why I said I was a bit upset hearing about, but I think you use the hard fork in a way where it's a mandatory upgrade and an obvious dead chain, new chain situation, right? That's what you meant.
Yeah, of course it's gonna be difficult to convince everyone to move out of the dead chain. But I think what's at stake here is coins that have not been moved in a long time, and Satoshi's coins. And I see a lot of people being in favor of freezing Satoshi's coins.
That's still not a hard fork, you know that, right? So
I know it's not a hard fork. That's why I want a hard fork.
I see. Okay, so like I said, by my definition, a hard fork doesn't make sense here. By the definition that you have a mandatory upgrade. I mean, soft forks are mandatory upgrades for miners. All miners have to upgrade to a soft fork. It's not an option for them. They are risking too much if they don't upgrade to a soft fork. If a soft fork activates, if the majority hash is enforcing a soft fork, miners can just not update. It's mandatory for them. For users, if a soft fork activates and they don't upgrade, then it's almost like they are running a hard fork compared to that soft fork. Like if you took the soft fork and disabled on purpose the new rules because you don't like them, you would be running a hard fork compared. And you can do that as a user. You can run more locks rules because you are still going to be in consensus with people who run the soft fork. A hard fork is mandatory for users. So miners can run a soft fork, but if you want a hard fork update, I think hash rate ratios are important. There is too much nuance in this shit. I'm trying to oversimplify it, I'm afraid. That can lead to accidents where I say something stupid, but basically, hard forks are mandatory for users because they would be stalled out if you don't upgrade to a hard fork. If you see a transaction that was not previously valid and the hash is working on that block, then you stall out. So for a user, it's mandatory to upgrade to a hard fork, but there is nothing in the post-quantum space, I think, right now. There is not a single component where a hard fork makes sense from the technical sense of a hard fork. And maybe a mandatory update does not make any sense either. Like I said, we don't know how much economic density a UTXO has to have for a quantum computer to be worth, so for it to be a meaningful target for a quantum computer. Like, we don't know how expensive their hours will be, how much runtime it's going to require. Maybe Lightning nodes don't need to mandatorily update to a post-quantum world, and I'm not even sure if they can. So let's say you have a Lightning channel of 1 million Satoshis, but the blockchain is full of 50 to 1,000 Bitcoin UTXOs. Do you think you will be the first target?
So what's the amount again?
Let's say you have a 1 million Satoshi Lightning channel and there are a bunch of 50 Bitcoin and 1,000 Bitcoin
of course
UTXs.
not. Who cares about that? I think the cost of attacking it is actually higher than the reward.
So how would you feel if you had to force update your node into a much shittier one, where you have to make an on-chain transaction every 100 HTS is routed, and you have to mandatorily migrate to much more expensive script, even though there are a whole bunch of pay-to-pubkey 50 Bitcoin UTXOs out there? You would think that's unreasonable, I think. You would say this is bullshit, right? So a mandatory update for you would make no sense.
Well, sort of, but is that my only UTXO?
I mean, I meant you have a 1 million sat UTXO in Lightning, let's say in Taproot. Let's say Taproot channel, 1 million sat UTXO. You are happy with it. You are happy with it until you are the lowest hanging fruit or near, right? You literally don't care about quantum computers because you know that you are not on the radar. You are a small fish. So why would you be forced to upgrade to a post-quantum signature scheme? And why would you want to forbid for treasuries and exchanges and other that hold maybe millions of Bitcoins? Why would you deny them the possibility to upgrade to a post-quantum signature scheme as a precaution when you know that it can greatly impact the price if they get raided? Like, if someone can execute a long-range attack and take millions of Bitcoins, even if for whatever reason they cannot move those coins to an exchange, because it's not clear how legal would that be. Like taking someone's Bitcoins that is known to be someone and then trying to sell them on an exchange, like, that's not straightforward, right? That doesn't mean these coins would have no value. It doesn't mean these coins would have no utility. It doesn't mean these coins wouldn't be used or maybe possibly sold peer-to-peer. It just means that you probably can dump them on an exchange because you would get the living shit sued out of you, and you would maybe arrested on the next day or whatever. There is a possibility, at least. We don't know for sure, but there is a possibility that it would not be a good user experience to try to do that. I think the people who try to get rid of like 100,000 thousands of exchange hack coins couldn't get rid of a tiny portion of it over years. There was that chick, that crazy chick, the crocodile of Wall Street, Rankaza or something. I'm not sure if you are familiar with that story. They tried to peel off and coin join and move through Monero and they could only spend like a few Bitcoins of that in comparison. So it's entirely possible that you can just market dump immediately. That doesn't mean it can't crash the price out of pure panic and the bearishness if that ever happens. So you generally want large treasuries to be quantum resistant if there is any chance of quantum theft happening, but you yourself might not want to upgrade. Like you might not want to upgrade your Lightning node. I'm not even sure you can make Lightning good post-quantum, to be honest. Like, Paul is right now or currently like super Lightning deranged. He is posting about how Lightning Network was the greatest mistake and it's all going to zero. I mean, in a post-quantum world, it very well might be. Like, I literally don't know like a good construction for post-quantum Lightning from the top of my head. That doesn't mean it cannot exist or will not be discovered. I just don't know any. I think Lightning is going to be shit post-quantum. But who the fuck cares? I'm sorry. If you have like a 1 million SOT, you literally don't care. You are going to use it as long as it's possible. And if someone tries to confiscate your funds or force you into some time lock pre-commitment scheme that messes with your HTSs, then you are going to scream bloody murder, right? So all these proposals just probably not going to happen. It does not make sense for 1 million SOTs.
Well, it depends on who you ask, because there are people who think that with their million sats, they're basically gonna buy a private jet in 20 years.
But post-quantum.
Not post-quantum. Yeah, it's an interesting thought, this one, that Lightning might be nice today for some use cases, but in a post-quantum world, it's gonna be hard to replicate. And in a post-quantum world, fees are gonna be much higher because transaction sizes will be larger.
Possibly, yeah. Although you could do another SegWit, like you could do another extension block for the larger witnesses. You could realign the whole thing and basically do SegWit again and put the PQ6 into a new extension block but again, that will degrade the experience in the system. Everything has a cost. But maybe that will be acceptable in the future where we have quantum computers, we are forced to use giant signatures. Maybe it will be the lesser evil that people will have to buy larger HDDs or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, if the only trade-off is that we have to buy larger hard drives, who cares? Storage is getting cheaper.
Lot of post-quantum signatures are cheaper to validate, I think, than ECC. So, like, not necessarily worse. The thing I wanted to say, so for websites, if you think about it, I have had issues before, people claiming that every other system will be more broken than Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is somehow more resilient to quantum. I had big issues with that, but after thinking more carefully about it, there is one thing that is true. Most of the times, like 90, I don't know how many % of the times, you sign spending an input, you sign it once and then you spend it and that's it. So basically you are literally signing once. It's nice that you can sign and sign and sign and sign again, but most of the times you are not forced to, right? The vast majority of the cases, Lightning is a big exception. Lightning, you just constantly signing states. You make 1 million signature for every on-chain spend possibly. That's very not good for post-quantum signatures. And for websites, like if you want a website to move to a post-quantum SSL certificate, these hash-based signatures that are uniquely suited for Bitcoin transactions, really. So let's say a VOTS plus C, something that Nickler has been talking about
is 324 bytes, I think. That was his signature size. I implemented in Bitcoin Cash VM in 400 bytes. So I had a 400 byte, 160-bit VOTSC signature check. These are not horribly huge, really. And most likely you're only going to have to sign once, and you can do stateful weighted constructions where the first leaf you expect 95 to 99% of the time that you are going to use. You have it very close to the root, so it's going to cost you, like, let's say 500 on-chain bytes. Most of them gets the witness bit discount, right? So 100 V bytes. If I want to put it to perspective, 100 V bytes is not horrible. Like literally we can live with that. If it costs 100 V byte to have a post quantum transaction, that's not horrible. For a website that has to make 1 million handshakes a day, the issue that your number of pub keys that you can only use once may be limited is like super bad. Or maybe you have to use novel cryptography that can be used multiple times, but it's much more unproven than ECDS, ECC or RSA, right? ECC and RSA have really been battle tested in the classical computer space or scheme, and they are really friendly to SSL and certificates and everything outside of Bitcoin, not just everything in Bitcoin. And I think in this sense it is true. So the people are not talking total nonsense. One-time use signatures are something that crypto blockchains find less annoying than something like the Lightning Network, something like Nostr, something like web servers. That is just going to be horrible for them. That's what I wanted to say, that I actually changed a bit my mind on this. Yes, Bitcoin is uniquely vulnerable. It has a very small key size. ECC 256, probably the lowest hanging fruit for quantum computers. Any banking system can easily move to larger keys immediately, can migrate overnight, but long term, they can't really use hash-based schemes probably. Like, you are not going to use hash-based schemes for web hosting because that's just shit. You would have to change your keys like multiple times a day. That's not going to work. It works for Bitcoin hodlers. Bitcoin hodlers that are holding for 4 years and signing one transaction every 10 years. They don't give a flying fuck.
That's an interesting thought. Like, what we're still gonna have and how vulnerable really is the average Bitcoin user to this kind of attack. I think, obviously, the most powerful factor towards adopting post-quantum signatures is price. And that's why we also discuss it so seriously, because I recall less than 5 years ago, I spoke with a lot of experts in quantum, like Stepan Stingirev, who I think, so he built the Spectre hardware wallet, the DIY, and was one of the biggest people in building multi-sigs for Bitcoin. And he also had an academic background, actually, in physics and quantum computing. And I think he went back to study that. When we had our interview, which was in the summer of 2021, he basically said that the threat is like 20 plus years away. But now we're talking about it like it's less than 10 years away or something. Like,
yeah,
we're even considering the fact that if a quantum attack happens, there is no way for us to know that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, Satoshi's coin moving 3 years from now would be indistinguishable from a quantum attack. For it doesn't matter what you think individually, what the market will think, what mainstream will think, what 99% of the people will think, for being told is that this is proof that quantum computers are a thing now. So I'm not sure. Personally, I hope it's not 3 years, but if it's 3 years, then we really don't have time to dick around. And I think it would not be horrible to have a measured response. Like BIPS 360 and the Great Script Restoration together is a very measured response to quantum. It's barely quantum specific. It's more like a general upgrade to Bitcoin. But within hours of that activating, people could have post-quantum votes for their large holdings. And I think that would actually be like not just the public and investor sentiment. And I mean, this is a great counter argument for this whole thing. So post-quantum migration may encourage the United States to actually do its Bitcoin reserve bullshit. And they might, as a large stakeholder, quote unquote, if they have like 1 million coins, they might actually try to elbow into development discussion. And let's say Trump, with his usual tact and grace, will just working on software proposals, let's say one day, and that's like a fucking nightmare. So how about if the United States government thinks that quantum is going to be a thing, how about we just keep pretending it's not a thing, and maybe that keeps them away. That's something that have occurred to me, and I really don't want nation states to get into Bitcoin development. So, but on the other hand, once you have restored script and done most of the fundamental work, then what else do you have left for development to do? I mean, what I had in mind after Great Script Restoration is that after that we should really take a strong look at liquidity. But we evaluate the system that we built, the generic powerful Bitcoin VM, that is this bespoke, weird, hard to work with. Let's admit that Bitcoin script is very hard to work with. It can surprise developers a lot. It has a lot of weird behaviors that you would not expect from a programming language. So I can totally understand the people who want to re-implement the entire script from scratch instead of restoring script. I can understand, because it's a huge pain in the ass. So while it's very Bitcoin, it's very lindy, it requires minimum tooling change to take advantage of new features. It's in a lot of way it is fitting, and it's a great tradition that we have in Bitcoin. I do sympathize with people who say that this is fucking stupid, and the more capable you make it, the more pain it will bring to all of us. And that's why if you restore script, then we should probably take a look at simplicity. After that, we should take a look at if doing the same thing that people are doing in restore script is going to be like, let's say, more secure, more static analyzable, less prone to food guns, more compact, more streamlined, maybe more efficient, like across all the metrics that you can compare script systems, it shows a strong positive balance. Then maybe we do simplicity, and like Adam Beck likes to say, maybe that's the last software that we make. I'm not a ossificationist, but if nation states start to weigh in on consensus changes, then I might become one. Like,
So there's a lot to unpack here, but let me present you something that someone on Nostr said to me. And I'm just paraphrasing. This is not a direct quote, but it's very close to the point that he was trying to make. He told me to go to therapy because Bitcoin does not need any change, but I need to change. So the change that Bitcoin needs is in myself, that I should get used to the idea that Bitcoin doesn't need any change. And I should do something else with my life instead of thinking of how Bitcoin should change. How do you respond to this?
I think a lot of developers are like that. So a lot of core developers realizing that improving Bitcoin significantly is beyond their bandwidth, their capacity, their social capital, and changing Bitcoin is like literally the hardest thing on this world in certain sense. I mean, it would be the simplest thing if we could all agree, but the if we could all agree is like the most fucking impossible thing on the world, then of course it's the hardest thing on the world. So I don't like it. I used to call people like that retarded, but there is a certain wisdom in that. If you don't want to harm yourself, like you don't want to cause yourself psychological damage, then maybe you should not try to change Bitcoin. Maybe you should do something with your life other than subjecting yourself to that endless stream of abuse and completely retarded idiocy that is going to get heard on you if you actually try to champion a software change. So I think it's in the abstract, it's and without taking out my personal bias, like just looking at it from a life quality perspective, it's good advice. But if you actually want Bitcoin to survive and to thrive and to be what it was meant to be, then it is a horrible advice. Like if everyone did that, if nobody championed soft forks, then we had absolutely zero chance of anything getting through. And that just means that you are giving up on what Bitcoin was meant to be. Like Satoshi wanted a system that works without trusted third-party intermediaries. Bitcoin, as of now, will absolutely fucking not work without that. Like this is not going to scale for shit. This is a system that is usable for like 1 to 10 million people for sure. That's a big city. Like a big city, and the rest of the world does not adopt Bitcoin. A big city can adopt Bitcoin and like use it. And again, this assumes that quantum is fake and gay, and nothing like that is going to happen. Bitcoin is not going to be revolutionary freedom tech. It's not going to free us from the central banks. It's not going to free us from debasement. It's not going to free us from digital surveillance and slavery.
Whoa, slow it down. Slow it down. You're destroying my dreams right now.
Yeah, it's not going to do any of that if we don't improve on it. I think that's what I think. I mean, I did not change my name to Doomsettler for no reason.
That's such a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. But I spent a lot of time thinking about it when I was very much into the CoinJoin movement, and I believed that with the technology that Wasabi was building, we can basically turn every block into a CoinJoin so that Bitcoin would be maybe not private, but entirely deniable. And basically, when you get to that point, you have to also understand that all of this technology that you love and that you think is bringing more freedom to the world can actually become the way in which everyone gets enslaved. And the first step that is going to be taken towards this direction happens next year when the European Union is requiring all citizens to basically report how many coins they own and which UTXOs. And I mean, in self-custody. Before this, it was just coins on exchanges, but now they want everyone to self-report and accept the fact that they're gonna get tracked and accept the fact that this data might just get leaked to third parties or hacked or stolen or whatever. And then you're gonna be in danger.
Oh shit, yeah. Here we are on the last topic, I guess. I sent you a link. I'm not sure if you can play it or not. Do you dare to risk it?
Where did you send it? Because
In the Twitter DM chat. I sent you a link to a song.
oh, okay. So you said there
Hades
might
Town,
be
Why We
copyright
Build the
issues.
Wall from Anais Mitchell. I'm not sure if you can do that. I don't know how copyright works. I mean, we are on YouTube, it's on YouTube, but I'm not sure if
You want
can
me to
play
play the video or the song?
If you can play the song, but again, just only if you know you are not getting in trouble. I don't know the copyright bullshit around these things, but it always comes to mind. It's so catchy. I have listened to it like dozens of times.
Man,
And
I'm
each
not
and every-
monetized on YouTube. I don't care.
Hmm?
So if
Okay.
I get a copyright claim, it's fine, as long as they don't take down the video. But even in that situation, I can just download it and remove this part.
Okay.
On
Let's
Twitter, I
send
think I'm fine. On Spotify, I think I'm fine. I don't know.
send-
So
let's send
let's
it.
play this. Let's see how it is.
I don't think that's going to be like.
No, I love it.
Yeah, but I don't hear it, so I'm not sure how the listeners hear it, but.
Oh, it's just because Google Meet has a filter for sounds, but I have a direct input for the stream.
Wow.
Why do we build the wall? My children, my children. Why do we build the wall?
Why do we build the wall? We build the wall to keep us free. That's why we build the wall. We build the wall to keep us free.
How does the wall keep us free? My children, my children. How does the wall keep us free?
How does the wall keep us free? The wall keeps out the enemy. And we build the wall to keep us free. That's why we build the wall. We build the wall to keep us free.
Who do we call the enemy? My children, my children. Who do we call the enemy?
Who do we call the enemy? The enemy is poverty. And the wall keeps out the enemy. And we build the wall to keep us free. That's why we build the wall. We build the wall to keep us free.
Because we have and they have not. My children, my children. Because they want what we have got.
Because we have and they have not. Because they want what we have got. The enemy is poverty. And the wall keeps out the enemy. And we build the wall to keep us free. That's why we build the wall. We build the wall to keep us free.
What do we have that they should want? My children, my children. What do we have that they should want?
What do we have that they should want? We have a wall to work upon. We have work that they have none. And our work is never done. My children, my children. And the war is never won. The enemy is poverty. And the wall keeps out the enemy. And we build a wall to keep us free. That's why we build a wall. We build a
We
wall.
build a wall to keep us free.
We
build a wall to keep us free.
Coinbase is the most
Oh, wow.
Oh no. Oh no.
I got an ad for Coinbase.
Shit.
Amazing.
Okay.
They should pay me for
so-
this.
Yeah, they should pay. So this is the song that describes that is everything that is wrong with this world. Like I said, no pioneer culture, this fucking safety culture where people will just endlessly go along with every authoritarian bullshit that will take away their freedoms in the name of safety. And this song is just perfect. It's perfect to describe just about anything about what is going to happen with Bitcoin. I think in a way it's also perfect to describe this whole knots movement, if you think about it. Like Bitcoin is this sort of this, how did Saylor say that, wall of encrypted digital energy. that we are building for the sake of building. The Nodes people are trying to build a wall to keep the shitcoiners out. And of course, everyone is easily psyoped into this safety culture for the sake of the children. The usual meme about how you want this packaged. It's anti-terrorism or for the children. And all this chat control, regulatory nonsense is just the same thing. People are just going along with it, because everyone forgot what it means to be like free people. Like, I don't know, I don't want to misquote. I think Jefferson said that, maybe, or some other American big shot, that those that would give up their freedom for safety deserve neither. I'm not sure whose quote is that, but this is the thing that we culturally forgot today, and this song just catches for me perfectly of all of these bushes that you see pushed top down without any resistance, the walls that we are keep building around us. And now in the digital world, that used to be the fucking Wild West, that used to be the ultimate freedom. In mid-space, we had no freedom, but in the digital space, in cyberspace, we had freedom. And now, brick by brick, we are getting walled off from each other and from anything that resembles freedom. And the resistance is almost non-existent, because it's always for the children, it's always for safety, always for catching terrorists and all the bad guys and the pedophiles. But of course, our overlords are always exempt from these rules, and they don't actually catch anything. The EML laws don't actually have any effect on money laundering, but normal people get screwed all the time, and it costs a lot, and it all just keeps going on again and again and again, continually, because that's how retarded people are. I'm sorry for the rant.
No, it's beautiful. And I do have to ask you, do you remember the Citadel meme that was so popular in 2020?
Yeah.
People saying that, well, forget about these fiat losers. We're just going to build our own citadels. And if you have more than one BTC, you're going to be able to enter our citadel. And we're going to have this utopian society. And if they're going to establish this whole feudalism where if you have like 10 Bitcoin, then you're sort of a duke. And if you have 100 Bitcoin, you're a lord. And if you have 1,000 Bitcoin, you're like a king. And if you have 1 Bitcoin, you're like a pleb who's gonna wash the toilets of the other to make more than the Bitcoin that he has.
If you don't have any Bitcoin, then you send your daughters to give blowjobs to the feudal lords in the Citadel. I remember these disgusting memes.
And some people were taking this very seriously. I do remember Bitcoin Magazine pushed an article about citadels, and basically they were describing this as a mental citadel, like isolating yourself from the fiat world and whatever. I think this is stupid, because to me Bitcoin was always about improving the world around me. It was never about, well, I give up on trying to convert these heathens, these non-believers, and I'll just run into the world and establish my own utopia alongside some of the worst people I can possibly live with.
Yes. Yeah, I kind of understand. Like I said, the laws and regulations are not suffocating. So Terra Nova, a fresh start, creating a new society with like-minded individuals, really speaks to me as an idea. But if you take the Citadel meme like as a literal image, then it is literally the meme from this song. We build a wall to keep us free. I mean, that's not how it's going to be. That sounds like, as you said, an authoritarian feudal nightmare, and it doesn't literally speaks freedom to me. If I take like a literal look at the image. But if you think about something like buying an island and creating an artificial island and starting society from scratch and only making laws for the stuff that is really important and really pressing for the people, and not having 20,000 fucking tomes of laws that nobody ever fucking read, and regulations like in the EU, right? And continue adding bullshit to it that is like not even important. So I'm not sure. I'm a split mind. I'm a big fan of frontier culture. I think we should bring back frontier culture somehow. We should have an escape from this bullshit. People who can be more entrepreneurial, more adventurous, they should have a way to escape it. And people who that would not do well in a frontier environment, they should stay where they are, and they should enjoy this communistic dystopia that is being built out everywhere. And that's kind of how I look at it. And again, it depends on what you mean by Citadel, but I do yearn for like restarting the entire legal framework, not on feudal basis, but on something more akin to agorism. I'm not sure if you are familiar with agorists, but that is something that would probably get me really excited if there was some libertaria going on somewhere. And yeah,
It's nice to dream. But at the same time, I don't see myself living in any form of human organization that doesn't have people who disagree with me. And at least a
yeah.
conflict of ideas that keeps everything in balance. Because if you have any sort of dangerous agreement, it's very easy for it to drift towards the same mindset of we build a wall to keep us free and to keep all the others away from us. Like,
Yeah.
I grew up in a country that is mostly divided ideologically, and we fight a lot with each other, and we like to joke that we sort of break our own legs before we even accomplish anything, and we are too critical with each other and not supportive enough, and that's true. But at the same time, it also makes sure that we stay free. Like, for as long as there is dissent and disagreement in the way in which people want to run this country, we as citizens are more free. And it's something that I did not understand until maybe like 6-7 years ago. And before that, I was like, why can't we have like a normal European country and have this? I don't know. You always present utopias or examples from the West, and you're like, look, it worked out so well for them. Of course, culture is different and people are different, and you can't just copy and paste laws or regulations.
It's harder to push through authoritarian, totalitarian, dystopian bullshit if everyone is on a baseline disagreeable, I guess. That's what you mean. Like, it's really hard to push new laws or new social agreements into effect if people are baseline disagreeable, right? Meanwhile, more cooperative, more follow the leader type people are easier to just capture gradually, maybe.
If you look at it, for example, during the pandemic, and I hate that I present this example, but it's just so evident because the Knots people are also calling people who disagree with them vaccinated and whatever, even if they're not, but that's not the point. During the pandemic, you could see that the highest trust societies also were the first ones to flock towards trying the experimental injection. And I sort of disagree with that. In Romania, I think the percentage of vaccination reflects how the society actually works because it was like 30-40%. I think it was like 30%. And most people were skeptical, but for reasons like Bill Gates putting magnets and microchips inside of your body or whatever. So that was the reason. But under this stupid reason, they actually managed to stay free from propaganda. So I'm not sure if I hate it, personally, I looked at data and I realized in countries that rolled out the vaccine that the infection rate was the same, and I was like, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
But I should not expect everyone to do the same. But my point is that it's nice to have people who disagree and to have a conflict of ideas, and that's how theoretically you should get to progress. Or if you don't get to progress, at least you're gonna have a nice baseline for individual freedom.
I think it's good to have like I'm not saying ossification due to disagreement in politics. If you are in a good state, like if your laws are good and livable and reasonable, then you don't want change generally, right? You don't want to tinker with a good thing. But if you ossify a bad system, then you are just going to condemn future generations to suffer like you. That's kind of, and it's very hard. So it's very hard to undo laws, I think. So legally and just the logistics of it, it's very hard to undo regulation that may be suboptimal or whatever. They always just seem to add more laws and never decrease them. It's like the deficit, you know. The government always grows, never shrinks. Deficit always grows, never shrinks. The number of laws always grow, never shrink. And that seems to be nature of it. And that's why I think we should periodically start anew. Like we literally should create special economic zones within countries and let them recreate the legal system in an opt-in basis and let them spread. And if those laws are better, if they are economically more successful, then they are going to eat up the country. And then you will naturally have the new laws. And then they start to get perverted over time, but you can start the way. You can create new special economic zones with relaxed rules, and you can let them grow and prosper, and you can let them eat up the host country. And you could, in theory, continually renew your legal system without having to do the hard work of trimming the bushes of these insane tons of like retarded regulation that keeps growing out of people being people. And that's kind of what I would have like an optimal vision. Like imagine if you could in Romania have cities declared as special economic zones if the people living there agree, and they could start creating a new legal framework, and they could create like almost like a new constitution, new laws, and if you want to do business in there, then you have to abide by them, and obviously it will have a life of its own, and they will keep adding laws and stuff like that. But if it's really successful, like almost all the special economic zones are super successful, like they are literally the shiny skyscrapers in a fucking desert or a swamp or whatever, you know. Singapore, Dubai, stuff like that. They are always super successful, super rich. So you would think that people seeing that and having the choice of opting into that legal system instead of what they are in, they would just simply just join as they feel like it, as they feel comfortable. I don't know, maybe that could work, or maybe really just we need new ground, Terra Nova, new land to settle some way, new planets, I don't know, asteroids, the sea, artificial islands, whatever. We just need new land because the old legal structures doesn't seem to be dismantleable in a nice way. It either takes a fucking bloody revolution, which is another solution to this that nobody likes, or you are just not going to redo the whole thing, and you are never going to be able to trim it back to anything sensible. I don't know what you think about that.
So let me extrapolate your example and your entire description and say that this is why we need altcoins. Because at some point you're gonna end up to a degree of perversion where everyone forgets why they're here. And they're just happy that they got rich, or else if they're not getting rich, they're afraid that if they change anything, they're not gonna get rich either. So you do need competition to create something like from a small experiment to grow and to prove, first of all, that some piece of code that was unpopular or untested has a market and people want to use that. And secondly, to actually push the main, how should I put it, the motherboard, the main land to actually improve, as opposed to stagnating forever, saying that this is the way to go.
Yeah.
I think the
Either
block size wars
improve or
had some
die,
merit,
right?
but it was actually Ethereum that emerged from it and pushed us to compete, essentially. A lot of the Lightning marketing and a lot of the liquid marketing especially was inspired by what the Ethereum people were doing. And if there was no response to Ethereum, I guess Bitcoin would be much more stagnant. And now I see that there is a wave of adoption happening in privacy. And I'm happy that it does, because for a long time we have been saying, well, we don't need privacy, or privacy is for criminals. And I think that Zcash and Monero are doing a great job competing. And
There seems to be an organic response to these draconian rules and interest in privacy coins, I think. There seems to be a season for things, and when you see the regulation go the wrong way, and chat control and stuff like that coming up strong, then I see some more interest. You can literally look at I mean, I'm not sure how organic the pump was on Zcash, to be honest. It didn't look like anything but a shitcoin pump and dump to me. But
how so?
but
Because
generally,
it started from like $70 and
yeah,
now
but
it's
it
400
went
something.
vertical. It went vertical to like 700, and now it's I don't know. It didn't.
Now it's
to
what?
me, it did not,
Say what it is now.
I don't know. It's 400. You said. I thought it was 300, to be honest. But again, if you look at something like Monero, I think it's much more clear that it was extremely suppressed by exchange delistings. And now it seems to be turning up, like steadily, slow and steady, just grinding up. And maybe
Yeah,
I'm
but
reading
can
too
you
much
explain
into it.
how? Because it's a very different setup. Monero, most of the trading that establishes the price, like more than half of it is taking place on one exchange. And if you take the first 3 exchanges where trading is happening, that's more than 70%.
I see. I'm gonna be honest. While I could, I bought my Monero, tried to buy my Monero on TradeOgra. That's no longer an option. I don't know anything about the other exchanges now that it's trading on. But
that was actually a good way to exchange coins without KYC.
If I couldn't pay with Lightning, I had to pay on chain. I really did not like Bitcoin. Like, there are special exemptions when I have funds explicitly tied to a certain identity publicly, and I pay for expenditure. Like, I pay for my VPS for LNHANCE Signet with coins from a known wallet associated with me and LNHANCE, and there is zero issue with that. Like, I don't care, but my personal coins, I don't like to use on-chain Bitcoin. So if I have to pay on-chain, I usually use Monero if I can. But if I can, I use Lightning, usually. That's not always an option. But yeah, that's kind of how I roll. I really don't think Monero is perfect by any means. I used to like the community better. I used to like their community. I thought they were very hardcore about the kind of things that I secretly yearn for. The cypherpunky underground, rejecting mainstream and regulations and authoritarianism and stuff like that. But lately, I see a lot of fat posting from Monero circles and a lot of disgusting behavior too. I'm not sure if the feds descended upon them or they just attracted a lot of retards. I have no idea what happened there. Maybe they were always like that. I just did not notice. Who knows? But I used to find their community like much more hardcore in the way I like it than Bitcoiners for a good while. So I can tell you about that. I never had that feeling about the other coins that I had about them. And hardcore darknet market funds and stuff like that.
Yeah, my only issue beyond some community members that I think should get disqualified one way or the other, just to not have an official narrative or whatever, but just to tell these fringes that they do not represent the views
I
of
know we
the community as a whole, even if they're very loud. My other issue is that the narrative of privacy is stronger than the actual privacy. And if you make mistakes in the way that use Monero, like you also have to use sub addresses and you have to take care of which UTXO you're spending. And the ring signatures are actually not bulletproof. And we had a video from Chainalysis showing how they can single out to reduce the anonymity set. I mean, the narrative about what Monero does and what it is much more powerful than how it actually works. And that's why full chain membership proofs are such a big deal as a proposal.
I 100% agree. Monero privacy was oversold, but as far as I can tell, with FCMP++, they are going to live up to that. Finally, like they are going to actually deliver very good privacy. I did participate in their stressnet. I mined on their stressnet. I tried out the mined coins. It didn't seem like horrible UX. It was a bit annoying that I couldn't look them up on a blockchain explorer. That was weird. Maybe they have that. Maybe I should check it out again. But I think finally after FCMP++, we are not going to be able to say that they are overselling their privacy and they are all talk and no action. I think that finally.
Also, are they adding quantum resistance?
I think they are adding. Quantum resistant secrecy, so you won't be able to track back the transactions with a quantum computer. You won't be able to break the forward privacy or something. I'm not exactly 100% sure in how these things are evaluated in code, but the idea is that privacy-wise, you will be protected from quantum computers. I assume there is some hash commitment that is going to produce a wall of just go no further, backwards. But I don't think their spends are going to be quantum resistant just with SCMP++. I think that they would have to do additional forks for that. Like that, they have a roadmap, they have a development plan, and the ultimate goal is to be quantum resistant. FCMP++ is just going to remove the transaction graph finally from Monero. That's what it does. It literally your input can be any one of the previous outputs supposedly, and completely removes the transaction graph. There is no reason to do decoys anymore, and it's just going to be not possible to backtrace the funds flow with a quantum computer. That's all it does.
Yeah, because part of my concern with Monero is that if you're going to have a quantum computer breaking the signatures, it will look just like Bitcoin. Especially if you're storing a full node right now with an archive of all transactions, you're going to be able to see everything that went on.
Yeah, ring signatures are like super bad and you can't take back. So anyone that used Monero because they were oversold on its privacy and they used it for illicit purposes, is if quantum computers become a thing, is going to be like an open book eventually. Like it's going to be as open as the Bitcoin blockchain, except with Bitcoin for a good while, we knew that this is an open book, and therefore people try to either obscure their activity or take extra steps or move funds through centralized mixers or whatever. So they took care of this, or they were mindful of this fact that Bitcoin is an open ledger, right? But the Monero people might have been under the impression that they have like good privacy, and that good privacy can be completely undone in the future, at least up to the point where FCMP++ goes live. And of course, some of us knew that Monero privacy is oversold. I did not really force this issue with them. I just few times got into an argument about, I mentioned that I think they are overselling this. I think this is not good enough. They should keep working on it. I was not really invested in proving them wrong or anything. And try to be generally supportive again. Like, I think a lot of the people in the Monero community have their hearts in the right place, or at least I thought so. I used to think that they have their hearts in the right place. I like their spirit. And like I said, not a fan of the recent Fed posting and anti-Semitism and whatever that is. That basically the fortune leaking, or I don't know how you call it, fortune leaking into Monero. But generally try to be like tolerant to them at the minimum, and mildly supportive as much as I could. But it always was off-putting to me how much they are overselling their privacy. And I like that they tried to do no fuss, like that was their agenda, that to do no fuss default mandatory privacy, that you just don't have to think about it, just use Monero and you have privacy, right? That was the goal. They did not achieve that whatsoever, but that was the goal, and as a goal it was fine. Claiming that they achieved it was not fine. I'm not sure if that's enough nuance for this.
Yeah, so the reason why I prefer Zcash is that this is actually 100% compatible with Bitcoin and was conceived as a soft fork for Bitcoin back in 2014 as the Zero Coin paper. Zero Cash paper, actually. 2013 was Zero Coin, 2014 Zero Cash. And it's still not too late. Like, they refined it over 9 years since they launched as an altcoin. Right now, it's much more scalable than before. It works on mobile. It actually works pretty good. And it provides the backbone for a lot of the privacy tech in the space. ZK Snarks, as in the ZK Snarks library, was used by Tornado Cash and also Railgun. And this is Ethereum tech, by the way. There is the shielded CSV proposal by Jonas Nick and Robin Linus and Liam Egan to bring that to Bitcoin. I don't think that's the best way to go forward, but for privacy on Drivechains, Polestorts also chose Zcash because the zero knowledge privacy is actually superior to any attempt to obfuscate, because you have data compression, you have much less data that gets stored, and actually the best privacy is the one that generates the least amount of data from the get-go. So I love their tech stack. I think what they're doing is super good for Bitcoin, if we acknowledge it.
I heard someone saying an important technical nuance about, because I think one could argue that Monero after FCMP++ is going to have superior privacy to Zcash, for the simple fact that literally your spend could be any one of the previous outputs, and on Zcash that's just not true. It's only true for the shielded pool specifically, maybe, but but on the entire Zcash system it's not true. But someone, I think on your show, said that Monero has this issue where it uses nullifiers, key images, I think they call it. They are using these nullifiers and you can never ever get rid of them. This is a burden that you have to forever carry. It's just a part of their system design, a fundamental trade-off. And that got me thinking that maybe I should really take a look at that, at this other approach, that does not require carrying a forever burden, that can actually aggregate the past better. And maybe I guess we can mention it that it ties back to both quantum resistance and covenants, is that we could have like an OPSEC verify on Bitcoin. And in an OPSEC verify, you can basically have anything implemented, any roll-up system. So you can have a coin pool that can have any additional rules that can be enforced by this stock verifier, and it's fairly efficient. It's not the same as like a full chain privacy, full chain membership privacy. It's kind of like a shielded pool. Technologically, it's kind of like a coin pool with like something that they are trying to do with the BitVM bridges. They are trying to do with the BitVM bridges something like a poor man's ZKP verify kind of thing. They are trying to build an optimistic protocol. It's much more complicated. It's much less efficient, but maybe the end game for Bitcoin would be that we just add the ZKP verifier opcode, and that is post-quantum compatible, and just call it a day and let people build any system that they want. Because if you have a trustless bridge, then you can have sidechains, you can have rollups, you can have trustless bridges to other chains. You have basically everything that you might want ever, and nobody who is not involved with that particular contract or pool or whatever you want to call it has to care about what they are doing. So that's another thing, is you can have people who are really into like Zcash type stuff, and they can have their own bridge, and they can do that maybe on a side chain, and you can just use Bitcoin. It does not require a pre-mine. And in fact, it's funny because
But Zcash doesn't have a pre-mine. That's also a misconception.
okay, but
They have the 20% allocation from the mining rewards to development, which is perpetual, but it's not a pre-mine.
yeah, I'm not sure. My memories are very hazy. I do remember that the developers had a cut from the mining rewards, and that was, to me at the time, very off-putting. And Zcash was like this a new concept, and they were doing this. For some reason, back then I did not understand how difficult it is to fund development, right? How insanely like hard it is to get something off the ground. And I was comparing it to other systems that were much simpler and did not require that much investment into developing new cryptography and new technology, right? I was comparing it to simple chains that did not have to have that thing, because they just, for Bitcoin, changed the name. And so I have this preconception that this is a very bad thing. I am not sure if I ever going to be able to get rid of it. It's just one of those things that in baggage that I carry around. And that kind of kept me from taking a serious look at Zcash like ever.
Yeah, but to their credit, they actually delivered. Like, you can point out to 100 or 1,000 altcoins that had similar schemes of allocating funds to developers, and what they did was to launch a new altcoin and pivot away from the original.
But
the
was
Zcash
expected.
team actually stuck around, and they refined it, they built it, they removed the trusted setup.
That was our expectation, that it would happen each and every time. That they are just doing it with pre-mine, they are dumping, and they are leaving things unfinished, right? So if you actually deliver, it's a completely different picture. I admit that. That doesn't make me like it or anything, but I admit it's a completely different thing. But we did not actually know that back in the days that they are going to deliver, right?
I completely agree that I was also a bear when it comes to Zcash and the critic, and I was saying, oh, it's a shitcoin and blah, blah. But if you look at what they actually built, it's very hard to hate them. And you got to give credit where it's due. So I'm trying to sort of correct myself and give credit to those who actually stuck around and Even when it was more profitable to move away to other projects, they
Mhm.
stayed and they built what they said they would build. And there's a lot of value, and it's 9 years. You got to think about
The
what 9 years means, because Zuko, he was the first guy to write a blog post about Bitcoin. He was one of the biggest Bitcoin bulls. When he heard about the Zero Coin and Zero Cash papers, he was one of the first people who said, how can we bring this to Bitcoin? And they were going to do a sidechain until they realized that
yeah,
they don't get any support for that.
sidechains are a fucking dead end, especially the things that we are calling sidechains today. I think these are just LARPs. There are no real sidechains on Bitcoin, and doesn't look like we are going to have one. But if you think about it, the old Bitcoin maximalist view was your token is not needed because anything good that you can come up with possibly. I'm not going to buy your bags, bro. Sorry. Because anything good that you can come up with, we will just copy. If it's really
Exactly.
good, we are just going to have it on Bitcoin. You remember this, right? You remember this.
Yeah, this is exactly what Vitalik was talking about in 2014 when he published that article that gets misquoted all the time. And I'm not
Yeah.
sure how many people who call themselves maximalists actually went back to read what it's about.
Yeah, and I think maybe I even said that in 2018 and 2019. I even said that to people. And then I just stopped saying it because I realized that something is wrong. Something changed in culture. And later on, I realized that we are never going to have anything like that on Bitcoin ever. Unless, and this is like some sort of a copy renaissance that is going on, people are trying to do these BitVM bridges. Like this is again the old school maximalist vision that if you can just create a bridge to any other system, then you can have any other thing on Bitcoin, sort of with caveats, but you don't need another token for it. You don't need to make someone else rich. You can just take their take their work, and it's a bit communistic if you think about it. but still, you can just take their work and you can just copy it. It's open source, right? And you can just use it with Bitcoin. And that's kind of the old maxi vision, the old Bitcoin maxi vision that said simply to really like 1 in 1,000 real project and 999 scams. That was probably the ratio at one point. Like you had 1 in 1,000 real projects where the people were actually actually delivered something meaningful, or maybe not even that. I'm not sure what the real ratio is, but I think a lot of systems accomplished engineering greatness that we never even heard of. Like a lot of things must exist out there that are actually like great ideas, good systems, thoughtfully designed, well built. People have put their lives into it, and you never even heard of its name. I think that has to exist. But really, the maximalist thing was all about, no, bro, I'm not buying your bags. Like, if you build something good, we are just going to take it. You should just buy Bitcoin. Don't fuck around with these tokens. And really, like right now, as things are, if you don't have a Stark verifier or code, or don't have restore script where you can do these things, because in restore script you could probably do a pretty decent ZKP. You have the primitives that it takes, and you can probably actually go beyond optimistic rollups, and you can do like ZK rollups if you do it right. So if we are not going to have restore script, then these BitVM bridges are the last bastion of Bitcoin maximalism, really. And if these turn out to be a bust for whatever reason, turn out to be unworkable or just not good enough, not getting adopted, then the old school Bitcoin maximalism is really going to die, I'm afraid. Yeah.
But that's another question that I have for myself, especially, and for people who join my show and they understand what's happening as opposed to just blindly promoting a narrative. Like, is that really such a bad scenario if we're going to have, instead of 21 million Bitcoin with all the possible use cases, which is something that we want, we would have like 500 million coins total across 10 networks that are useful. And then you swap between them. Is that really such a bad future?
I think what people had an aversion or allergic reaction to was actually to enrich scammers and enrich people in a highly speculatory early manner, with most of the people participating in the game getting in with the expectation that they can dump on retards that come after them. And all these things taking focus away from Bitcoin. That was another aspect. Like this is a substitute good. Every altcoin is a substitute good, and of course, Bitcoin maxis were who had their bags in Bitcoin. They were more risk avoidant. They had an allergic reaction to the thought of people buying something else and then Bitcoin not pumping. You know, people started to track Bitcoin dominance, and it just kept falling, and that probably did not sit well with these people either. So that was the thing that people really did not want to participate in. But once you have a situation, let's say all the early devs, early pre-mine, all the early investors have cashed out, and after that they cashed out. Like they did not become like super rich, they just got paid for their work. And then the thing somehow monetizes, and then it reaches some stable state. And then you just use it for its function. I don't think most people, if they are honest, have a problem with that. What you don't want is to be the mark that they get rich off on, especially if they don't deliver. Like in that phase when it's a question if they deliver or not deliver, you don't want to be the idiot that gives them money, that gives them their Bitcoin, your Bitcoin, right? You don't want to be that. But once this is all behind you, using another system, using an altcoin for its intended purpose, I think most people, if they stop LARPing and are being honest about it, won't feel it as a tragedy. Like really, after we are done with this whole shit, so after everybody accepts that Bitcoin is not going up anymore and it's done, and the other system is also reaches a stability and stops going up and it's done, and you are not enriching anyone by using it or not using it, I don't think it matters. So long you have like a good UX, you can use it, you can swap it, who cares? That's what I think about this. But participating in these schemes early when they are very scammy and there is a lot of hype around them, and a lot of people are going to get wrecked on it. A lot of people who come after you, try to speculate on you, will get wrecked on it. That's not something that you may want to participate in it. But anything that makes pause that phase and again monetizes and the how they say has the IPO moment when the early investors dump on the people coming after them before it reaches final monetization, and it's all in the past, and who the fuck cares if they had a pre-mine or whatever. Like, I don't know what you think about that.
I mean, you can make a similar case about Ethereum because they had a 72 million ETH pre-mine, and I'm pretty sure that most of the early investors sold. And in spite of this situation, it seems like the system is useful and a lot of developers are building on it. And even though there are lots of copies and a lot of attempts from other systems to co-opt users and take some of the use cases, it's still there. It's been the number 2 coin for how many years now? I think it got flipped by XRP and BCH in 2017, but for about 8 years, it has been the number 1 coin. Undisputed.
I think that's not an accident that it's number 2, but on the other hand, there is literally nothing that was going on Ethereum that I ever thought about. I really want to try this out. This is really interesting. Like, They literally went all in on stuff that is of no interest to me all the time. That's how I remember it. Maybe I was not paying enough attention, I don't know, but I literally focused on stuff that I don't find interesting in the least. But I don't think that my personal value judgment on use cases should be like the gold standard or anything. So it's probably not an accident that it's number 2. People are finding value in it. Fine. I don't give a fuck. I'm not personally interested in Ethereum. I'm not bullish on Ethereum, to be honest. I don't think it has a bright future necessarily, but I just don't care.
To their credit, what I think they built right is this whole decentralized exchange concept. And the idea that you can swap your coins, for example, for stable coins. And this can be useful for traders if they don't want to sign up to KYC exchanges and they would rather pay some fees to a platform. It's pretty cool. Like Uniswap, and they have
I have
a bunch of
super
others.
mixed feelings about stable coins and fiat on crypto rails. I mean, part of me is just wants to call it shitcoinery and like everything that is wrong with the people and the world, you know. But on the other hand, the idea of having fiat that is not under control of the issuing government and the financial system is like super cool. Like taking control out of the hands of the overlords is super cool and very cypherpunk. And again, if people find utility in CAX fiat tokens, then who am I to tell them to stop doing that? I could. I have the right to say whatever I want, but like, why should I? They either get wrecked or they get what they want out of it, whatever. But so if it's freedom tech, it's good. I think that's my final judgment. If it turns out to be freedom tech, it's good. If it just turns out to be an other control mechanism by which TradFi and regulators take control of the crypto ecosystem, then it's a fucking disaster. And I don't know which one it will be. So I don't know if stablecoins pushed everywhere and becoming dominant is going to be a lever how the revolution of cryptocurrency gets undone, or it is going to take power away from the nation states, their ability to surveil and control financial transactions, do financial repression, do seigniorage and stuff like that, right? All the horrible shit that they do to the third world. I literally can't tell right now which one is going to be. Maybe it will be a mix of both, I don't know. But I like freedom tech, and I don't mind fiat getting debased by fractional reserve bullshit. Like if anyone can successfully run a fractional reserve bullshit scheme that is private and not controllable by US regulators on the US dollar, then those are fucking heroes in my eyes. If you are issuing like a fiat token and you are just folding into regulation and then confiscating people's funds left and right, if OPSEC says so, then that's fucking horrible and you should just go and die.
I'm not gonna say that go and die is the solution or
Yeah,
the result
I
of
meant in Minecraft.
or
in
consequence, but basically what I want to say is that Ethereum also built the algorithm. I gotta repeat. They built the algorithmic stablecoin, which is called DAI, which is
Oh yeah.
not pegged to real world reserve of anything. It's just the result of trading.
I think they cucked out on that, and I think that was the original, but not an expert, but I think they are not exactly like that. Not as pure today.
Well, it's still a good idea and an attempt to create something which is outside of the control of a central issuer, as is the case with Tether and Circle and the other big stablecoin companies. which are pretty successful. I
Yeah.
have to admit. Like if you asked me 6-7 years ago if Tether on Tron is gonna be successful, I would be like, you're crazy. There's no way this is gonna catch on.
Right.
Justin Sun is a clown. We're not
And
gonna
yet,
take this guy seriously.
yet they are like the saving grace for South America and maybe Africa. I don't know. So they are very popular as far as I can tell, and a lot of people are actually using them to get away from financial repression by their government.
Yeah, I know. Since I met my girlfriend, it became more evident that the world doesn't care about this Bitcoin only ideology. People just use what they can get their hands on.
Yeah, but kind of the early cypherpunks kind of front ran all this mentally, right? They knew that this is only going to be temporary. This state of affairs cannot sustain. It will not be tolerated. How did Jamie Dimon say there will be no uncontrolled currency left around the world or something like that? You know, that's what he believes. He does not believe that for no reason. He understands the people who make the regulations. He understands the people who lobby for the regulations. He understands how the game is played. And I hope he gets wrecked on that prediction, but I understand why he makes it. And I'm not super bullish on these things. I think the issue with algo stables was that they were very much prone to just collapse. Like any how do you say collateral asset that is just a complete low liquidity free floating thing where manipulators can tongue the price. They can really move the price up and down because there is not enough liquidity. Is is very much prone to a raid or a systematic collapse, and things where you reserve U.S. treasuries in is very much prone to capture and control. So I have absolutely no idea how to actually make the dream of having fiat that is not controlled by the overlords reality, but it's something that I'm rooting for. I hope someone figures it out. I mean, it's not so hard to do it. It's hard to do it without going to jail. Let's be clear on that. So you can technically do it. You could issue eCash, USD denominated eCash. You can do it. Technically, there is nothing stopping you from doing it. What's going to be hard is to stay out of jail after you did that and it becomes popular, right?
I think we did have Terra Luna, which was supposed to be this algorithmic stablecoin, which collapsed.
Yeah.
And the issuer of that system is in jail right now. Even if he seemed fine for a couple of years, he's in jail. And I do have, so you mentioned Jamie Dimon. I'm gonna make the most unpopular statement. So if I say I like shitcoins, this following statement is still more unpopular than that among Bitcoiners. I think that the central bankers and the regulators are doing a pretty good job under the circumstances. And what I mean by this is that during the pandemic, if you followed the narrative and the average opinion of Bitcoiners on Twitter, you would think that everything is collapsing. Everything is going to zero. They're going to come begging for our Bitcoin and say, come on, please, just give us some. Let us have some. It never happened.
I see what you mean. They got things under control from their perspective pretty competently, right?
Yeah,
We have been
I
waiting
mean, the
for
landing was, they were aiming for a soft landing, right? Right now, in my country at least, and most of Europe, we're finally seeing the results in increasing prices, and everything is becoming, from heating to electricity, it's becoming more expensive. But this is actually the real market price, because up until this point, they tried to subsidize it so that it rises slowly to this point.
Oh fuck! I so much hate. I really hate it. Every time price control is done, the conclusion after that is that it was a horrible fucking idea that made people miserable, and the next time they are still going to do it. because the short-term political gain somehow seems to be positive, and just it just humanity does not learn that this is a bad fucking idea for some reason. I don't know why, but I know that every time this is done, every time the government tries to artificially suppress the price of something, what you get is that you can't buy that shit. Like literally, it goes out of the market very fast, especially because people know that it's going to go out of the market and they're just buying in bulk everywhere they can. So that it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy because everyone knows the game. The moment
Yeah,
the
but
government
you can't
starts
do it
using-
with electricity and natural gas.
yeah,
You can't buy it
infrastructure
in
that
bulk in
government
preparation for
controls.
what you know that's coming.
Yeah, you can't do that. What happens instead is that overall it's going to cost everyone more. That's what's going to happen. When the state does it, overall it is more costly. But there is nothing you can do about it. Like you don't control the infrastructure, you don't control the gas reserves and the nation state contracts and whatever, so you are completely screwed. But if it's anything like sugar or bread or anything, then you know what's going to happen. Like almost immediately you know what's going to happen. Everyone knows what's going to happen. Everyone is getting up off the couch and rushing to the store to buy the last brick of sugar because
And toilet paper.
toilet paper, yeah, whatever it is that the government is trying to control the price of, because when you are suppressing the price of something that there is not enough on the market, you are suppressing the signal for the manufacturers to make more of it. You are basically telling them that you are fucked. You are not going to make money on this. You can just work overtime, increase your production, pay your employees a bit better. You can't do that. You should just produce what you produced, and if that's not enough, then people are not going to have toilet paper. Yeah, and I mean, I wish they stop doing that. It's just retarded. The other thing I wish they start doing is, I mean, there is this thing that just enshittifies the entire world, where democracy, representative democracy, has been attempted. Is this phenomenon where you have large swath of the population that is not productive, they are not well paid because they don't produce as much value to society, and they pay very little taxes and they get a lot of benefits, and you can buy their votes with more benefits, and that someone has to pay for that. So you are going to increase the taxes on the productive class, right? Productive part of society. And with AI and automation, I think we are going to reach a Pareto distribution. Like 20% of the society will be productive and 80% will be non-productive. And all the tax burden necessarily falls on the 20%. And you are always going to be able to buy the votes of the 80%. Of course, you are going to be able to buy the 80%. So this is a death trap that literally you have no way out of. And like, this is another thing why I'm absolutely like doomish on this whole thing, because I just don't see a way for us to reach a higher level of understanding and just work out a better system. It's not possible. And the rent-seeking parasites that benefit the most from this system are simply just going to arbitrage this thing and just going to suck every person that can produce value completely dry and just going to buy the votes of the non-productives, and they will be staying in power forever with whatever populist bullshit rhetoric and retarded economic mismanagement that they can just pull out of their asses. That's kind of my view on this thing, and that's another reason why I really want frontier culture to come back. We need new land where we can just leave this bullshit behind and just start from scratch and just try it again. And if it gets shit like that again in 10 generations or something, then we need new land again and move on or something. I don't know. There was something else we wanted to talk, maybe, I think. Oh yeah, one more thing, sorry. So back to stable coins and algo stables.
I do
There
have
is this
so
thing.
before I let you say that, I do have to praise your endurance. My front light died. It's been 6 hours 42 minutes since we started this live stream, and we have more than 1,500 people who tuned in on Twitter for this. I'm not sure about YouTube yet. I will check it out after it's finished. But thanks to everyone who became part of this, and it's amazing. You should have warned me though that you can pull this off. I'm happy that
I
I
had
had
no idea.
dinner before this, so I don't get hungry. But it's really amazing.
I had no idea. I did not think that we are going to last more than 4 hours, and I did not think that anyone would care about this. So I'm pretty amazed. So one thing I wanted to touch back is I know that people on Bitcoin Cash hold a different view over what is scalable. They want kind of the same DeFi use cases that Ethereum has. They want to attack that. But they want to do that on a UTXO chain. They have this thesis that this is only scalable on a UTXO chain, and Ethereum made a huge mistake with the account architecture and the global state. So they are trying to do the tokens, the NFTs. That's not a big deal, of course. They were pretty successful on that technologically. And they are trying to do the algo stables too. I think I heard about I don't know suddenly his name, sadly. Matthew Gawken, maybe, I don't know. He was talking about, on the Bitcoin Cash podcast, he was talking about
Is it the
them.
NixOS guy?
No. I don't think so. 1 second. No, I can't find it. But I heard
So
him
was it
talking
on the
about,
Bitcoin Cash podcast?
yeah, Bitcoin
I
Cash
can search
podcast.
for Matthews and scroll by, and I will let you know what his name is while you're talking.
I'm always in trouble with pronouncing people's names, but he has like this anime-like author, I think. The thing is, he was talking about how they are trying to implement algo stables in Cash script. So they have this higher level scripting language that they call Cash script that kind of looks like, from very, very far away, something like what they call it, Solidity, maybe. I think they call it Solidity in EVM. And so this higher level script is going to transpile down to their Bitcoin script, and they are trying to do Bitcoin Cash collateralized algo stables. And for someone like me who is mainly interested in Bitcoin, the Bitcoin architecture, the possible Bitcoin scaling pots is it's much more interesting and much more likely that I would check something out that is built on a familiar architecture. It's built on a UTXO chain. It's built in Bitcoin script, basically. And if they can pull that off, I think that's super cool. That is potentially not something like Tether on RGB or Tether on Taproot assets or anything like that. Even though it's very much possible that the US government will not be able to trivially control in the beginning USD movements over the Lightning Network. I see some possibility there that they are going to be frustrated with compliance and control. Because frankly, it's not an easy thing to do right now, but maybe if Lightning centralizes enough, maybe they figure out how to do that. I am not super bullish on any of these treasury-based tables to be freedom tech, but who knows? Try to keep an open mind, just don't believe in it. But if you can do fiat again without any ties to the banking system or traditional finance, like with
pure grounds up, peer-to-peer cash, Cypherpunk energy, then all the power to you. Like that's super cool. I just wanted to mention that since you were talking about Ethereum and stables, that now we can observe which one works better, I guess. Hopefully. I really want to see that showdown, because we in Bitcoin, of course, tend to think that our architectural design decisions are correct, and other people are not dumb, but maybe they are not thinking the design decisions through carefully enough. That's a very, very usual arrogant take.
Yeah, and there's the price chart, the ultimate argument, right? Look, this
Yeah.
token went up more than yours, and therefore it must mean that all the engineering decisions were also more correct than those taken by this token, because otherwise this other token would also go up or would be higher. I've even
that
seen
is
Greg
going to-
Maxwell use this against the Grin developer. Grin is a Mimblewimble implementation, and he was like, yeah, we accomplished this and blah, blah, blah. And then Greg Maxwell on Reddit just put a link to the BTC against Grin chart.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we are going to dismiss anything that is just very new and pumps hard, because we are going to call it a pump and Dunscan and the shitcoin, and we are not going to take it seriously if it does 1,000x more than Bitcoin, of course. So there is always a cope, always an excuse. But on the other hand of this, like, I understand kind of why this happened. Like, if you take a look at the sheer fucking number of projects that you would have to evaluate with a careful, intellectually honest, true researcher, I don't know how to say it. So the amount of man hours that you would have to put into it literally do not exist. Like, it's not possible. It's not possible. You have to take one very simple indicator that tells you what is worth to look into. And for a lot of people, I think that's the coin market cap ranking, which has a lot of problems. Like, a lot of problems. There are a lot of bullshit in the top 10 that should, like, not even have a price, in my personal opinion. And they are still in the top 10 because they have just so many fucking tokens. Like, I don't know, like, Doge has like a 160 billion. I don't know how many tokens they have, and it's not worth shit, but there is so much of that they are in the top 10, I think. It was a long time that I checked this out. I'm just talking out of my ass now, but the point is, a lot of bullshit makes it to the top 10, so it's not perfect. But if something is not in the top 100, then most people will probably not look at it. Like, literally not even read the website of the shield points, the 5 points that shows that this is better than every other system. You're not even going to read that if it's not in the top 100, because why would you do that? So I don't know. I know that Bitcoiners can find a cope for any situation. Like, literally, they can cope about anything. They will find an excuse not to take anything seriously. And part of it is very much justified, I think, historically speaking. But now that Bitcoin is turning out to be a technological dead and more, and it is turning into a full-on capitulation from its original mission. Like, no trusted third-party intermediaries, no debasement. These things, I think, are getting abandoned culturally and tactically. Now, I think we are forced to look at the fucking altcoins. I don't know.
That's depressing. It's very doomy, if I'm allowed to use this adjective.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you do have to admit that a lot of stuff went right, and a lot of Bitcoiners got rich, and they got rich in a way that pushed them to actually invest the money in worthwhile projects. An example that I usually present is Slush, the creator of the first mining pool, that he created Trezor and he created Tropic Square, which makes open source secure elements, as in chips. And also, he's into creating peer-to-peer markets with something that's called Vexel in the Czech Republic. And I think it works in all of Europe, which is an application that match makes people who want to buy and sell Bitcoin for cash. I think there's a lot of nice things that are being built by people who got rich with Bitcoin, and I respect it. And the world, in some ways, is a better place, even though if Bitcoin at large, we can argue that it's much worse than it was 5 years ago.
I thought I would. I mean, you make a great point. Like if you made a lot of money on Bitcoin, you actually managed to make a lot of money on Bitcoin, then you now have more agency. And if you are a good person, then you can do a lot of good with it. And that was something that caught my imagination, something that I very much wanted for myself, to be able to have the agency to make my visions a reality and to change the world to be a better place. I very much would have liked that. And for maybe a brief moment in 2020, I actually believe that this is going to happen. And now I don't see it happening for me. So good for the guys who managed to make it happen. I don't think I'm going to make it. Sorry, guys, move
And
on. without
GMI.
me.
It's fine. And something that I really like about you and kept me going and kept me interesting during this 7-hour conversation is that you have this Eastern European realism and honesty. Like, you don't give a fuck about pushing any narrative. You don't care if you're gonna upset someone with what you're saying. You're just saying it as you see it and as it is. And I wish there was more of it. I see from all of these Americans that they are very grounded in their branding. Like, whatever it is that they have been saying, they have to keep saying it if they want to remain credible to their followers, to their customers, and whatever. They have to be consistent in what they're saying. Us Europeans, especially in Eastern Europe, we are used to things changing very fast. We have a troubled history, a troubled past. And we have to constantly adjust our worldview. We can't believe all of our lives that something is true because we have seen in the generation of our grandparents and parents that there's a lot of stuff that changes over the years, and you have to be ready all the time. Like, I talk with my parents. I'm gonna go to Christmas to meet them, and all the time they ask me, are you ready for the moment when Bitcoin goes to zero? And it's not that I have to explain to them that nobody can take away the skills that I acquired, and even if I don't have anything tomorrow, I can still find a way in life. But I also have to think about this myself, and I have to basically project for a future where Bitcoin is worth zero. But if your job is to sell Bitcoin and say every day that it's going to $1 million, and you want to convince everyone around you that it will be $1 million in this short amount of time, like 4 or 5 years, then it's a different situation. And especially if, I don't know, have you managed to get any of your family members invested in Bitcoin under any capacity?
I'm not going to talk about my family. Sorry.
Okay, but
I can tell you
my
that
point is that were you able to
stopped shilling,
quote unquote orange
Bitcoin
peel
to
people
anyone.
around you?
I stopped shilling Bitcoin to anyone years ago. I cannot do it if I don't actually see a credible way for this to fulfill all the promises that got me involved and exciting and invested so deeply. I cannot do that to the other people, I think. Until I see any light at the end of this fucking dark tunnel, I am not going to evangelize Bitcoin that way. I think we made a mistake by going after larger adoption cohorts before we got the technological grounding foundational work done. I think this was a huge mistake, and this is now biting us in the ass too. And also I cannot tell to people that, listen, you just have to wait 4 years, you are going to be in the plus, inflation is not going to be a problem for you. I can no longer say that because it's evidently not true. Like, it's no longer true. It stopped working.
basically the past cycle. And I don't know what to tell people until something change. I don't even want to talk about Bitcoin nowadays. So anyone brings it up, I'm basically just pretending I don't know much about it. That's how I go about it in person, to be honest. Partly because there is so much to tell that I wouldn't even know where to begin. And partly because I'm not sure it's a good idea to let people know that you are into Bitcoin ERL. Like, I'm not sure if that's a smart strategy, personally. But yeah, and coming back
I
to
don't know.
Americans,
I'm not rich enough, but for example, my dad is into collecting old coins and money. He's obsessed with the history of our country and wants to have basically every type of money that was used in our history. And I went with him to a convention with people who are just like him. They collect all sorts of money from around the world. And people were noticing me that I'm with my dad, and they're like, "Oh, is your son also into collecting coins?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm into Bitcoin." And they all look at me like, "Huh, what's wrong with you?" It was such a
that's
funny
cool.
experience just to look at
That's
these guys who take themselves very seriously because they
Mhm.
collect money. And then they're like, "Are you also collecting money?" And I said, "Yeah, I collect Bitcoin." And they're like, "Oh."
Yeah, I mean, it would be like going to a car collector convention and then telling them that about your cars in GTA or something, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. But the funniest response that I
For
got
them.
was from a man who told me, back in the day, I used to sell the stuff that I collect for cheese and for beef and for chicken and for stuff like this, eggs, and said, if you want to do barter, maybe you can convince me that Bitcoin is worth any of this. And I was like, oh, it's fine. I'm not gonna waste my energy trying to quote unquote orange pill you because
Yeah, yeah, I think that's cringe. That type of evangelism, I find it a bit cringe.
no,
But
I sort of respect people like Roger Ver early
yeah,
on when they were going and onboarding everyone with a wallet saying, look, you can do this. I sent you a transaction. This is how it works.
yeah,
Keep it for later. Maybe it catches on. I like it.
yeah,
I respect it.
yeah, yeah. On the other hand, I don't want to do it. It's not for me. I want to make sure that people that come after us are going to find something liberating about this shit that we leave behind. I don't know how else to say it, but it increases freedom, and it gives them something valuable for the life, not just like a cool dish scope that I, the one of the issues I think with Bitcoin culture, if you can talk about such a thing, is it's very American culture derived. And I think their culture has been derailed and basically in a way broken. The spirit has been broken with 9/11. As much as they don't want to admit it, Osama really did them in. Like he dealt a pretty crippling blow to the empire, and everything else is just slowly playing out. And I tend to come back to this thought again and again and again that Osama bin Laden actually won. He did it. He did this thing, this mythical fucking thing, and he did it. And another thing that when you talked about Satoshi came to my mind, I read a book about similar theme. It was a book where nothing really made sense until the very end. There was a guy did all sorts of weird things, and I think something title was something like "The Guy Who Never Missed" or something like that. The point is, it turned out in the very end that he started a huge cultural revolution by executing a plan flawlessly and becoming a legend. Like, he was not a person, he became a legend, and kind of something that Satoshi accomplished. Like he became a legend. He is the guy who never missed, in a way. Um, and the people can do this. That some people they have
it's not just in fiction. That's what I'm trying to say. So we kind of have people that can change history, that can topple empires all by themselves, by their sheer fucking will. And I think Osama bin Laden was one of those people, and he actually accomplished his task. And America has been shittier and shittier and shittier each and every fucking year. Their culture is rotten. They are giving up all their fundamental values.
No, I
And
disagree with you. It's wrong to blame it on the terrorist. It's the
I
response
don't
that
blame
was
them.
wrong.
I don't blame them. I'm saying that he accomplished something
It's
that
the
I did not
response
think.
to the action that was
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
actually overblown.
Yeah, but I
So
think
you
it
can
was
argue that the
accomplished.
response was
It was
rooted in the culture and was
no,
something
no.
that was expected, and no matter
He
what was gonna happen, you were gonna get this outcome. They were just
he
waiting for an
knew.
excuse.
I think he knew what is going to happen. I think he planned the whole fucking thing. That's what I think. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe he was just a mindless idiot and he did not know what he was doing. That's not the impression I'm getting. I think he knew exactly what he's going to do and what is going to happen. And it's pretty fucking epic, even though I totally don't agree. So let's make that clear that I don't agree with his political goals necessarily or the methods whatsoever or anything of that sort. But he was a man, I think, with a will to topple an empire, and he dealt a death blow to that empire. It will take decades for it to play out, but he did it. He fucking willed it to reality, and that is in a way very inspirational. And it always makes me think that I am lacking something very fundamental. But to come back, I think that the big issue with Americans is they embrace the culture of cowardice. I know that they are all talk and they are going to deny this to the death, and they will never admit it to themselves or anyone else, but they embrace the culture of cowardice ever since 9/11. And everything is just getting shittier over there, and they are spreading this shittification all over the world. And this safety culture, this cultural cowardice is just emanating out of the USA, and they are doubling down on it each and every fucking year. And Bitcoin culture is very much defined by American culture, and I think there is a huge difference between European Bitcoiners and American Bitcoiners. If you check it out, if you check out their conferences, what they are interested in, what they are talking about, there is a huge difference. But I think American culture dominates in Bitcoin, and if that does not change, then I think it's pretty hopeless.
I do agree with you. If you look at the biggest conferences, it's always the ones that take place in the US that have the most participants, that have the highest ticket prices. And then you talk to people who organize conferences in Europe and they're like, yeah, we barely break even or we lose money on the conference but hope to make it back with advertisers or whatever. It's always like this. But on the topic of adoption and the fact that neither of us is actively shilling Bitcoin or trying to orange pill people in real life, I found this post on our Bitcoin from 2 weeks ago from this guy named Yuri Guri VTube, who says, unpopular opinion, I've never been in the green for 2 years and it's becoming frustrating. And I'm gonna read the text even if it's a bit long. He says, I know I'm a late adopter, but I've basically been putting in all of my extra income into BTC for the past 2 years. I'm not at a high amount, 0.15. I know you're not supposed to say it, but it has been a lot of money and grinding for me. I bought when I could, didn't try to time the market. I'm basically at 80 to 85% of how much I have put in. I mean, in terms of dollars. I'm not an idiot that went in thinking that it will double in price every week, but I did not expect to still be here in the red after all of this. With the great
I mean, 2
timing
years. He is in the he got in 2 years ago and still in the red, because I mean that's probably like a much more widespread experience in Bitcoin than he thinks.
Oh yeah, let me finish. With the great timing of when I could buy, I would say that I've never been in the green. It gets really frustrating and disheartening. This is a rant. I'm not looking for the be patient or zoom out, because 99% of those people have already 10x'd their investment.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much done putting everything in. I'm not selling. Focusing on getting promotion will earn me much more than this ever can or will. I want to be wrong, but I'm believing that it will probably be 150k max by 2030, and it's just not worth it. I pictured the meme of the Grim Reaper literally being used the same knocking on 100k for the next 5 years. Call me being a poor sport and not understanding what this is about, but I know I'm not the only one in this boat. Edit. I will not buy when there was some fancy article about BTC or FOMO. I put in all my extra income when I could, no matter what was being said. I tried to even stay away from things like this subreddit. Call me what you want, but that's the one guarantee that I did not do. Later edit, I may sound masochist, but this has helped me a lot. There was a wide range of people understanding that were upset. It helped me for some reason. I wish in the future I could set up something where it's $20 a week I never look at, but at this point I'm not able to. Edit, edit, edit. For those who keep saying it's impossible for me to have been in the green, it's impossible for me to have, I guess it should be, it's impossible for me to not have been in the green. Sure, I may have been even, but I couldn't buy as much as when I started to. I did around 15% of total funds when it was under 90k, 50% when it was between 90 to 100, and 35% when it was above 100. I put in when I could. I didn't try to time the market. I tried my best to not even look at the number. At the end of the day, I'll probably do what I can with $5 or $10 weekly without having to look at the price. Call me anything, but I was not trying to time the market. I didn't buy when there was some great article. I don't appreciate people thinking I tried to buy when it was high. I bought when I could, and that's all I did. So this is like the black pill for the whole DCA narrative. And this guy is about 2 years in and doesn't see any results, and we were in a bull market. Like it's not like he started buying in the
I don't
bear.
think this was a bull market. I mean, to me, the whole thing looks like that basically a bear market rally that nominally went higher than the previous high, but of course inflation adjusted did not. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we had a real bull market. I mean, short, you can call it bull market from the absolute bottom to the absolute top maybe, but like this is not what a bull market feels like. We did not have a bull market. The whole thing just got killed for some reason. And I don't know, people blame and cope and whatever. I have my own theories. I have my own fears. I'm not afraid to vent them, but I don't want to rob too much time away from people. I just want to say that the first 2 years being totally fucking miserable is not an unexpected experience for Bitcoiner. Even though I would really not get anyone into this bullshit now, I remember telling people that in like 2018 or something, I remember telling people, listen, you are going to buy and then you are going to sit in the red for a year and you are going to be fucking miserable. But after like 4 years passes, Bitcoin is never going back to the lows of the previous high, the previous all-time high. It is going to be fine. Inflation is not going to affect you, but you are going to have to hold it for at least 4 years. That's what I told people. And now I'm not even telling that to people. Like I look at the price chart and say, I can tell that to people. There is no way I can just guarantee them that they are going to be okay after 4 years. That's not how it looks to me. I don't know exactly what is happening. I have my theories. My major theme that I build my theories around is that people bullish on Bitcoin are buying stuff that is not Bitcoin and literally have no cap on the supply. And therefore, why the fuck would you expect the price to go up? That's my core thesis for what is going on. People bullish on Bitcoin are not buying Bitcoin. End of story. And And if that's how the world adopts Bitcoin, then I am not going to show Bitcoin to anyone. Literally, that this is just a dead end. This is people squandering Satoshi's gift to mankind, whatever you want to call it. It's very typical of humans, actually, if you think about it. But it impacts me very, very badly. Fortunately, I'm not as wrecked as that guy, but this is not what I expected. I thought for a moment there was euphoria, true euphoria I could experience in 2020. It looked like we are just getting started there, right? And we are going to have a great bull market, and this shit is going to 250p in 2020, and then I looked at the state of my income and savings, and I was like, I am not even going to ever make a dent on my gains on this shit with working. Why the fuck am I even working? So I'm like the opposite. I was the opposite of his take. Like he's saying that if he's saving, he's going to make much more progress than what Bitcoin is going to give him. And in 2020, I thought it's the opposite. There is no reason for me to work. I'm never going to catch up to this. And of course, that was bullshit. Like I was completely delusional. And but at least I get to experience the euphoria. You know, at least once in my life.
Oh yeah. Do you remember the 2017 bull market? That was insane. I remember
was
going to
insane.
university every morning.
I was fucking miserable, man, because I got out way too early. I was very happy. I was the best trader ever and the fucking genius, and it just kept going up.
Okay, when did you get out? 7,000 or what?
No, very, very soon, man. And I just waited for it to come back down. That was a very traumatic experience.
Oh no.
So yeah, but it also taught me that humans are completely irrational, and any idea I had about how high Bitcoin can go is just bullshit. Forget that. That's what 2017 taught me, and what this cycle taught me is that any idea that I had where Bitcoin has to go is bullshit. There is absolutely no fucking reason for it to go anywhere. It can. It very well can just quote unquote rip your face off, but that can happen up or down. Like there is absolutely no reason, given the fundamentals and how people are adopting Bitcoin, for this shit to go up. That's where I am at now. So it was like a series of revelations about how stupid my bias is.
I just want to proudly announce that we beat Amir Taki's record from last year when he lasted
No
for
way.
7 hours and 10 minutes or something. And now we're at 7 hours and 15 minutes and it's still going. And I just want to thank everyone who's been on the stream. Once again, let me check on Twitter. 1,600 people have tuned in.
Oh my.
It's amazing. Thank you guys. If you're in the chat right now and you're listening to this, maybe we should have like a special word that we can test if anyone's listening, because I'm not sure. I'm never sure. Is anyone out there? You can say Doom in the chat. Let's see if this works. And I also want to add to your story because euphoria. So this year, I experienced the purest form of euphoria because I turned out to be right about Zcash, and I bought most of it at $40 or something. And I did not buy too much, but then I saw it go to $100, $200, $300, one day after the other. And I was like, man, this feels just like when I think I was 24 years old going to university in 2017. No, I was 25. I was going to university every morning and I was checking the price before class on my phone, and it was 4,000 and then 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000. I remember the day it hit 20,000. It was the 29th of November of 2017. I will never forget that day because I was euphoric. I never felt like that in my life.
So you know that feeling.
It was like, man, I was so right, and I did not even have a lot of Bitcoin. But my point is that I felt like I'm a genius.
I hope our guy from Bitcoin Talk gets to experience that in his life at least once. I'm rooting for him. But on the other hand, it kind of sours your life experience after. You
Oh
are
yeah,
going
because
to be,
you have very high expectations that maybe will never get
yeah,
accomplished
yeah,
again.
yeah. Oh, we are so screwed.
Oh yeah, we are. Like the chemicals in your brain, once
Yeah.
you get to that point, you're fucked. You're not gonna have that. And it's funny because our grandparents, maybe not our grandparents. We're from Eastern Europe. Let's be serious. But American grandparents, okay, the boomers, maybe they would have a bull market like this once in a generation, and they would see
Yeah.
this one time in their life and be like, yeah, I was in on the ride or I missed it, and they had stories to tell about it because everything was more boring and more predictable, and the rate of building new stuff or launching new financial products in which you could invest was slower. And they would be like, yeah, I invested in cable television or I invested in Apple or whatever when it was a small company, but it would take you like 20 years, or Amazon or whatever,
Mm.
you name it. But in the case of these coins, the cycles are very short, and you can experience this euphoria multiple times in a very short amount of time, and it's gonna destroy you. So if you can decouple or try to not let this affect you too much, I think it's a better outcome. Even though that euphoria, when you first have it, it's like one of the sweetest feelings ever.
Mm.
And I think the worst moment of it is when you start thinking that everyone around you is stupid. And you're like, no, I was right. You were wrong. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. I don't care what you're telling me. I'm a genius now.
Yeah, you'll have to feel like a genius, yeah.
And that's how
Yeah,
you make bad decisions, because maybe
maybe
you're right a
maybe a
few
lot of
times.
maybe a lot of crypto degens that we are looking at as weird and totally screwed in the head are the product of experiencing this just one too many times.
Yeah, maybe. I think about this sometimes. Like the meme coin guys, it's very hard for me to relate to their experience. They're like, okay, if I buy early enough and I tell enough people to get into this, I'm gonna get rich. And it's a lot like gambling, except that it's a race for being one of the first and catching the right horse, basically. I think it's like horse racing. You bet on the right horse, and then
It's gambling and they are very brazen about it. Like they don't care who they dump on. That's not even a consideration. And it kind of explains. So once your brain is rewired, it has been rewarded for more and more brazen scammy behavior like this. Then I guess you can become like a completely screwed up person. And of course, eventually you will probably lose everything. That's my expectation. That these people will keep coming back until they lose everything, and it's only a matter of time. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong about this. Um, but yeah, this is weird. Well, I wanted to say one more thing, but I forgot. So maybe it's time we wrap it up.
I don't know. You wanted to say something about stable coins at one point, and I interrupted.
Mm, yeah, I think I said everything about that.
I also like your structured way of thinking, because you remember what you said and you can go back multiple steps. Like you have a very clear mind, and I respect this.
After 7 hours, it's not so clear anymore. But I wanted to talk about one more thing, like this phenomenon that you can observe in every personality code type, influencer type person, where they might have a smart insight once in their life, something that they touch on, that they start scratching, they know something is there, and they feel validated by experience. Maybe they are even writing their core thesis, and then they start to look for validation everywhere. They start to look for proof that that theory is correct, and everything in the entire fucking world is wrong for this reason. Seed oils, not eating enough meat, eating veggies, or bread, or maybe the central banks in case of Cypher Dynamus. Like he is basically deriving
like a fucking lunatic. Everything that is wrong with the world, from the fact that the Fed is it's not even really the Fed that is doing it. One could argue that it's the Treasury, the fiscal deficit at fault, but whatever, who cares? So they have this 2% inflation every year on average, right? I think something like that. They have 2%. And this 2% is the root of all evil. Like flat out ignore that their taxes went from 2% to 40%. They are like almost half communist now in the US. That just ignore that. The redistribution, the corruption system operates mainly on taxes, mainly on the taxes they collect. But that 2%, that is the root of all evil. They are building up everything on that one core thesis. And you can see this pattern no matter what you look into, is once someone finds their niche or like that one insight in life that they become famous for, then they start to build their entire worldview around that. And it just, if you look at it like in a detached way, it looks comical and grotesque and insane, right? And this is happening all over Bitcoin, but all over everything else too. And I'm just wondering sometimes how much I am falling into these things, like with the song that we played, the Why We Build the Wall. That's what I keep seeing everywhere. This core human aspect of falling in line for safety, and that's kind of my blind spot, my one thing that I build all my theories around, you know. Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on that this seems to be a recurring pattern that we have to watch out for, because we tend to oversimplify things, and it's probably when someone else is wrong in doing this, you are probably also wrong. But who cares? We are just almost shooting shit on Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, so let me break down your entire argument. The first part where you said that every influencer has this idea that they turn out to be right because they saw something and then they keep poking. That's me with Zcash. So
Yeah,
I sort of relate to it. When you discover something that most people are not aware of, and then the market proves that you're right, it's a very toxic but sweet drug. About Saifedean, before I break down your argument, which once again, this guy is gonna argue that because there's 2% inflation on the dollar, the art became worse. And the buildings and the constructions are worse, and the food is worse. Like he has like a whole chain of consequences that stem from this. But I was attending the same conference as him last year in Slovenia, in Maribor, and it was the 10-year anniversary of NiceHash. For some reason, the NiceHash people really like me, and they put me on the same stage as Saifedean, but one after the other. So after I did my presentation, which Saifedean did not even watch, but I don't care, Saifedean got on stage and he started talking about his latest book, which is going to be called The Gold Standard, because he wants to have, it's beautiful to have a trilogy.
the fiction book.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly. So he has the Bitcoin standard, he has the fiat standard, and the third part of his trilogy is going to be the gold standard. And then he started talking about this fiction story where a pilot sort of lands with a bunch of gold. And I don't remember exactly what happens, but his hypothesis basically is that he's going to present this world where the gold standard never disappeared and the prices keep dropping every year because everything is relying on gold. And he then explains how the average house is going to cost the same or even cheaper. And what I did at the end of this presentation was to raise my hand and say, excuse me, so you're assuming that under the gold standard, where everyone is incentivized to hold their gold and not invest it, as we have in the fiat standard, where you know that your money is getting eaten by inflation, so you're putting it somewhere to earn some returns, and you're assuming that you're going to have the same research and development into housing to have houses being built with the same materials that we have today, but under a gold standard where nobody has any reason to invest their money into building more efficient housing.
I bet he hated that.
Oh, he babbled some theory, where he told me that, yeah, this is possible because people still invest under the gold standard and blah, blah, blah. He blocked me like 10 minutes after he got off stage. I mean, on Twitter. He blocked me on Twitter. I'm not interested in engaging with him in person to ask him anything. I'm not going to go and ask him to sign my copy of the Bitcoin Standard or whatever. I just wanted him to answer this question in the middle of this situation where people
You
are
actually
listening.
wanted to know the answer, basically, but you put him in the very uncomfortable spot that he probably is going to be remembering very sourly.
No, but he has a nice narrative around this. But at the same time, when I saw him on stage saying that he's writing a new book and it's a work of fiction, I suddenly understood, you know? What if everything is a work of fiction and he just acknowledges finally, like he's revealing, okay, it's a work of fiction. You should not
That's
take
what
this
I wanted to
seriously.
say, that finally he's openly admitting that it's a work of fiction. That's nice. I mean, I think he has a key insight, but it's also very laudable. I mean, for us, like East Europeans, 2% inflation is a fucking sweet dream. Like, I think most of us, if we are old enough in this region, went through like 40-50% inflation a year a few times, sometimes even lasting for years. And Americans
It
crying
was like
about that
250
2%.
something when I was 2 years old in 94 in my
Jesus
country.
Christ, yeah. So Americans crying about their 2% on average inflation is just fucking retarded to us. I just wanted to touch on this before we close up, because this is one thing that, and again, they are just flat
Check
out
your
ignoring.
privilege, Americans.
They are just flat out ignoring the size of the redistribution, and they are somehow imagining that they got from, I don't know what was their T talks that they had that big rebellion over, like 2 or 3% or 5%, I don't know, but they are at 40% right now, I think, tax burden wise, and all those state taxes and everything just keep piling on them, property taxes, whatever, and they are imagining that if you can go from like 20 to 40 in a few decades, then they can't add another 2% on taxes. Like the government becomes dysfunctional and somehow eats itself if you remove the inflation in any which way, like doesn't matter. And meanwhile, in Europe, I think it's about 50 to 60% where the real tax burden is. I think on average 50 to 60%. So Americans are still better off, but not by long. They are catching up quickly. We are already half communistic in Europe, and it doesn't seem to be breaking down. The whole system doesn't seem to be. I don't think 2% inflation is very meaningful to circle jerk so much about that they are doing on their podcasts and in their books and whatever. And this entire thing that they build their whole worldview about how just getting rid of the 2% debasement is going to save everything and make the culture great and the art great and the food great and everything else is just fucking laughable. Like if you zoom out, if you just look at it from a bit of a distance, this is so comical. But that doesn't mean that there is no key insight in there, that they don't feel something, they don't have some actual understanding of a problem. It doesn't mean that. It just means that they went full retard with it. So I guess if I can give anyone any advice, is when you have a great insight, a new idea, just don't go full retard with it.
Yeah, but in the case of Saifedean, like that ship has sailed a long time ago. I remember when the fiat standard came out and everyone was using fiat as an adjective for everything they don't like.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's fiat politics. Oh, it's fiat architecture. Oh, it's fiat art. Oh, it's fiat food. Like, what does that even mean, man? And they don't know. They will say, oh, it's a consequence of the debasement of the currencies and the fact that they're not backed by gold anymore. You could make the same arguments before 1971. You could make the same arguments in France during La Belle Époque. And to be honest, like I'm gonna be the fiat advocate right here and right now. If you look at what the world looked like in the gold standard, and the huge, like, of course people glorify like the noblemen and the noble families, like the kind of
Mhm.
families you read about in novels like War and Peace and whatever. You're gonna see that they were better off, but the average person was a lot worse off. Like a distribution of wealth was much worse around the time. And
Have you
people,
seen how the Orient Express looked like and how a train in Romania looks like now?
oh
Have
yeah,
you seen that?
of course. So this is supposed to sell me on the gold standard, right?
Yeah, right. So
Because
that was
Orient
before
Express,
fiat money. Yeah.
it's all the fiat system. The roads are bad because of the fiat system, not.
I mean, it looked fucking good, but I don't think anyone that is traveling on train today would have afforded to even look at it, not to board it. But that's
I mean,
beside the point.
I guess if I lived at the time, I could go and wave from the
Yeah,
station
maybe,
and say that I
maybe. Yeah.
experienced the Orient Express.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's local and cringe and really wrong. And I think John Nash, who is by the way another person accused of being Satoshi, I think, said that if you had fixed inflation, it doesn't matter which rate. It can be 0, it can be 1%, it can be 2% if it's fixed. It can function as ideal money. It doesn't matter. If you know for sure what is going to be the debasement, every future contract can have it built in, every interest payment, every expectation can have this built in, and basically people will be able to function exactly the same. Doesn't matter what the percent is. I mean, let's ignore the extremes, but like 0%, 1%, 2%, it's all the same. That's what he concluded in his ideal money thesis. I hope I'm not butchering it too badly, but but basically, if the Americans had like 1 or 2% inflation flat, that would be John Nash's ideal money, basically. And my theory is that Seyfedin is a fucking retard, by the way. And the real problem is not the degree of inflation or that it exists, more like people who control the liquidity in the market can rock the boat. And it doesn't matter if you have 1%, 2%, or 0% inflation. Those that can control the liquidity and thus control asset prices going up and down can always front run everyone else because they are posing it and not reacting to it. They always know when to sell their assets. They always know when to buy their assets. They can operate a money pump that just sucks money out of the general population into their pocket. It doesn't matter if you have a central bank or free banking. It doesn't fucking matter. People like Jamie Dimon, like JP Morgan, let's say, let's forget about today, but people like JP Morgan were the people who would just decide these things. They could just sit down at a table and just decide things and just agree with each other and just control liquidity. It doesn't take a central bank. It doesn't take any government involvement. The business cycle, the credit cycle, the liquidity cycle is a money pump where there is an information asymmetry, and people who are on the top of it, the people who rock the boat, are going to be able to suck all the money out. And this is why money has this gravity-like property. Like money begets money. When a pile of money is big enough, it's going to grow faster than any small change scattered around the landscape, Exactly because of this, because these people have access to better information, better connections, better credit, better interest. They are just going to be better at everything in multiplying their wealth. They are going to be a step or 10 steps ahead of you. Doesn't matter what the inflation rate is. That is my kind of take on all this. And this thing about focusing on central banks is just fucking stupid. And everyone who subscribes to that is a fucking retard.
I like that you draw conclusions this radical. You just got a message from Almost Dust, and he says, here to support the good work of Moonsettler, winner of BCH Blaze. And he put like this salute emoji.
Thank you.
And this guy
That was a lot of fun. I was kind of goaded into it or coerced into it or nagged into it. I don't know how you say, but I don't regret it. I had fun, and maybe next year I'm going to be participating again. I don't know, but it was a positive experience, and as much abuse and name calling and just bad faith engagement I have heard on caches in the past. Today they have shown really nothing but encouragement and kindness to me on average. Some are frustrated, like obviously you can feel their frustration. How can you just not see what we have been telling you all along? How can you not see the way things we see them? How can you still be blind? You know, there is this undertone of frustration in some people, but in general they are trying to be trying to engage positively, and I think all those narratives that were maybe somewhat not baseless in 2017 about the big businesses getting together behind closed doors and having agreements and all that. I don't think there is any big business left in Bitcoin Cash, to be honest. I see them now very grassroots, to be honest, and I really like that culture now. I like where they are going technologically.
No, but
I
the
like
big
the way.
businesses were very quick to drop them when they
Yeah,
realized
yeah.
that they're not the real Bitcoin. They're like, okay, goodbye.
That's how it goes. But you still see these narratives, right? So if you were to try to have a conversation of any of these conference going Moxie people about it, then these would be the template responses you would be getting. Like, this is just a fucking scam of Roger Ver and all the, I don't know, big money trying to corrupt Bitcoin, whatever. You know them all. I'm pretty sure I have done my fair share of perpetuating this bullshit. But now when I look at them, I don't see it. I think things really changed, and I'm rooting for them. I hope they can come closer to Bitcoin. That is what I hope. They can come closer and they can show that there is another way to do things. Maybe put some pressure on reevaluating stuff. I don't know. But one thing is for sure, there is a lot of complete bullshit above them that I don't really value for anything. So personally, I'm rooting for them to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's a nice outcome, and I think it will only happen if the price or their price goes up, or if the miners start switching. And
I mean,
I
if
don't
their
think
price
these are.
goes up, I think they are going to gain hash rate proportionally. I don't think, I don't think there is a super big maximalism among the miners. Like, the majority of the hash rate, I think, is very mercenary. They are, if they make more money mining Bitcoin Cash, they are going to switch proportional hash rate to Bitcoin Cash until that arbitrage is gone. That's what I think about this.
Yeah, I wish them good luck because I do want to see the same opcodes being activated on Bitcoin. Maybe
Yeah.
with the great script restoration, maybe separately,
Mm.
one by one, but I do want to see this. It's part of how we should move forward and progress.
Yeah, I'm okay with core developers, like, not just implementing the exact same thing, but having their unique twists on them and showing how to do it better. That's perfectly acceptable. I don't want to discourage that behavior. If you are doing GSR a bit differently than how Cash VM is doing things, then that's perfectly fine in my book. Go ahead, knock yourself out. I want the capability, really. I want the same capability. I want a powerful script that is capable of great things. In the meantime, while we are working that out, we should just activate LNHANCE. People could just run the activation client. I'm not sure how to talk to miners. I have no idea how to reach miners, but miners should check LNHANCE out. They can ask questions if they are interested. We have like a big group of people who could run support on this. And if you have questions, reach out, please. we can do binary releases, but I literally don't see any reason for a miner to run a binary release instead of building it for themselves. If you are operating a mining pool and you can't build Bitcoin D, then what the fuck are you even doing? So I don't think that the reason of not having binary releases out should stop miners. But if you need help building Bitcoin, of course, we can help with the two. Probably we are going to do binary releases eventually. Let's start moving forward. I think we have digged around enough. We have sat in our hands enough. Maybe great script restoration is going to take a bit more time. It's going to take a bit more work. LNHANCE is ready to go right now. It has been ready for a year. It's not been changing. The last change was really adding per commit, and I have explained at length why with added per commit. Please, if you are new, then you can listen back. Near the beginning, I explained why I think LNHANCE is better than or more preferable perhaps than the other proposals for immediate activation. And we should really do something. Like, if everyone is saying we don't have consensus because we don't have consensus, that's very self-referential. People should start saying, I support this because I agree with this change. This is a desirable change, or I have this and this problem with it, but I could live with it, whatever. You should stop looking around and stop being afraid of being the first that steps out of line and raises their hand. Like, just fucking tell me what you think of the proposal and stop worrying about other people's opinion, because otherwise we are never going to reach consensus on anything whatsoever. Like, if everyone bases their consensus opinion on other people's consensus opinion or perception, then we are not going to activate shit ever.
Yeah. I don't know what's the good answer for this, but I'm happy that we get to talk and we get to do these podcasts to hopefully change the culture. Because if we keep on bike shedding, we're going to run out of bikes to shed. And if we just label everything as shitcoin technology just because Bitcoin Cash did it first, or just because we are taking stuff from other chains that experimented with features, we're also not going anywhere. You should not expect everything to be written by Greg Maxwell and Peter Willey and handed to you on a silver platter and be entirely unique from any other chain in existence. If anything, you should be more suspicious of something that gets handed to you on a silver platter as compared to something that's been tested on other chains that you can attack. Like, one of the arguments that I have for all of these opcodes that Bitcoin Cash has and Bitcoin doesn't, when someone says, well, there's a larger attack surface, I'm like, okay, attack it. You're going to make a lot of money. If you're able to pull that off and what you think that can happen is actually possible, there's a lot of money for you to be made. It's a live network with actual incentives. And part of the incentives is that if you break the system, you can make a lot of money. Go ahead, do it. And then they'll say, oh, I'm not going to touch their shitcoin tech. On the other hand, I did speak with some of these ZK rollup builders, and I've asked them directly, like, don't you think that if you launched your product on Bitcoin Cash as opposed to waiting for Bitcoin to activate this opcode, you would be better off and have better performance and actually show to the world how it's done? And they said yes, but at the same time, they don't want to be perceived as shitcoiners by the Bitcoin community. And
I'm so over that. I don't give a flying fuck anymore. But I was dismissive of this for a good while because I still had hope. Like, Bitcoin was the only thing that truly mattered to me. I was only interested in improving Bitcoin and having the stuff done on Bitcoin for various reasons. You can always make excuses why you're not looking at other stuff, but it seemed like the most important battle that we have left, maybe in this decade is to just make sure that Bitcoin becomes a powerful, capable system that perpetuates freedom, right? And now I think if I can do stuff on Bitcoin Cash that I will never be able to do on Bitcoin, and it adds to us to freedom in this world, then I don't give a fuck. I don't care what Moxis think. I might just do it. I'm thinking about implementing Lightning symmetry. At first, I thought about implementing Lightning symmetry on Bitcoin Cash as a troll. To be honest, I wanted to kind of troll people because it's funny that you can do it on Bitcoin and you can do it on Bitcoin Cash. But now I'm more thinking about like, this is not so much a troll, but I want to perpetuate freedom tech, and these are more compatible systems. And I don't find it impossible that we arrive to a future that you have been talking about, where it's a multi-chain future by necessity. And let's say Jack Dorsey made it possible to pay at 4 million merchants in the US, supposedly. I don't know, that's the figure I heard that through Square made it possible for 4 million merchants to accept Lightning payments and for people to pay at these merchants without much hassle, supposedly, right? And why not make it possible to pay a Lightning invoice with a Bitcoin Cash wallet? Like, we can just do it. And in fact, I mean, it could even be a business. I'm much more into writing open protocols, but it can even be a business to be the provider, the bridges between Lightning networks. So yeah, I'm not looking at it as trolling anymore. I'm seriously considering stuff like that, because I'm so disappointed in Bitcoin culture and the way development is handled. Yeah.
At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if you are an Austrian economist or you're a cypherpunk. And there's a clear distinction in terms of morality and also the means that you use to get there. As an Austrian economist, you're more likely to just think about the limited supply, even though there is no Austrian economist that I'm aware of that talks about
Right.
finite or finite supply, something that
No,
is only
no.
this and
They
cannot
like
possibly
credit.
have any.
They like credit money. Austrian economists tend to favor elastic supply and credit money and free banking probably. I mean, you can make an argument that all of the big Austrian economists are actually Jewish. So it's maybe we should call it Jewish economics, but that would be like a too
Really?
hard.
Because when you think about it, like Hayek
Rothbard
or
Mises, yeah.
Mises was Jewish? I didn't know.
Yeah. All the big names, all the saints of Austrian economics, I think, were Jewish. Last time I checked, I could be wrong. Don't hold it against me, but that's the impression I got, that it's basically Jewish people, and you could summarize their school with the notion that the state should stay the fuck out of their business, right? So the state should stay the fuck out of the business of the bankers and just leave them alone.
Okay,
And
Karl
if you put it that
Menger
way,
is not Jewish.
okay, good. And Vasco Austrian?
Just a second. So von Mises is Jewish.
Yeah.
Which one did you say?
Menger was he Austrian?
Menger was Austrian economist, but he was born in Galicia, which was part of the Austrian Empire, but
Okay,
now is part of Poland.
I see. So it's sketchy to me to call it Austrian school. But anyhow, this is just me trolling the Austrian fans. Don't take it too seriously.
Let's see. Eugene
The point.
von Bohm Bavork. Let's see if this one is Jewish. I'm just looking at Wikipedia. No, he's not.
Yeah. Oh.
Friedrich von
okay.
Wieser. No, he's not.
Damn
Edmund
it. I never heard of these guys,
Husserl.
by the way. So forgive me for jumping to a conclusion because I never.
This one is Edmund Husserl, Jewish.
Mm.
Frank
a
Fetter.
lot of it seems to be revolving around the theme that the state should stay the fuck out of the business of the banks, if you want to summarize it. And they will figure out how to do it. They will figure out the proper interest rates. They will figure out how to reserve their shit. Regulators should stay the fuck away. And if you put it that way, if you explain this whole thing that way, then I think it's a lot more trollish, of course, but also a lot less Austrian as a notion, I think. Um, anyhow, I'm not a big fan of the other economic schools either, so it's not like I especially hate Austrians or anything.
I've
I don't
interviewed
think.
Richard Werner twice on this show, and every time I was fascinated that on one hand he's sort of Austrian but also Keynesian, and he has this philosophy of following data. He's like, you don't know what you should do until you have actual data, because old schools of economics rely on ideologies
Yeah.
and assume what people think.
Yeah. Austrians, especially, I think, like to
Austrians hate
go
data. They're like, oh, we should not be looking at data.
a priori, like they are trying to be axiomatic and stuff like that. And that's the impression I got. And thought they have all the answers derived from axioms with logic, and they don't really care to be falsified by the market actually necessarily. But maybe that's a misrepresentation of the Austrian school. I apologize if so. That's just an impression I got, that it was a bit too arrogant and
Well, to be honest, the difference between you and the average Bitcoiner who's an Austrian economist is that you actually read the books.
and I can't say I'm very well versed in actual economics, but I did some research into how banking history actually let's say played out over the ages, like that full reserve banking is a fucking myth and it never really existed and stuff like that. This is something that people that we are talking about, like these Austrian economic nuts, are just going to dismiss as nonsense, because that's not what they heard, that's not what was told to them, and they firmly believe that this is possible, and the only problem is fiat and the central banks and the 2% inflation, and if we get rid of that, then everything will be good and perfect. And I think that's just not humans are. I think that doesn't stand up to the stuff that I learned about how humans behave and how humans solve problems through centralization and trust each and every time, and how that devolves into these fractional reserve schemes each and every time. So to me, it's utterly unconvincing. I think it's a fairy tale and unicorn farts.
Something that I want to point out from our like 6-7 steps back when we were talking about covenants and the opinions of developers on it, it's the fact that nobody with a core affiliation, as in working on Bitcoin Core, expressed any opinion on it. And maybe that it's their policy that they try to stay away. But if I recall correctly, in the case of Taproot and in the case of Segwit, when they did something similar, it was a lot more prominent in terms of core participation. This time around, it seems like they're trying to stay away almost. I'm not sure if it means that they're neutral or it means that they're not interested. Maybe that someone should break the ice.
Instagibbs seems to be pretty embedded in the core developer group, and he actually necked per commit.
No, but none of the maintainers. I mean, you don't see
Yeah. Maintenance, no.
Gloria
Yeah.
Zhao or Eva Chow or.
So I think the maintenance had a meeting, among themselves and decided that they will fucking ignore this little rebellion of us. That's how they are going to approach it, because their engagement was just cut at a certain point, and after that it was pretty much zero. And I think they just had an agreement that that is how they are going to handle it, ignore the shit out of it. And I can kind of also understand how they would ignore anything that floppy does, specifically. I used to have a lot of sympathy for floppy and kind of light his spirit, but when he's drunk, he can be really abrasive and abusive even. So and he posts a lot of weird bullshit when he's drunk, and then he deletes them. But it kind of sticks with people. So you can't just expect that people will forgive and forget everything that you post about them when you have had a few beers more, like than usual.
I hope it's beer and nothing else.
Yeah.
I mean, for his own health.
He has this problem, and it alienates people and it makes people stop engaging. That's all I can say about it.
But
And
it was also interesting that he got doxxed by someone who, if anything, should be a privacy advocate.
yeah, Kali, I think was. I mean, I don't think he thought he was doxing him. I think he was just reminding him that he's not as unknown. Maybe, I don't
That
know.
he's not what?
He's not as unknown as he's letting it on.
Oh, I
Maybe.
understand.
His OPSEC is shit, and he's not really unknown. He's just LARPing as unknown. Maybe like that. Maybe was something like that. If I wanted to put a positive spin on it, that could have been it.
I mean,
I
that
definitely
sounds
don't-
like doxing with extra steps, and be like,
yeah.
oh, I followed you home and I saw where you live, and you're not
I
that
mean,
private.
Kale posted about personal events in his life that puts him into small enough groups that if someone is very motivated, given his proportions, maybe he could find his person out and tweet it out. So I'm not sure that's a very good idea.
Oh,
For
come on,
him
Kali
to.
is not very cautious about his privacy. If you go to conferences, he takes his mask off and engages with
I did
people.
not know that. I never saw him
I
actually
had
without a
breakfast with
mask.
him in Riga.
I
And
see.
he's actually
Okay,
a nice guy. We talked about girls.
I see. I did not know that he's taking his mask off. I kind of thought he's proc suiting the entire
No,
thing.
that's just for the camera. I think in his
Mm.
case it paid off, because maybe he's not the most handsome or the most interesting person when he shows his face, but because of that orange mask that he puts on,
Mm.
which is like a
Yeah,
sock,
he's
I don't
super
even know how he breathes
recognizable.
through that one, but he stands out. He gets more
Yeah,
attention, and I guess that's
yeah,
how he cut through like the crowd of people getting on conference stages.
yeah.
He's the one that looks like that, and people remembered him and took him more seriously. And then he got to Jack Dorsey, and Jack Dorsey fell in love with his Cashu
Mm.
idea and decided to throw money
Mm.
at him. And to be honest, I was so I don't think this is doxing. I was sitting in a bar next to Calais before he was famous, sort of.
Mm.
He was calling himself a pleb, and this was 2021, I think, or something. I'm not sure, or 2022. But he was babbling, so we were drinking, and he was saying something about putting Chaumian and eCash on Lightning.
Mm.
And then 2 or 3 days later, after he got home, he published the first version of Cashu.
Mhm. I mean, he actually fucking did it. I mean, that's crazy and very cool. You, you yeah,
I don't
I,
remember
I
too much of that interaction because I was
I
drinking
find
and
it
he was
very
drinking.
inspirational. Like he is a fucking machine. He just is another example of someone just executing the change they want to see in the world, and and respect for that. I just wanted to say that, especially if he is showing his face, then he seemingly would not appreciate the same thing happened to him, like someone tweeting out his ERL identity just because they happen to learn it, would probably something that he does not appreciate, even if he is not super careful about his face off stage.
Yeah, I've interviewed him a couple of times, and every time he said, "Okay, don't record, don't take any pictures," and I respected that. And yeah, it's really not nice when people want to have a degree of privacy. Like, okay, you're mad at someone on the internet, you want to dunk on them, find something else.
Yeah.
There's no need to reveal their full identity. But the floppy guy, like now it makes more sense if you tell me that he tweets when he's drunk, because a
Oh
few
yeah,
times he
I can immediately tell how many beers he had from his tweets now.
sometimes he fantasizes about, for example, he posted about Crew, the guy who's running the biggest Wasabi CoinJoin coordinator, and posted that he went to jail, and I immediately became alarmed, and I reached out to the guy and went like, "Hey, is it true? Are you in jail or something?" And he said, "What the fuck? I'm at home, nothing happened."
Oh, at least he did not post that he wants to fuck him.
Oh, he
He
did that to
sometimes
someone?
posts like things like that too. I mean, usually I mostly saw he wants to fuck the state, the CIA, and stuff like that. I don't think I saw it for a person, but he's capable of posting some very weird shit when he's drunk. And I think when he's sober, he is a much more agreeable person and worth engaging with. But a lot of people don't have patience for this shit. Like Kalle explicitly told me that he does not have any tolerance for this shit, and that can be simply for a case like if you had such a person in your life, in your personal life, and I can totally understand. Like if you had to deal with an abusive drunk in your life, then you will have zero tolerance for something like this. So I'm not judging everyone. I'm trying to be on good terms with everyone. I'm just saying that I can kind of understand if someone doesn't want to engage with floppy. That's all I'm saying. If someone decided that that's not something they will do to themselves, I understand. I'm not going to be an asshole to him. I hope he is not taking this as being an asshole to him. I'm trying to be as friendly to him as I can manage.
I mean, he's a builder. He's someone who actually, just like you said, is trying to bring the change
Yeah.
that he wants to see in the world. And he built something useful, like a plugin for Electrum that's called Joinster. Like, I respect that. I like his focus. I like his drive. I don't agree with the way that he presents his message, but that
Yeah.
he was complaining at one point, and I can compare him, and maybe it's not fair, but Luke Dash Jr. was doing the same a few years back. When I started my podcast, I remember I actually wanted to raise money and donate it to him. I'm happy that I never raised any money, so I had nothing to donate to him. But he keeps complaining that there's not much money for his work, but at the same time is not likable. You know what I mean? Like Luke Dash Jr.,
Yeah.
at least he had a story about his many kids and whatever, and people were sending him Bitcoin. In the case of Floppy, like
A lot of
he does
people
have
had-
a lot of good work, but he sort of makes you not like him at times.
Yeah. So a lot of people ended up being really surprised when Luke got his coins stolen and they learned that he had like 1,000 Bitcoins originally and he still had like 300 Bitcoins left when they donated to him. I know a lot of people took that as a slap to the face.
Wait, he had 1,000?
I think originally he had, but like long time ago. I'm not saying he had 1,000.
That's really messed up, because I knew that he lost 200, which is a lot, admittedly.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and then a lot of people who were much poorer than him donated to him when he asked for donations. So those people were pretty upset. I remember that.
But
Yeah.
he's doing pretty well. Now he makes a lot of money just traveling the world and telling people to use ocean mining, which I'm not even sure once they run out of VC funding how profitable they're going to be. I have no idea. I don't know how their business works, but they tell miners that they're making more money with ocean, which makes no sense because they're rejecting transactions that pay fees.
It can happen because all the big pools are skimming basically, so they are not actually distributing, as far as I can tell, the proportional revenue to miners, and the miners don't give a flying fuck because they are more interested in having like even payouts and predictable payouts, because they are running a business where you are taking out loans and you have to pay those loans, and you are calculating everything, and you have futures on the electricity, and it's all like a fucking mess of a spreadsheet calculation probably for them to eke out a profit margin that they are comfortable with. And so I don't actually mind all that much what Ocean is doing, to be honest. Their mission that they are bringing some diversification to this landscape. I'm not one of those people who are deranged about Ocean. I find some of their claims like, what the fuck, seriously? But I don't engage with that. I don't care. I don't mind. They are not at a size where they are a threat to the Bitcoin network. If they take like a single terahash away from Antpool, then they are good in my book. Like Antpool has too much hash in their sphere of influence. We should be happy for anyone that does something to change that. Maybe I'm not sure how much of a sane goal that they have, that miners build their own templates individually, how much of a difference that actually makes. I really don't have an opinion on that and don't really care all that much. I think the situation with mining is pretty fucked up. They are right about that. I don't like what I'm seeing there. And how miners behave, how the relationship with the financial relationship with these pools, like the way they are being custodied by these giants, you know, and they are being keyseed and lying in bed with regulators, and I just don't like any of that. I can't see that as being possibly healthy for Bitcoin. On the other hand, I think Paul argued that it doesn't matter how many mining pools you have. Literally, it doesn't matter. That's not how you measure miner centralization.
Well, his argument is that you could have only one mining pool.
Or two, yeah.
It's all about how it's being managed. And also, if you have at least one miner in a free country, then Bitcoin can stay relatively censorship resistant.
I think Paul assumed that miners will simply go to the pool that treats them best with the payouts for their hash. That was his theory, and I think that's objectively, if you look at the state of things, it's just not true. Like, if you look at how this landscape looks like, it looks like the miners are getting stolen from by the pools left and right. They are getting shortened by them, or I don't know how to say that. They are not getting their fair share of the rewards. That seems pretty obvious, and that is what the Ocean guys are saying, and that is why you make better money with them if you accept the variance. I don't see any reason for miners to not accept some variance. Like, I don't understand this massive aversion to some variance is coming from, especially for the larger miners. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's not as bad. Like, if you are home mining an individual miner, yeah, that fucking sucks. You are running your equipment, it's running hot, it can get broken, you are consuming electricity, and for a very, very long time you might not even see anything, any reward. And at that point, if you are trying to have a more even payout, to have a better psychological experience with mining, that's a thing. But for any miner that would find the block on average every week or something, I don't see the big fuss about better variance. But yeah, that's just my opinion, that they seem to be overvaluing no variance, over putting an over premium on no variance, and they are paying a price in terms of just getting shafted with all of these extra minor extra table value schemes that miners can play with the um, out-of-bound submissions and out-of-bound fee bumps and the fees paid, and these pools are basically splitting off the ordinal relevant rare sats, and they are selling them separately. The miners don't seem to be seeing anything from that. So there are indications that this is not actually a healthy relationship, and what Paul theorized about the miners simply seeking out their profit maximizing best place, just I see zero evidence of that when I look at the mining landscape actually. So
Yeah, I get that. I looked at the chat and there is someone who said, and I don't want to misquote, his name is Secret SQR, and he said Moonsettler is garbage.
oh, I see.
I don't know what this even means, garbage, but maybe he doesn't like your opinions. There were a
That's
bunch of guys
possible.
who said Doom in the chat, and I want to thank them. And there's also Krev who is commenting about Lightning Network being garbage. And he's basically doing a one-man rant in the chat right now. I just want to tell you, Moonsettler, that you are 28 minutes away from breaking the record for this show. And I want to ask you if you want a toilet break or something to drink water.
Yeah.
If you want to break
I
the
should
record.
probably I should probably get something to drink. What I wanted to say, by the way, about Paul, because we have not talked about.
You mean Paul Storts?
Yeah, Paul thoughts a
So
lot.
in private, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to reveal this, but he sent me a message almost 2 hours ago, and he said Moonsettler is a top tier guest. So I guess he's listening.
Thank you, Paul. So I wanted to say that he is a very smart guy. I really like reading from him because he is absolutely breaking the template for the Bitcoin discussion. He is way out of the Overton window for Bitcoin culture. And I don't agree with him on everything, but it's always refreshing to read his takes. And I don't agree with him on his extreme bearish takes on the Lightning Network, but I still like to read about that a lot more than on other fucking, like the same usual Bitcoin shilling garbage that you are being spammed with on Bitcoin Twitter and especially on Nostr. Like that thing has zero informational content. At least Paul is thinking for himself, and I like reading his takes even when I don't agree with them. That's what I wanted to say about him.
I think when I did my first podcast interview, and that was 7 years ago on this show, it was Donald McIntyre. God rest his soul. I understand that he passed. And he told me that one of the top tier guests that I can have, at the time I was hoping I was going to get Nick Szabo sometime. At this point, I'm not so hopeful. And he told me that Paul Storts at TruthCoin is someone who's really worth engaging with. And they did have some disagreements. Like, I'm not sure if Donald McIntyre, the guy who was on season 1, episode 1, was in agreement with Drivechains, but there was still some mutual respect. And that sort of started my journey because I had Paul on my show for the first time in 2020, so 5 years ago. And I was really impressed when I realized that he's so well read. He knows so much about philosophy and economics. Like, I understand that he's some sort of child prodigy who went to university. Like, he went to do 2 degrees at the same time.
Wow.
And when Roger Ver discovered him and basically took him out of university, he was at Stanford studying statistics or something. And he was a PhD. So he is way smarter than the average Bitcoiner who fell for the Saifedean psyop and is only eating steak and thinking that everything is fiat. And
Not that I have anything against steak. Like I love steak as much as any one of them.
oh, it's great, but I also like a side
Yeah.
on that steak with potatoes
Yeah.
or salad. Like I don't see anything wrong with salad.
Sure, right.
I like
A
a
good
balanced
salad.
diet.
I mean the garbage salad that you get, like in your average student restaurant or whatever. That's horrible. But good salad is very good.
I'm not gonna knock on student cantinas or whatever because I will
Yeah.
most likely end up there during the bear market, and I still look like a student, so nobody's gonna ask me for a student card when I go there. But what else did I want to say? After I met Paul, I knew I want to be friends with this guy. Like I wanted to hang out with him. I wanted to learn from him. I've always been a fan of looking up to people who can teach me something. And after I met Paul, I was like, this guy, he's in his own way, and I know this word is overused, but he's autistic in the sense that he doesn't care about other people's perception of him. And he's willing to say anything in any context. But I respect his work, and I'm happy that he got funded to build his
I'm
dream
happy
with Layer
that
2 Labs.
I'm happy that he's hanging out and not given up on his vision, even though he has been frustrated like for about a decade now, over a decade now, I guess. So he has front run this whole thing in his own head. He has all the answers, and he just perseveres. Like he doesn't go away. He's not just going to be brushed off the shoulder, you know.
I guess he's in a position where he can just retire, and be like,
He
okay,
could.
I've made my
could leave.
fortune. Goodbye. Have fun with your little Bitcoin experiment. I'm done.
Yeah.
He could do
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
but he's not. He's still here. He's reminding us when we're wrong, and he's
Yeah.
building his drive chains, which I think are gonna play a more massive role once miners are starving and they're gonna be needing to collect more transaction fees. And in the absence of on-chain transactions, they will look into something that can bring more users, and I think that's gonna be it. It's
In a way,
unpopular
he
right now.
started my podcasting career. I think I mentioned it before that I wanted to talk about drive chains. I was so fucking upset about the whole idea. Little did I know that we are not going to implement anything that I considered at the time better. We are not going to have better trust assumptions for people. We are not going to scale Bitcoin in any other way. I did not know that at the time, so I just wanted to voice my objections to this idea that we are just doing drive chains and that's it. That's how my podcasting career started. So it's all Paul's fault, really.
By podcasting, you mean that you were in one of the Twitter spaces by
Yeah.
Layer 2 Labs? So that's
Yeah.
not really a podcast. It's more like...
I know. No, I mean, I was talking with this guy, Stuart McKenzie. I think that was his name. And I wanted to have like a debate about why we should not accept this custodial relationship with miners where miners can steal. Of course, I know Paul has an entire different view on this whole thing, but I was that convinced at the time that we are going to have something so much better. If we are going towards this sidechain big pool idea, then we are going to have something more akin to the original sidechain vision from Blockstream, where it's somehow like merge mined and proof of work related, but also like with fraud proofs and not able to steal with just hash rate, and or maybe we are going to have ZKP, ZK rollups, ZK side chains, whatever. I was that convinced at the time that there is no way that we are going to just settle for this. And now it's beginning to look like where you would be glad if we at least attempted, like we at least had some experience with drive chains. We would have given this idea a try and see how it goes, because we absolutely got fucking nothing going on. So yeah, the time has really changed my opinion on that a lot of times. Like I've been going back and forth, and for a while I was like, this idea will never catch on. I don't think people will find it like a good trade-off for them, but we should try it out. We should let it fail on the open market. Like we should not be paternalistic and forbid people to do their coins into a trust assumption that we may not agree with personally. You know, for a good while, that was my view on this. This is not what I want. This is not what I want for my coin. This is not something I'm comfortable with, but if anyone is comfortable with it and something good comes out of it, then let them try. And if it fails, then let it fail. That was my approach for a good while, and now I'm not even sure what to think anymore.
Yeah, I think that Drivechains, even though I've spoken with some ZK rollup people and they're like, yeah, sidechains are an old idea and ZK rollups are more modern because they use newer cryptography and also they don't ask for permission and we can just deploy them right now without anything, even though they're like the neutered version. I was part of the Citrea ceremony. I was like node number 70 something or 60 something. And I do understand that they had to start it with this trusted setup, and it's not ideal. Ideally, they should have had a Covenant soft fork that they could use to have a much better launch. My point is that I think that Drivechains are, even though they seem old at this point and there's new tech coming in, they're ahead of their time in the sense that miners are going to need a new stream of revenue. And there is no answer for it. There is no other proposal that actually solves this problem. All of them are just optimizing for scalability, for contracts, for privacy, but they don't take into consideration the fact that we're gonna get to a point where the miners are not making any money off of these layer 2s. And they will need to be making more money from fees, because if you read the white paper, that's the biggest bet that Satoshi made. That once the rewards are gonna be diminished to the point that they're negligible, they will collect fees, and that's gonna be their revenue stream.
Yeah.
That has not
Satoshi
really
said
happened.
something about that we are either going to have a lot of transactions or no transactions by the time this becomes an issue. That was his prediction. And and there was a really big schism about during 2017 how we are going to have a lot of transactions. And to me, both seems workable, really. So I don't see why we can't have larger blocks, technically, larger blocks and a lot more transactions on chain that pay little fees. And I don't see a problem with scaling vertically with layers and the layers just pushing down the settlement transaction fees and having a high fee environment for the miners. That doesn't seem unworkable perfectly. That doesn't seem like an idea that there is no way it's going to work. Like it sounds plausible. I'm not sure an equilibrium can be stable regarding the fee market. The current implementation of the fee market, I think, is prone to chaotic extremes. But I'm not sure you can't scale vertically, nevertheless. And I guess I'm just disappointed that we never carried through with that vision. Like we kind of stopped halfway. We never carried through. And and now we are in a weird place where when there is demand for block space, it's all shitcoin related, shitcoin and Bitcoin related, right? It's all tokens and NFTs and inscriptions. And when there is this huddle culture produces no demand for block space whatsoever. And the people who try to have privacy on Bitcoin and actually using it for money are greatly deterred right now. with samurai devs in jail. This seems to be something frowned upon by the current administration, so definitely not encouraged. I'm not sure how many is risking still participating in these coin-join darknet marketing things using Bitcoin. I can't imagine that there are many people. I think most people who want unregulated markets on Bitcoin are thinking about using Lightning somehow, trying to take advantage of the onion routing and eCash privacy and stuff like that. And it's kind of on-chain is just abandoned, but also jealously guarded by the Toximoxy crowd. It's a weird thing where they don't want other people to have fun with the blockchain, but they also don't want to use it really. So yeah, we are in a weird place, and I guess we should just give more things a try. I think Paul said the same thing, that we should just try every idea and see what floats, see what sticks to the wall or whatever, and just not try to decide what is the right idea for scaling Bitcoin, but they should be tested out in the market by real adoption and just let some Darwinism play out, really. And I can sympathize with that view a lot. Like from that perspective, I would not strongly oppose Drivechain, even though I don't prefer it to be the future of Bitcoin. And it's interesting that Drivechains and Drivechains and ZK rollups are like the polar opposite, if you think about it. Like rollups tend to store their data, their transactional data on chain. They are competing with native Bitcoin users for block space. The C3 rollups, I think, are doing the same. They are optimistic rollups,
Citrea,
but
Alpen, and
yeah.
I think there's also something called Spider Chains or whatever. They're doing sort of the same.
Spider chains is the thing. Like anyone actually doing that? Or just an
I
idea?
think they launched, but it was a flop as far as I know, because I haven't
Oh.
heard of anyone using Spider
Yeah.
Chains.
I think everyone is trying to move on to BitVM 3 or 4 or 6, or I don't know where they are now. But these rollups are going to store their transactional data on Bitcoin, which seems to me like the polar opposite of what Drivechains try to do and sidechains try to do, which is explicitly to move transactional data away from the Bitcoin blockchain. And so they could not be more different if they try to, in that sense. And of course, sidechains in theory are infinitely scalable, and the rollups are not infinitely scalable. Like they have some compression, they can make better use of the block space, but as Bitcoin is right now, rollups are not a particularly good fit for Bitcoin, really. We could make it so, again, if we accepted that rollups are like the best things ever that can happen to Bitcoin, then we could make Bitcoin more friendly to rollups. We could have a block space, or whatever you want to call it, a temporary block space that we are not lugging around forever. It's just a proof of publication space, which is perfectly suitable for rollup data. So we could have like, let's say a 16 gigabyte, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous, a 16 megabyte block extension on top of the 4 megabyte mux that we have now. But this 16 megabyte would just be, let's say, for the last 2016 or 4042 or whatever blocks, just the last few thousand blocks is going to require this extension block to be present. Nodes are always syncing the header chain first, so they kind of have an idea of where the tip of the header chain is, so they can come back and they can request the full blocks or just the main block and SegWit extension block for the given height, depending on the height, right? They can do that, and nodes could actually delete Like they could give it a few other blocks, but give it some leeway. But they nodes could actually delete this rollup data, because again, the rollup data is only required in a rollup to build your rollup state and be able to create a new valid withdrawal. So this is a sort of avoiding a hostage situation. You have the ZK proofs that need to be on chain, that is basically witness data, and you need the rollup data, so the whole thing is decentralized, and you can exit kinda, or any sequencer or operator can exit someone from the rollup. And this is not something that we need to lug around and store forever. So that's a very, very, very bad fit, a very bad thing that they are putting the rollup data right now into SegWit space, because SegWit space is something that full validating nodes sort of kind of have to like download, store, and serve in the peer-to-peer network. And that's not real scaling in that sense, that you don't have the true compression, not having to lug around historical data forever. Anyhow, it's a long run, but I think if we are going to do ZK rollups as Bitcoin's end game, let's say, so let's for a moment put aside doomishness and just talk about after restoring script and after these ZK rollups getting proved out, we realized that they need a lot of block space, but that block space does not need to be permanent. We are adding an extension block, a few megabytes more, that these rollups can use for proof of publication space. Maybe we can do that in the future, and then Bitcoin would be a system that can basically serve any need that any altcoin provides right now with these rollups. I think you can have something like a privacy rollup. I'm sorry. You can have a privacy rollup, you can have an EVM rollup, you can have all kinds of things. So Paul's vision of how he imagines the UX of the people who are using these specific systems could also be served that way. But it's very different from like using main chain space for these to have side chains that have their own block space. It's a very, very different idea. And it's kind of sad that as he says, the sidechain idea was abandoned, and people calling Liquid a sidechain are just basically sort of committing fraud. Like Liquid is not a sidechain by the old definition. It just does not meet the criteria to be called a sidechain. It's a fucking LARP, and a very bad one at that.
Or a bad cope. Anyway, I got
Yeah.
a message from Paul, who seems to be listening, and he told me to basically tell you that he knew back in 2017 that all development was corrupt and would be gate-kept forever. That is why we need BIP 300, something where miners and not developers can drop or add new L2s. It is the escape hatch. So BIP 300 back in 2018 was exactly evidence that CTV would never activate. Even course lack of progress is something that I front ran by many years.
Yeah. On the other hand, Paul keeps shilling his CUSF or CUSF, or I don't know how you pronounce it. This core untouched stop fork thing to me, and I just keep drawing a blank on what this is actually like good for. Why he thinks that it is superior to forking the core software and implementing consensus changes in a fork. The people for this is a superior solution, I think, actually don't matter for what he's trying to achieve. That's the weird thing about it, right? Miners are not likely to run sidecar validators, as Blumet called it. They are much more likely, if there is a choice, they are much more likely to just build a Bitcoin node and run that, I think. maybe I'm wrong about this. It would be cool if a miner could chime in, but the people who would likely use an external activator software for a soft fork are the people who are running these node in a box setups like an Umbrella or Start9 or something like that. I can imagine them just clicking, get me the CTV or a BIP300 activator, enable, disable, in a web UI. I can totally, and they are not touching their normal setup because they have maybe a lightning node going on with their core or not node that they have on the box, and for them this plug and play nature and this off store friendly nature of an external activator would be like super great. I can totally see that these people would enjoy it, but I'm not sure these people matter all that much from an economic weight perspective and from mining perspective. Like, I don't see how you are going to score a win with them, and I don't see how the same preferences apply to big business and miners. Like, I don't think they have the same level of technical incompetence and the risks around not having a full node, but having some external validator that will invalidate blocks in retrospect and having bad block templates maybe, and just invalidating your own block templates in retrospect and having that risk or whatever you can run into. I'm not sure exactly how this is deployed. I just know that there is some uncertainty about the performance and the timeliness of this thing. So all in all, there is a great possibility that no miner will run such an activator. That's what I heard from other people, and it seems plausible to me too. I'm here to prove them wrong. If Paul manages to get them to run his activator, then that's great. I will eat my words, and I will publicly apologize for being a doubter.
Yeah, but at the same time, if the miners are seeing that the fee market does not act in their best interest, they are perfectly capable of not trusting the direction in which core is heading and activating BIP 300 without any permission. And honestly, if one of the major altcoins like Litecoin activates BIP 300, I could see a much stronger case to be made for it, because right now it's running on the Bitcoin Signet. Anyone can download the software and play with some of the sidechains that are present there.
What do you mean by the Bitcoin Signet? Because the Signet should be maybe Inquisition, but I don't think BIPS 300 is running there. So it's running on their Signet, no?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me double check. If Paul is in the chat, he can also let us know which Signet this is.
Yeah, we can have any number of Signets, of course. I'm trying to set up one right now. I'm struggling with setting up a Signet myself on VPS for LNHANCE. So anyhow, my point was not that miners can't activate this soft fork or any soft fork in theory, although I'm pretty sure that someone like Luke and Mechanic would argue that that's not a soft fork but a 51% attack, and we would have to resist with a URSF. And
wait a second, all soft forks are 51% attacks if you follow the toxic crowd.
Yeah, unless the right people agree, right? So if the right people agree, then it's not a 51% attack, but it's a user-activated soft fork. But if the wrong people agree, then it's an attack. Okay. I mean, I don't want to strawman too much this idea. Luke has a very coherent logical framework. By his own logic, he's always right. I will give him that he seems to be pretty consistent over the years about how he talks about forks. I'm personally a bit skeptical about fully adopting his terminology being a good idea. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say on this. So there are things I disagree with Luke on, and he has a right to his opinion, and I have a right to my opinion, and of course everyone is wrong who disagrees with Luke. That's a given. So I'm wrong. But what Paul is saying is technically miners can just activate a soft fork. They don't actually need the user's help. That is kind of sort of true, but for a user to so under the way we assume something to be activated and something to be secure to be used, if full nodes do not run the fork software, the miners can activate it and then they can just pivot away, like just stop using it, break the rules, whatever, and nobody would be the wiser if the economic nodes do not run the soft fork. So everyone else running the soft fork gives a lot more safety to people than the miners running the soft fork, because the miners can just change their mind if they are the only ones that run the soft fork. That's not actually secure anymore. And but if you get larger changes to run the soft fork, that's a much better position to be in. That is something that creates a game theoretical situation for miners where they really want to run the soft fork and not want to risk mining coins that exchanges would reject, right? So that's a big no-no. They are primarily in the business of mining and selling coins. So, and I also don't know how to talk to exchanges. I don't know how to talk to miners. So me trying to activate a soft fork is not very well positioned. But I do know that it should not matter for miners if this is an external activator or a fork of the core software. It makes no difference in a positive manner, and it might actually make them hesitant to run external validators for various reasons. So I disagree with Paul about the importance of his CUSF idea, but if he can get it done, then great for him.
So I have two mentions to make. First of all, we broke the record for the longest episode in the history of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast, which was previously held by Shai Wyborski in season 16, episode 45, which was like 3 months ago. We broke it by 3 minutes at this point, and I did not want to interrupt you, but I was so excited when I realized, okay, we broke the record, and it was so effortless. Like, we did not try to drag the conversation longer just for the sake of breaking the record. We actually did this organically, which is beautiful.
Insane.
And we had no toilet break, because in the previous record, we actually agreed at some point that we can go to the toilet for like 3 minutes and come back. And that's actually part of the time. This is actually pristine. There was no toilet break involved. We did not spend too much time talking about previous records. We just kept going. I just told you at one point, hey, you're going to break Amir Taki's record. And if you keep going, it's going to be the longest ever. Now it became the longest ever. And I want to thank you for this incredible effort. You're the Iron Man. You're the longest lasting guest I've ever had. And you don't seem to want to give up. And the second point is that actually Paul Stortz sent a reply to what you said. He confirmed that they do have a special layer 2 labs signet with a faucet and the Explorer and all the tool set. And he also said, yes, the dictionary of Luke is not useful in the real world. Only the Luke world finds it useful.
Yeah, listen, I just realized that I have been very cruel to you. You should have been able to go to the toilet.
It's all good. I don't need to. I'm fine.
Nice. I think we can wrap up. I honestly couldn't imagine this going longer than 3 hours when we started. Like I thought we are going to run out of stuff to talk about in 3 hours. But
it started out so slow, but no, I could imagine it, because it was 1 hour 45 minutes, and we finally got to the main point, which was covenants. Because before that, we talked about eCash, and we just went on about other topics, and then we were like, wait a second, we're supposed to talk about covenants here. And then we finally got to covenants, and I guess it took like 2 more hours to go into covenants, and then we found a lot of mutual points where we agree on stuff. And I want to make this last point before we go, and maybe that we're gonna hit the 9-hour mark. That's gonna be insane. I don't know how I'm gonna beat this, so congratulations. Why do you think we failed to improve Bitcoin? Like, is there any moment where you can pinpoint and say, well, we could have done it this one time and we were not persistent enough? Or do you think this was bound to happen, where we get to this culture where, as you said, any soft fork can become or get perceived as a 51% attack, and people LARP about their children and be like, no, because I want this to be money for my kids and this is their inheritance and it's a generational asset and whatever, and don't fuck with my money. And we end up in the same crazy rabbit hole where that Bitcoin University guy is in. I'm not even sure if he's for real or he's just a government agent at this point, because he seems to be very good at diverting arguments and whatever. But let's not divert too much ourselves. So why do you think we failed, and where do you think we failed?
Okay, so this is a very, very complex question. So maybe it would be worth an entire separate podcast, but I'm trying to be short. I think one of the main reasons we failed is that people over-index the possibility of the 21 million supply breaking and having some debasing fork introduced to Bitcoin through consensus change too much, and they completely fucking ignore the possibility that we are going to be debased by reinventing banking and paper Bitcoin. Like, that is a very early phenomenon that people have convinced themselves dogmatically that debasement can only happen through a hard fork, and reject hard forks at all cost will protect them from that future. I think that is one very important reason. And I think it's completely baseless in retrospect. It makes no sense that they thought that this is how Bitcoin is going to be debased. I absolutely don't think there is any chance for us to increase the supply on the layer one. Like, that just seems outlandish and hard to imagine to me. I know it's technically possible, that it's just never going to have consensus. On the other hand, I see no reason to assume that the 21 million cap held whatsoever, and we already don't have more than 21 million quote-unquote Bitcoin out there on the market. So all in all, I think that was one major mistake. A lot of people thought, a lot of early Bitcoiners thought that Bitcoin's network effect is going to be continually fractured by forks. Like chain split forks were something that they feared a lot. I think even people like Popescu, Mirza Popescu is your countryman, I think.
And
I don't
most
know
famous
how to pronounce.
Romanian in Bitcoin, yeah. Allegedly held 1 million BTC at some point.
I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that guy. I know you are not supposed to say that you are glad someone died, but I'm glad that I don't have to deal with that guy particularly. He was an interesting character, by the way, very interesting.
I still go to his blog sometimes, trilemma.com. He wrote some interesting articles, and he had some very weird interests. Like, he even has articles about how to win at some mobile game that he found online. And it's like, oh, you invest $200, and if you don't have $200 to buy with microtransactions, then you should not be playing the game because you're poor and you should go to work and stuff like this. Anyway, he was hilarious in some ways.
Yeah, but also super annoying, and I think kind of dangerous in his own psychopathic way. But so he was, I think, among the people who thought that Bitcoin has a great potential to be fractured forever, like fork forever. Every country having forks, every city having their own Bitcoin fork, whatever. And that was something, I think, so these early fears of early Bitcoiners really put their stamp on, put the mark on how consensus changes were handled later on, and they were completely fucking baseless. Like,
Now I think we understand market realities and the way people behave with altcoins and with Bitcoin a lot better. And I think these fears were like completely fucking baseless. They were a misunderstanding or some neurotic fixations, or I don't know what to call it, but I think they happened, and people really over-indexed the no hard fork, no consensus change, no supply increase on L1 ever kind of thing. This is one of those things again. Like, let's say you would have a fork where like Bitcoin is allowed to scale on chain to serve the needs of mankind. I mean, it's a hypothetical. Let's ignore the technical constraints for a bit. We are just having a hypothetical. So Bitcoin has a 1% continual inflation, or just a fixed inflation. Let's say not even a percent, something asymptomatically trending to zero. Let's say you have X amount of Bitcoins every block forever. Like eventually that is going to be like a close to 0% inflation. But still, like it takes the fee question out of sustainability. A lot of altcoins went at this road. So you would have something like, after a few years, you would have something like a less than 1% inflation, and continually going away proportionally, and you would have large blocks, and maybe you don't have a lot of fee revenue in proportion compared to the block reward, but nobody really cares about that, because fee is really just for just some minimal anti-DOS measure. Like, you have to pay something for the block space. There is no free block space for your bullshit for absolutely free, and that's why we are paying fees. There is no fee market. There is no artificial cap that makes people miserable. Lot more people are using Bitcoin. A lot less altcoins are popular. Maybe a lot less altcoins were made if we went on that path. And so that might actually be, in retrospect, not as bad as those people thought, the early Bitcoiners thought it would be. So I think they absolutely over-indexed on the no change, no inflation. I think the current way of adoption going through banks and financial institutions is going to cause debasement that is magnitudes worse than what they would have with a continuous Coinbase emission. Like, it's not comparable. Again, Americans tend to fixate on the most meaningless things and just blow them out of proportion, and they have no sense of proportion a lot of times. Like, they don't understand that there is going to be 200 million Bitcoins sold not long from now on the markets, traded around, and that is going to affect price discovery. And nobody fucking cares about the 21 million cap on L1 because nobody is using L1. So this is one of those things where I think we made a grave mistake. Not we, I mean, the OGs made a grave mistake, and their neurotics got inherited by every cohort ever since. And people are still spouting the same bullshit arguments, and they are still insisting on that. So long that we keep the 21 million limit on L1, it's all going to be fine. Like, we are not getting debased, no matter how much money they are printing, no matter how powerful they are, we are not getting debased. I mean, to me, this is obvious bullshit. Like, this is like just a non sequitur. It doesn't actually, it's not how markets work. It's not how credit works. It's not how institutions work. It's not how banking works. This is nonsense. But again, they over-index this, and that was, I think, the root of everything. That everything went wrong from these priors. That's what I think. And I could probably talk a lot about how, and I mentioned it before, that I'm perfectly fine with layered scaling. So I'm not saying that if we had bait blocks and the continuous Coinbase emission, then I would be happy with that, and that's my preferred outcome. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they fear that way out of proportion. That's what I'm saying. They were horrified of that because, God, the 21 million Bitcoins could have been 22 million at one point. And now we are going to have 200 million Bitcoins, paper, bullshit, quote unquote Bitcoins. and you are too small to call JP Morgan out on the bullshit. I'm telling you. Like, if you think that you are going to withdraw from Coinbase, if you can, let's see if you can. We are going to have proof of keys days, and let's see if you can withdraw from Coinbase and Binance, and see if you can. But maybe you are just going to be discouraged subtly or more aggressively discouraged from withdrawing. And this is just going to be increasingly a trend that you can't actually withdraw from these walled gardens because you are going to be treated like a wannabe criminal. Like literally, you are going to be, your account will be suspended or flagged, or you are going to be required to file 20 fucking pages of your financial history, how you got your funds, your employment, whatever. Yeah, is going to be filed before they are maybe giving you control back over your account, to even not be able to withdraw, just can trade again. So that's I think the likely outcome is going to be, and it's just not going to be enough. Even if you could withdraw your 1 Bitcoin withdrawal or 0.01 Bitcoin withdrawal, doesn't matter how much you are talking about, it's just not going to be proportionally impactful on someone who is issuing 200 million paper Bitcoins. They just don't give a fuck. They have more money than the entire Bitcoin market cap. You are not going to margin call them. They are not going to short squeeze them anyhow. And this whole cope is just a bunch of bullshit to me. Like we lost the plot, and now we lost the cap, and now we are getting debased, and now we are losing freedom, and now we are getting increasingly controlled, and it's everything is, I think, a direct consequence and the logical sequence of narratives forming from that main mistake, where they thought that the two major threats to Bitcoin are the infinite forking of the network effect and the on-chain debasement. Those are the original mistakes I think that Bitcoiners made. Everything else can kind of be historically derived from that.
Oh man. I was thinking this would be like a Christmas special that people can listen to when they have some sort of hot chocolate with marshmallow on top and cream, and be like, yeah, it's such a wonderful Christmas morning. Let's listen to a Bitcoin podcast. Let's get some reassurance that we invested our money well and everything is going according to plan. And then they dive into this one and they become so depressed and be like, oh my God, maybe I should have sold at $125,000. Maybe that Bitcoin Core version 30 when it launched was the top and the Knots people were right, or maybe that the Knots people dragged us down or whatever. They'll come up with all of these depressing thoughts that basically they will question everything that they know and everything that Sailor told them, that they're gonna be stupidly rich.
It's not a bad outcome. So people should question these things. So when you are in a cult and you have some mental capacity to realize that you are in a cult, then you should continually test and question these theses and just approach with skepticism everything that doesn't really checks out or is not supported by any real world evidence of checking out. I think that's healthy. But if you want a positive finish to this, then I can say that there is only one way out of it in my mind. Like the one way that you can make sure that we are not getting debased by paper bullshit and fictional reserve banking is to actually use Bitcoin, like actually interact with Bitcoin in a way where it is expressed on chain, where its scarcity is expressed on chain, and we can actually scale that use case. We can make more use cases, and we can increase the scope and breadth of how people are actually adopting Bitcoin, real Bitcoin, not fake paper bullshit Bitcoin, but real Bitcoin. But that evidently requires more. So people right now cannot do enough with their Bitcoin for it to be worth their hassle. If that was not the case, then we would see people using Bitcoin on chain, but they cannot use Bitcoin on chain bit expressively enough for their needs. I think this is just like evident from the state of things. So we can actually give them more features, more capability in a principled, thoughtful way, where it all somehow ends up with a workable, scalable system. Something that may not be perfect. Like, you cannot let perfect be the enemy of the good, but you can improve on things gradually, like slowly, carefully, and gradually. But slowly is really like, we should actually start doing stuff instead of talking about it, because like I mentioned, regulators move faster, TradFi moves faster, financial engineers move faster. So everyone is moving faster than Bitcoin development right now. We have a lot of stuff in the pipeline that has been figured out, written, tested, and really what it needs is people start reviewing stuff and starting to drop the bullshit about looking at other people's approval before they express their approval for some change, and just be ready to be wrong. Like, not be afraid of supporting a change and it turns out that there is something wrong with it and you did not spot it. That's in the cards. That can always happen. Don't be a fucking pussy. Like, if you like something, then tell people you like it. Don't tell people that there is absolutely no problem with it if you are not capable of making that judgment. Just tell them that you like it and you think we should take a more serious look at it or consider activating it because you like it. And just stop saying we don't have consensus because we don't have consensus. That's self-referential, that has no information content. And if you do that, if you start changing your attitude, if you start doing something more proactive, if you start to look at consensus changes and Bitcoin improvements, like with new energy, then maybe we can turn this around. Maybe we can actually make sure that people are actually using the freedom tech Bitcoin and they are interacting with the underlying scarcity, and we are creating an arbitrage opportunity for free range Bitcoin, low trust free range Bitcoin, that just sucks Bitcoin out of the captured walled garden environments. I think that is a possibility. In this, I'm positive, but there is a big if. Like, can we actually change our attitude and just drop this analysis paralysis that has been culturally instilled? I don't know if by spooks or by people who just over-index the wrong things. This is up for debate. I'm all for the spook theory. I think spooks have been involved in Bitcoin since the early days, and it's very much possible that this has been instilled upon us. This cultural paralysis has been instilled upon us on purpose. I don't know. But it's up to you to change your own attitude. You have the power to change your own attitude. You have the power to approach consensus changes with an open mind. You have the power to engage with them positively and see if that changes anything.
That's more inspirational. I like it. And on the topic of spooks, I've heard someone say, I'm not sure if I should reveal the name, but anyway, he told me in person that he knows that I'm not a spook, and I guess he was drunk or something, and he said, I know you're not a spook, Vlad, because I've seen you struggle. You did not rise to the top overnight or something. You did not become successful after 6 months or whatever, and then everyone started inviting you to conferences to speak on stages. You started from nothing and you had to grind your way to the top, and you got a lot of shit from others who may not be spooks, but yeah. And your honesty also makes me certain that there's no way this guy can be a spook. Like, there's way too much relativism in your discourse to imply that you're trying to stir the conversation in either direction, and you're not even very insistent or persistent with your own soft fork proposal, which is LNHANCE. Like, you have nothing to sell to me.
I don't have a product to sell to people. But maybe that's why I'm retarded. I don't know. Like, maybe I should.
In the French sense that you're late to something?
Maybe I should actually like have a more business mindset, like for what we talked about, that when you have capital, when you have money, you can change the world. You have more agency to change the world than if you have nothing and you are just talking. Like that's for sure. I see that working out much better for other people than like this whole idea that somehow good ideas, if you are presenting them clearly, are going to, you know, gain adoption and spread. This doesn't really seems to be working, but I kind of like that approach. I'm kind of like biased towards that. Even if it's a lie, I like it. I'm not sure how to how much sense that makes, but I kind of like the idea. I like how Bitcoin consensus should work. I was in love with it, sort of, and now I don't think it's true, but I want it to be true. And who knows?
We passed the 9-hour mark. I
Wow.
have no idea how anyone is gonna beat this record. I just want to say that I'm happy that I started this interview an hour later. I told you I need to shower and eat before our interview, and that's exactly what I did. And I'm very happy that I ate, because if I did not and I would be starving here, I guess we would be done after 2 or 3 hours, and then I would say, sorry, I have to go to eat something.
Yeah,
But now
I heard my stomach growl. I hope it did not got caught by the microphone, but I did hear my stomach growl a few times.
man, I'm really sorry, but there's something about this podcast that attracts people who talk a lot. And in this case, it's not just talking a lot, it's expressing a lot of valuable ideas and a lot of realist ideas. We're not LARPers. I mean,
Yeah.
sure, you can argue that I'm trying to sell you whatever it is that I present with my sponsor ads. And that's a fair assessment. But other than that, I'm just sharing my ideas. And the reason why I get sponsors is to be able to do my work in a way that I don't compromise on anything. Like none of these.
I never got the impression that you are just having a sponsor for the money they give you. I did not get that impression, to be honest.
I mean, I do
And
my job, I promote, but at the same time, I'm not gonna shape my content around the
Yeah.
sponsors.
and you don't have the same sponsors. Like every fucking podcast in Bitcoin has kind of the same sponsors with a little bit of variation, where usually of the same type of company, one is having a relationship with one and the other with another, and it's just so predictable. Like they don't even open their mouth. I know exactly who they are going to share, what they are going to say, so I can just press skip forward, skip forward, skip forward. I know exactly how many times I have to skip, and I don't have to hear bullshit. That's how I approach usually that kind of stuff. I did not have the same brutally adverse reaction with your inserts. That's all I wanted to say on this.
I'm not sure if this sounds like discrimination or something that has the ist suffix, but I can't stand listening to American podcasts. These guys are so annoying because they talk so much about themselves and they talk to each other like they're old friends, and they act like, I don't know, like they're some sort of late night show on TV where everyone, like, they're celebrities and they're sort of friends and they know each other for many years. They're like, oh, so what are you drinking? Oh, it's like that one time when we were hanging out. And I'm like, I don't care, just give me some information, give me something that I can use. You're just making sounds and I have to skip until I get to some actual useful information. But most of the times I just rage quit. And the way that they start their shows nonchalantly, being like, oh, are we rolling? I don't know, let me check. Like, come on, dude, just be a bit professional.
Yeah, I find the odds the most annoying, but I understand what you are talking about. I guess I have a bit more tolerance for this, but I don't find much information content anymore in these things. I usually I used to listen to these for the sake of getting a pause on things. Like I didn't understand. I came to Twitter. I was very much against having any social media presence. I was against having a fixed identity, a name or whatever. Even like I did not like this. I like to be fully on. But I came to Twitter because I was searching for an answer to the question of why things are going in a totally different direction than what I expected, and I had to engage with people. Like the forums that I used before were not actually usable for meaningful engagement and having a personal conversation with anyone. And I had to find my answers. And for a good while, I thought I need to understand what these people on podcasts are talking about. You know, the podcasting clergy, what they are talking about. What we now call pleb slope, I guess. What is the pleb slope? I had to map it out, and I listened to a lot of fucking podcasts, but now I'm having a very hard time with it. Like, to be honest, it's just all the same shit. I can actually write their podcast for them. I know exactly what they are going to say about an event, the bullshit copes, everything. It's just so predictable. There is, as you said, zero information content now. There are a few exceptions. And your podcasts are actually refreshing. Like, it's totally out of that cliche, or I don't know, that format. So yeah, I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I've been doing this on purpose because I think for the first 2 or 3 years, I was trying to be part of the club or inside of that circle and try to
Yeah.
get the guests that are popular and try. I mean, I never really was popular in the circle, but I did aspire to have. I'm not even gonna mention their names, but you know who I'm talking about. Like the guys who are like the icons of Bitcoin maximalism. And I was always happy to have them on to comment on the latest events. And what I would discover sometimes is that they join a lot of podcasts and they say the same stuff, and there's not a lot of value. Like, you're not really getting anything special out of them.
Yeah.
They're saying the exact
Yeah.
same stuff on every show that they go, but to them it's important because it keeps their momentum going. They maintain their status as the most in demand. They go to conferences, they get paid most likely to speak at events. If not in money, at least they have their travel expenses covered. And they also have their own endorsement deals or their own businesses or something that they shill as personal projects. So they make money off of it.
Like they have their own Overton window. Bitcoin podcasts have their own Overton window, and you know kind of exactly what you are going to get on which one. I kind of drifted to listening to podcasts that are explicitly not talking as much about Bitcoin, but just any other thing. Like that has been more my thing lately, because you are just not getting value out of it anymore. If you had ever, I don't know. I used to enjoy listening to the more technical things, like Stefan Livera had a lot of technical guests who could explain concepts clearly. And
Oh yeah, but what I don't like about his show, and where I guess I have like a competitive advantage, is that he has this format of 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And everything has to happen within these 60 minutes. And based on my experience, most nerds, because we're all nerds, most nerds open up after the first 60 minutes. So that's when the conversation becomes actually more interesting. The first 60 minutes is sort of awkward. You just find the rhythm of the conversation. You're meeting the person for the first time in most situations. And it's hard to talk in a friendly way. So the most you can make out of it is if you just resort to sort of shilling. Like, if it's just marketing and you just say what you know you're gonna say, but without any actual input or without serious debate or challenging the ideas. Like, there's no back and forth going on. You just ask like a list of questions, and they know what they have to answer, and that's pretty much it. And that's why I don't like it. That's also why he is more popular than me, because his content is easier to digest.
It's like a roadshow a bit, no? That they have their show, and they are just going around and doing the same thing, and it's sort of well practiced after the third time.
Yeah, and to me, Stefan is also predictable. Like, I know where he comes from, and he's this character who's I know what he's gonna say before he says it. Sometimes he surprises me, like during this time when there was the Bitcoin Knots versus Core debate. He sort of surprised me in a nice way. Like, I understood that he was able to call out the bullshit, and it was very easy for content creators around this time to virtue signal for clicks
Yeah.
and basically attract this toxic crowd of people who are actually very stupid. And I can call them stupid because they don't listen to my show. So I know they will not get to this point. But it's very easy to attract them with the right kind of rhetoric. If you're posting the right kind of memes and talking in the right kind of way, they're very easy to turn them into your fans or your followers or whatever and be like, oh, I have a platform, I'm talking in your language. I'm pretty sure a lot of spooks figured this out, and they're using what they call dog whistles, like certain words to trigger the community to react in a certain aggressive way towards something that they think is dangerous.
Like these like Adam Beck seem to have been like a prime example of this, that there are words, like you said, that set the swarm off, that just signals the otak pheromones to be, engaged, and one of those things is rushed. Like that is like a big no-no. And when he said in 2022 that the proposal that has been like kind of in the works since 2016, everybody who is in development literally heard of it and know exactly what it does. It has been unchanged for I don't know how many years, and he says it's a rushed proposal. That's typically something that will elicit a very predictable response, right? Especially from something with his reach and following. And that is like just a prime example. And I was really mad at him for a very, very long time for that, because he had to know what he was doing. And there is no way that he just accidentally said that off, and then he kept engaging with the reaction and kept fanning the flames. So, but I kind of got to the conclusion that he's not necessarily doing it for the reasons that you would think is obvious, like he's a fucking CIA asset or something.
You mean Adam Beck?
Yeah. I think my current theory about him is that he actually trusts the gatekeepers. He personally knows and trusts the gatekeepers. He has, for a good while, like outsourced his thinking to them, and he is not actually looking at proposals at their own merit anymore. I don't know how many years this has been going on, but it's pretty evident to me that he's not seriously reading proposals and engaging with them intellectually. He's just outsourcing his thinking to his trusted circle, and he is most interested in keeping hype up about the price, like bullish narratives. That's one of his priorities.
Well,
and the other
something
priorities,
that you need to understand about Adam Beck is that he's a big trader.
Yeah.
I realized this when I met him in 2019, and
Probably ruined his
he
brain.
seemed to be very into. So there was this exchange that was attending the conference, and he was talking to the CEO, and he was asking some very specific questions about the way in which you trade, which usually you don't ask if you're not a trader. And that's when I realized, okay, this guy is really into trading.
Yeah, and I think that probably ruined his brain, kind of. That's possibly contributing to his state of mind. But
Also, he was wrong a lot of times, especially about Ethereum.
Yeah, so he outsourced his thinking to the gatekeepers because he trusts them personally, I think. So this is like the benevolent explanation to what he's doing. Like, if he is not a spook that is sabotaging Bitcoin for the CIA, then he is trusting this circle of friends and close acquaintances, and he is just deferring to their judgment on stuff. And if he's hearing nothing from them, then he assumes that's a bad idea.
controversial or just rushed or whatever, you know. So he actually is waiting for signal from a certain group, and if he's not receiving anything, then he goes into attack mode if anything is pushed, because he is most interested in keeping this gatekeeper status quo in place. Like, he trusts them, personally knows them, trusts them. He outsources this thinking to them, and he wants to make sure that they are in place and they keep gatekeeping bad ideas out. You know, that's the main thing, that he doesn't want any bad ideas in. He wants bad ideas kept out. He is not personally engaging with these things, and he wants to maintain bullish narratives in mainstream talking. These are kind of his priorities that I have observed pretty consistently. It doesn't matter what it's about. Adam Beck always comes out as a stalwart defender of the status quo, and he's always, when he's not doing that, he's always just price pumping, bull posting, you know. So that's kind of like, if he's not a spook, then he's primarily operating along these directives.
Yeah,
On the other hand,
we should also remember that Blockstream is not, by any metric conceivable, a profitable company.
yeah,
And there might be a possibility that actually Blockstream employees, which I'm pretty sure take a lot of money, I'm pretty sure that everyone who works at Blockstream is pretty well paid. There might be a possibility that it's actually his trading that pays the bills. I'm not sure. But it's not out of the question, because they were not able to be profitable with anything.
Yeah. I don't think they have a really profitable business so far that pays the bills for sure. I think it's possible that they had onto a lot of Bitcoin that appreciated a lot. I don't know if the initial fundraising, how much of that went into Bitcoin and how much they spent on bullshit. I'm not sure what the ratio is, but technically they could be worth a lot if they traded it well, let's say. If they just really went all in on all of these failed projects that they have done that had zero actual payout, then I guess that paints a pretty bad picture. Anyhow, that's their thing. Like, whatever. Again, what really caught my eye is, I'm not sure if you are familiar with this. I often post the image of a page from the CIA field manual for sabotage that has been leaked, and how you sabotage open source movements, how you cripple them and disable them. And my problem with Adam Beck, for whatever reason, he's doing exactly that fucking playbook. It doesn't matter if he's a spook paid by the CIA or extorted or whatever, or he's just doing it out of his own peculiarities and his own trust relations and his own on goodwill, let's say. That he could also be doing it out of like a genuine goodwill, but he's doing the exact things that the CIA describes as how you sabotage an open source project. He's always pushing for more conferences, more thoughtful discussion, no rush, everything thought carefully, drop everything, not push anything actually through. Always want more discussion, always raise the stakes, always expand the scope until it's unmanageable and too controversial. Like these things, and that's what I see from Blockstream people and from Adam Beck and from the things he's shilling, and it's just too much for me. It's just too many red flags, and I went at him a lot of times, but on the other hand, I see what he writes, you know, in sort of private chat, and how other people evaluate him who know him personally, and when I put everything together, it's entirely plausible that he's just implementing the CIA field book for sabotage on open source projects out of his own like nature. Like, he's just like that.
Well,
It's
I
entirely
can argue
possible.
that Peter Todd was doing this many years before. Like, he was the guy
Yeah.
who was saying, well, this is not good enough. Well, maybe we should think more about this. Maybe it's not
I
the
mean,
best way to do it.
they are all doing this one way or another. There is a crew, the whole crew that is doing this. Blumet, Peter Todd, Adam Beck, yeah, even Andrew Postra can be, Anton Poinsot. A lot of people are doing their part. I don't want to name all of them, but I see these things like just red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, the way they are engaging, but there is no actual way to prove that they are malicious. But the net effect, for the net effect, it doesn't really matter because the net effect is exactly the same. So if you are doing this out of malice or out of goodwill, it doesn't matter. You are doing it, and the net effect is the same, right? So you are paralyzing development. You are paralyzing the movement. Nothing gets done if you are doing these things. And again, now we are being bombarded with really bad ideas. And now you are starting to think, well, maybe doing nothing is not so bad because we could be doing some incredible retarded bullshit. So maybe being paralyzed is not so bad. Even someone like me who really wants Bitcoin improved and developed, and I think we should have been much more aggressive with development in the early days when we could have moved. Even someone like me is considering maybe ossification is not as bad as the alternatives, some of the alternatives, right? And that's like just truly tragic.
Yeah, so last night, coincidentally, like I had no idea we were gonna discuss this, but last night I was reading from Roger Vere's book, which is called Hijacking Bitcoin. And I know it's, I don't know, cliche or taboo or whatever. A lot of people listening to this podcast will just pull their tongues out and be like, you're quoting from Roger Vere's book. But this was actually from something that Tamos posted on Reddit. Tamos being the guy who owns Bitcoin.org and also Bitcoin Talk. No, I think Bitcoin.org is owned by Cobra. Bitcoin Talk is owned by Tamos, and also our Bitcoin on Reddit is owned by Tamos. And all the conversations about Bitcoin XT got deleted from our Bitcoin, and that's why our BTC exists today. And in his argumentation as to why, he explained that it's gonna be a fork, which is gonna turn into an altcoin, which in hindsight is exactly what happened. And he also said that for as long as there is at least one reputable person who disagrees with a proposal, then it's contentious and it has no consensus. And basically, this was the definition that he had for consensus. I mean, Tamos, back in 2016 or 17. He said for as long as there is at least one of the core developers or one reputed members of the community who expresses views against something, then it has no consensus.
And that's not exactly how rough consensus is supposed to work, even on paper. But with that attitude, you really can't get anything done. Like if you accept that as your guiding principle at a certain scale, you are just paralyzed. You have done yourself in development wise, and a lot of people convince themselves that Bitcoin is somehow perfect, but that's impossible. Like perfection in software is probably something that cannot be achieved anyhow. But Bitcoin is probably as far from perfect as you can get. Like the code base was a huge mess as Satoshi left it, and I can't say, like, I'm a developer. Some of the people who are working on Bitcoin Core are much more competent developers than me, but to me that code base does not look like perfect or anything resembling to good. Like, it's a disgusting monstrosity if I have to like evaluate the aesthetics of the code base. And they have been working on it for what, 16 years now? Like, seriously, how the fuck can you not get a code base in shape in 16 years? Like, this had to be done on purpose. This had to be done on purpose to make sure that the number of people, the set of people who can really comfortably find their way around in the code base and really understand all the moving parts and how they affect each other is like a close set.
Like that's kind of the impression I get. I can be wrong, I can be like a retarded conspiracy theorist, but that's the impression I get, if I'm being honest, that this code base is a fucking mess because people preferred it to be a fucking mess because that is easier to get kept and much easier to find gotchas. Like if anyone is submitting a proposal, it's much easier to dunk on them because they just don't understand the code base on their level, you know. And the whole thing kind of stinks to me. I already told that I think we are telling a lot of lies about how Bitcoin development works. I think I am questioning everything. But on the other hand, I would really like to think, and I would really like it if it worked like that, if it was a true meritocracy, if proposals were actually evaluated on their merit and good proposals supported, and it would not be like social capital and politics based and hidden gatekeeping and backdoor deals based process, you know, and weird follow the leader attitudes playing out in the background. If that was the true way of things, I would really like that. But I am now completely skeptical about it. The past few years really killed my illusions, I think.
Yeah, so I found the exact quote from the post from Tamos on our Bitcoin. I was looking for the date. This was August of 2015, so it was not 16 or 17, it was August of 2015. And he basically explained what consensus means. He said consensus is a high bar. It is not the same as a majority. In general, consensus means that there is near unanimity. In the very particular case of a hard fork, consensus means that there is no reasonable probability that the hard fork will cause the Bitcoin economy to split into or more non-negligible pieces. I know almost for certain that there is no consensus to the change in XT because Bitcoin core developers Vladimir, Greg, and Peter are opposed to it. That's enough to block consensus. If consensus can never be reached on one particular hard fork proposal, then the hard fork should never occur.
So he was specifically talking about hard forks.
Yeah, but I guess these days, any change...
I mean, we are not calling them hard for no reason, right? They are called hard forks because they are hard to pull off. Harder to pull off safely.
Yeah, but that would make soft forks easy, and they're really not.
They are easier to safely pull off without a chain split. Like I said early, the Bitcoiners, they over-indexed the possibility of fragmenting the network effect indefinitely via forks. They totally over-indexed this, and these fears were pretty baseless, I think, in retrospect, seeing how the various systems forked and updated and preserved their network effects through through many hard forks and soft forks and all kinds of forks. They pretty much, so unless there was an ideological disagreement and the on purpose chain split, we did not really have accidental chain splits and the accidental forks. I'm not really aware of many such cases or any from the top of my head. So I think some of the fears were over-indexed and again inherited to the next generation again and again, or imprinted, or whatever you want to call it. Like these are doctrines that are handed down and handled as axioms, and it's all just a bunch of bullshit, kind of. I don't think there is anything wrong with hard forks, but I will admit that hard forks require a higher level of consensus to pull off without a chain split. I can agree with that. So hard forks have to be a lot less controversial than soft forks. Rough consensus works better with soft forks, but a lot of people on the opposing camp thought that for this reason soft forks were more coercive. Like they thought that soft forks tilted the playground towards the gatekeepers more, because
people could be dragged along into the update, and they basically had the new rules quote unquote forced on them. But I don't really agree with that. Like, if the new rules are rules that you do not care about and you do not update, then yes, the network conforms to the new rules, but you don't care about, your node doesn't care about it. You know, none of the rules that you care about are broken with a soft fork. You know exactly that none of the previous rules you had important are broken because your node is still in consensus. Why the fuck do you care that other people have other rules that they care about, and you just don't care about them? So, like, I don't see this as coercive in nature. I don't see this relationship as coercive in nature, but some people thought it was. Some people thought that the simple fact that they not updating and still getting dragged along on a soft fork chain is somehow like hurting their sovereignty, and I guess that is still something for Bitcoin Cash people. It's still a point of pride that they are upgrading with hard forks, and they have done many hard fork updates, and they pull them off without a chain split, like unintentional chain splits. I'm not aware of. So that just tells me that the whole idea of how soft forks and hard forks were thought of early on is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I was looking at the chat. I got invited tomorrow from 12 p.m. PST to listen to the D Shift on Twitch by Krev23. And he says, I don't even have any sponsors to shill, at least not yet. Well, maybe you can reach out to some of my sponsors, see if they like your show. And Decentralized Creative said, you've been here all day. And that's true. We've been here for 9 hours, 38 minutes.
We are
It's
fucking
really
crazy.
amazing. Yeah, we are.
Yeah. You
now-
are not going to get killed, right? You're not going to get killed for this when we hang up.
You mean get killed means that someone is gonna kill me? You mean
Yeah.
who can possibly do that?
Your girlfriend, or I don't know what's your status is currently.
No, she
Officially.
actually brought me water a couple of times.
Oh, how nice of her. Okay, so you're not getting killed. That's good.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that my cat tried to take my chair twice, and he
I
was not
see.
successful, and now he gave up. He sleeps on the floor, and I guess my girlfriend went to sleep. I'm not sure. I will have to check after
Okay.
we wrap
Yeah,
this up.
check on her. I think this was more than enough. Like, thank you everyone for listening.
Yeah,
If
how
you
can
managed,
people follow you, Moonsettler?
yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, I guess, and on Nostr, but I'm not really active on Nostr. Like I said, it does not really scratch my itch for now. I'm waiting for a miracle for Nostr to be interesting to me, but mainly on Twitter, and my handle is for Moonsettler, and with a digit 4, and that's it. Kinda. I tweet a lot about how I think the financialization of Bitcoin is like going to cause a much bigger debasement than any super schedule change could have been. That's a lot of my non-productive time. When I'm trying to be productive, I'm tweeting about post-quantum signature schemes and Schnorr signatures and covenants, but I'm just completely buffered by the narratives that have gained consensus in the Bitcoin space, and I am not afraid of making fun of them. So if you are interested in that content, then definitely follow me.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy your tweets a lot. And there's another guy, SimuLX or something, who for a long time had in his name CTV is fine, stop LARPing. I also like that guy. I think his profile picture is...
Simul XXX, right? Simul XXX.
Yeah. He has a
Okay.
profile picture from the anime Cowboy Bebop.
Oh yeah, I like that guy. I don't want to dox him, but he is known by his era name in Bitcoin circles as well. So
I'm not sure what his relationship is between the various accounts that he has, but he is someone that is active on the mailing list, and I like that guy. Yeah. So what he said?
Oh no, he's also one of my favorite people who push
Yeah,
for covenants and they
Yeah.
have like similar content that they're posting.
Yeah. He is a much better cryptographer. I'm not even a cryptographer. I'm like a hobbyist, like a dabbler, maybe you could say. Someone who dabbles in cryptography. I know the mantra is that you should not invent your own crypto, like that is the general wisdom, but I just can't resist. Like literally, that is the most fun I ever had in my life is when I invented novel cryptography or something that I thought it was novel. Of course, it's very hard to figure something out that, let's say, Greg Maxwell did not write about in 2015 or something someone else did not write 10 years before, but it's still like my hobby.
So, as a way to wrap this up, what would you say is your most major contribution to Bitcoin? And what would you want your most major contribution to be?
That's interesting. I don't know how to measure major, but when when I can like make something work again with cryptography, like Schnorr signatures or whatever, when I can just make the math and it's good and it checks out, that is like to me that's the best feeling in the world. And something like when I of course it's again some idea that people already had, but I figured out a way to have a non-interactive proof in a hardware wallet that you are not getting your seed phrase leaked through the nonce, the anti-exfil nonce generation stuff that I sort of reinvented the wheel on, let's say. And they checked out, and even SIPA said that okay, this could technically be implemented. Like go ahead and write the bid basically, and I think I don't remember his name. Some developer from CodeCard actually did an experimental implementation on it, and it worked and stuff like that. So those moments are great, but the greatest I'm really not sure. I'm just trying to tell people my truth, really. So the way I see things, the way I think Bitcoin should be developed, and the things I disagree on, I think those are my greatest contributions. Yeah.
I was searching to see what's the name of the cold card developer. I don't think there are too many people working on it anyway, so it should be
I'm very
relatively
bad with
easy.
names. I'm very bad with names, but we have briefly worked on actually implementing this in CodeCard, because the idea was that you don't want this scheme to be more interactive than what you have with the QR signing process. So when you are signing with a hardware wallet, you are reading a QR code of a partially signed Bitcoin transaction, PSBT, and you are signing that, and then you are showing the QR code, and the app will broadcast the transaction or get another signer on it or something. And you just because you are doing anti-exfil, you don't want to have a more complicated process than this. And I kind of figured out how you can do the same workflow and have anti-exfil. Of course, the significance of that anti-exfil have been greatly, let's say, wrecked or diminished by SIPA once more, because he explained how you can still over time with a very low bandwidth, but you can still leak the seed sort of, not with a single signature, but over time you can still leak it, and that was a bummer. But it was also interesting. But I guess I kind of lost interest in an imperfect solution. Like went against my advice that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good enough. I guess I kind of lost motivation to pursue it further. But yeah, that's one example where I could actually come up with something that could improve the security of the users.
I'm not a big cold card fan, but I'm not gonna say exactly why.
Mm.
There's a long story. It has to do with their license
Mhm.
and the fact that they claim they're open source
Mhm.
when they use something that is not open source on the web page of the license. But one of basically Cold Card, and I'm looking at the firmware page, only has 2 developers working on it, and the rest of them just forked stuff. It's Doc Hex and SCG BCK Bone, like SCG Backbone.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. I don't know what his real name is, but we kind of took a look at how you can implement, and I remember being very upset about how the lib used for this signing was like very paternalistically like forcing a certain flow on you that prevented me from neatly implementing this anti-X field, but he actually figured out how you can work around it. So so I think it was a success in the end. The anti-X field PSBT stuff can be actually implemented by hardware wallets. I think I should probably write a BIP, like I kind of owe people a BIP, a proper BIP on this, so that cards, I mean hardware devices can implement it as standard if they want to. It's just my attention kind of drifted away from that stuff, but that is something that could be useful and valuable to some degree to Bitcoiners today, without any consensus change. That's the biggest virtue signal that someone can have about a Bitcoin improvement proposal, that this does not require consensus change.
Sure. Yeah, but at the same time, when you think about it, there is stuff like BIP39 that's still not merged into Bitcoin Core. It's just
Yeah.
some optional standard that seems to have gotten traction with every other
Wait,
wallet except for
no,
Core.
BIPs 39, I think is marked as universally discouraged for implementation or something like that, no?
I'm not even sure. I know that there was some
Wait,
sort of...
no, that was the BIP 47 paynims. I mean, the core likes to do this stuff, that some things they just disagree with, and they slap discouraged from implementing, and it just gets ignored by
No,
Bitcoin Core.
BIP39 is the one that creates seed phrases from your private key.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
allows
I
you
know.
to back up like
The
this.
mnemonics, yeah, but they don't think it's a good proposal, and it's, I think, discouraged from implementing, even though the entire fucking ecosystem is basically basing everything on them. Even the podcasters, even the guests in the podcast, everyone is talking about your seed phase, your seed phase, your seed phase, and it's not even part of Bitcoin Core, because the core does think it's garbage, and not garbage, but like not engineered enough, not well engineered enough. It's just
I don't
not good
know.
enough.
If you're using Bitcoin Core, you have to back up your wallet file.
Is that so still?
Yeah. There's no other way.
I thought they have now HD wallets
They have hardware
implemented.
wallet
So,
integrations, if you're
yeah,
into that. Like you can
hardware
use...
wallet, but you have HD wallets where you can just back up a seed. They are just not using seed phrases. BIP32 is implemented in Core, I think. I'm pretty sure. But BIP39 is not.
Crazy. Like the whole industry relies on BIP39.
Right. And everyone that talks about Bitcoin keeps telling people that your seed phrase is your Bitcoin and all the stuff, you know,
Oh,
and then
that's how you
stamp
know
it
that they're
into
not using core.
metal. And they are definitely not using core if they have a seed phrase like that. I mean, technically, you could do it yourself. Like if you can extract the master private key of WIF32 HD wallet, then you can encode it yourself if you really want. But Core as a software is not going to help you doing that.
Apparently not. And I think I know why. Initially, BIP39 was a collaboration between the two guys behind Satoshi Labs and Trezor, which is Slush and Stick, and Thomas Voigtlin, who is the creator of Electrum. And at some point they disagreed, and that's the reason why the standard created by Trezor, BIP39, has one implementation. And if you use Electrum Wallet, you will see that there's the BIP39 version specific to Electrum, which is incompatible with
Yeah, that's
the
not
one.
BIP39. Yeah, they have their own different proposal. They have a different word set. I think it's not compatible with BIP39.
No, it's not. And they sort of had a fight, and this was back in 2013. And because of this, I
And
don't
did
know
they
exactly
have a
what
fight
happened.
over the stuff for why Core doesn't like BIP39? That's the interesting part. I don't know anything about that debate, but it would be interesting if Core thought that BIP39 should have went the other way because Electrum got it right. But since it's not the BIP, they are ignoring it anyhow. I don't know.
I mean, this is like the lowest hanging fruit of all BIPs. If anyone wants to make history in Bitcoin, you just turn the Electrum version of BIP39 into an actual BIP, call it BIP40 or something, and then you have yourself a contribution, maybe. But I don't think anyone is interested. From the core side, they will just say, oh, just use another wallet if you want to have a seed phrase.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I don't think anyone cares about UX in Bitcoin Core.
Yeah.
It's still basic. It's not very different from what Satoshi
I
left
should
us.
I should read up on the discussion that led to BIP39 being discarded. I mean, I understand it's like not perfect from their standards. That much I know that they had objections to how it's actually implemented, but and frankly, there are very surprising things about BIP39 that you would not guess. Like you have seed phrases, if I remember correctly, I might be making a mistake here, but if I remember correctly, you have seed phrases, seed words for many languages, not just English, although most people are using English. And I really don't recommend using any other language, but there are multiple languages, and somehow you get the entropy extracted or decoded from the seed phrase hashed with a passphrase, but somehow the language matters and you get a different master private key if you are using another language or something like so. It has like these weird things that didn't really make sense to me when I read it, and I could be completely wrong about that, but really I was like, okay, this is like not really good, not as good as it could be. This is not how I would have done things, and that was my takeaway from actually reading that BIP. So I can totally see that just was nobody motivated to do it better for various reasons, like nobody wanted to do it better, and Core is just ignoring the fuck out of it until someone is doing it better.
I guess this is just one proof that they're sort of stuck in their own ivory tower, and they don't see what the rest of the users
they
are
are
doing.
totally ignoring that everyone else in crypto is just using the shit out of it, and yeah.
But I've asked Grok why BIP39 is not implemented in Bitcoin Core, and maybe that these are not the definitive reasons, but there are some that are listed. Like BIP39 is seen by many long-term Bitcoin developers as a dangerous UX foot gun. It encourages and normalizes storing seed on paper, which is a huge target for physical theft or phishing. Bitcoin Core has a strong preference for pure BIP32 derivation without intermediate mnemonic steps. BIP39 has known design problems with a poor word list choice, bad checksum, ambiguous words, bad language separation.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, it seems like I remembered right. So these are all problems. Like if you actually dig into the BIP, I agree with these critics. Like I would have the same critics about the BIP myself. But every fucking body adopted this in practice. Like, come on. Be reasonable.
Even Signal, or no, not Signal, Graphene OS. Graphene OS uses BIP39 to back up your setup.
Yeah. I guess this is, I mean, just imagine the chaos. Let's say someone implemented BIP39 in a way where core developers were like satisfied with it and did not have major critiques. And you would have two standards, one unofficial that everybody is using and one official. And the worst part could be if they had the same words or roughly the same words, but not totally the same words. Like that would be just pure chaos if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it does make some sense, but this one has been around for like 12 years.
Yeah.
And it's still being ignored, even though everyone else uses it. And another argument that I read there was that seed phrases are associated with wallets that support altcoins.
Yeah, I mean, BIP39 has a built-in support for. No, sorry, no.
No, that's BIP42.
But 32 too, no? Not just 42. I think BIPs 32 was
Or 44 or something. One of these two.
Yeah, maybe I'm mixing these up,
That
but it's not
lets you use
39.
the same seed phrase for multiple accounts.
Yeah. You are probably right about that. Yes. So what I wanted to say about this is actually one of my earliest contributions that probably nobody knows about was that I tried to give people a better backup scheme for their seed phrase because I was super annoyed by all these meta plate shilling single seed plain text backup schemes that just did not seem secure. Like some of the things that core developers bring up as a critique is perfectly valid in my eyes, but it should not be a counter argument to BIP39. It should be the counter argument to the traditional recommended backup, workflow or way or something. So I try to give the plebs a way to create a 2 of 3 backup that they can do by their hand on pen and paper. They can just do a XOR-based splitting of a seed phrase into 3 backups, of which with any two you can restore your original seed phrase. So this is not like a multi-sig, not a proper key share. It's more similar to a Shamir secret sharing that you can carry out without a computer. Or as later on turned out, someone autistic enough can create a paper computer for Shamir secret sharing. That's like really fucking cool. I still haven't. I keep putting off. I want to do it. I want to. Maybe I will do it this Christmas. I will have a lot of time, and I will do a Shamir secret splitting with the paper computer. The Blockstream guys did. Who was that? Was it Andrew Postra? I'm not sure. Who was the one who did the Codex 32? Let me check.
I don't know, but what I know for certain is that we crossed the 10-hour mark.
Oh my god.
There's no way I'm ever gonna match this. Unless, I don't know. I'm gonna have a New Year special with Amir Taki. Basically, on the New Year's Eve, the plan is to just get together and talk and see where this goes. No expectations there. He said that it's possible that he's gonna try to go for the record, but maybe that he's gonna get tired. Who knows? All I know is that all of these driving sessions where, so this is how I train for long podcasts. I go on long drives and I try not to stop for 4 hours or something, because it makes me focus on something. And yeah, it sort of paid off. 10 hours, man. No toilet break, no food, just 2 cups of water. That's it.
This is impossible. Okay, so we really should wrap this up, but anyhow, so I wanted to say, before that paper computer codex became a thing, there was no real way for you to have like a good 2 of 3 backup scheme where you could like physically separate the pieces and not have like a single point of failure with your seed backup. Or, you know, if you have a single seed backup at multiple places, that does not really give you like better security. That just increases your risk of losing it to someone, right? Someone next. And I have the issue that with these metal backups, that okay, great, your seed phrase is on a titanium plate and in plate text, so any fireman who finds it will know exactly what to do with it, and it's sure to survive the fire. Congrats, you played yourself. So these gadget sellers have a big business about this, this meta seed phrase backup hardware wallet shtick. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, crypto steal.
With the-
You can get
for
10%
example,
off with
okay.
my ref link, actually.
Oh yeah, you're affiliated with one of them. Nice. So
Not all of them, just the OG ones.
yeah.
But
So
the main use
I,
case isn't just fire, it's also like floods, or you can just drill a hole in your wall and you put your capsule inside and you cover it.
nice. Yeah. So of course my scheme is compatible with crypto steel as well as any of these meta things. But I actually, for my personal preferences, I like that paper burns. In fact, what I like to do is I dip my paper wallets in wax, so they burn even better. It waterproofs them, so it waterproofs paper. It gives it a plasticky feel, and it burns excellent without any trace. So if you burn your paper wallet or your seed backup, it burns completely. Like it's not going to leave behind anything that can be analyzed. And so that's the way I like to roll. I like geographically distributed, cryptographically secure backups. And I like to do them in a way that I don't have to trust a hardware device. So I like to roll my own entropy. I like to do my seed splitting myself by hand, verifying by hand, and then seeing that I did everything correctly. And I have made some helping PDF sheets or whatever you want to call it, some um, mm, cheat sheets or whatever you want to call it for this process and describe this process. I think that was my earliest contribution sort of to Bitcoin self-custody security ethos that of course many other people did the same. Like there are many such schemes out there. I like mine. You can check it out. It's on my GitHub, and that is something that I really feel strongly about. So like, if you generate your seed phrase with a hardware device, you do not have any idea of the true entropy of that. Like, let me give you an example. Let's say your true entropy is 56 bits and 200 bits is like something that the manufacturer knows. So 200 bits is their secret, and they are running this through a SHA-256 function. They are running it through a cryptographic function, and they are giving you a seed phrase that will look perfectly random. You would never in a million ways be able to tell that you are actually fucking pwned. And that hardware device is spitting out to your seed phrase that the developer of the device or the manufacturer of the device can just generate on his computer on a fucking laptop. He can just run through 56 bits if he lets it run for a week or something. And he has all the seed phrases that his devices can generate, and you have absolutely no way of telling if that is what's going on. If you are using one of the methods of generating a seed where you roll dices, in theory you can, like if you are putting the same value into a vulnerable computer, which you are told repeatedly not to do, like you are not just putting it, say, in a hardware wallet, but you are also putting it on a laptop that runs adheres or something, and you are checking out. You can check out that it generated the correct seed. That's okay. You can do it. Of course, you can never be sure if it does the same the second time, but in theory, if you test it enough, you can be reasonably sure that it's operating the way it's supposed to do. So now at this point, you have rolled dice 600 times, and you had done a lot of work to get to a point where you could have just generated the fucking seed phrase with a few dice rolls and pen and paper yourself and those cheat sheets and just skip the whole hardware wallet bullshit and know perfectly well that your entropy is like good and true and you can also do, like I said, like this 2 of 3 backup scheme. Oh, I'm not going to talk about it more. I thought it was a great idea at the time when I did it. Now it's just something that that is in the graveyard of forgotten, ignored things, and people are still shilling, metal plates and stamping tools and stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you're gonna get a crypto seal and you want it anyway for reasons which I don't know, use promo code BTCTKVR for 10% off. Like,
Yeah, but buy
save
3,
money.
like buy 3 and do a 2 of 3 backup with that.
You save 10% if you use my code, just so you know. Anyway, 10
Nice.
hours, 8 minutes, 21 seconds.
Okay,
as I
let's
speak
stop.
right now. I really have to go to the bathroom at this point.
Okay.
Like if you want to continue, I have to go to the bathroom and come back. But I think we
but
ran
I
out of
think-
topics.
I think we should stop at this point. We should have stopped earlier.
I
But
had
thank you
no
very much.
expectations that this was gonna be this long. I was thinking maybe 2 or 3 hours. But man, 10 hours, 8 minutes. It's incredible. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for being here. Thank you. You're a treasure. You give out
Thank you.
so much good information and you know what you're talking about. You're my kind of guy. I feel like I've learned a lot. Like it's gonna take my brain some time to process what we just talked about. So many topics in such a short
Thank you for
amount
the
of
great
time.
talk, Rod.
People
You
tell
have
me
been
I
a
don't
great
have a
talk.
real job. Look at me. I'm sitting on this chair talking with people for longer than most people go to the office on a daily basis.
Yeah. All right. Have a nice Merry Christmas. I
Merry
think that's what-
Christmas. This was your
Merry Christmas,
Christmas
happy
special, everyone.
holidays.
Thank you for being
Yeah.
here. Thank you for listening. Thanks to the sponsors once again, SiteShift, Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, NoOnes.com, Unstoppable Wallet, hopefully reproducible soon. I'll see you in the next one. I think Bruce Fenton will be on talking about how he's a suit who is not a suit anymore, and then the former cypherpunks are suits nowadays. It's a really messed up situation. I hope you will tune in for that one. Goodbye, good night, good morning,
Looking
whatever
forward
it
to it.
is.
Bye, everyone.
Follow Moonsettler.